Massage my feet. Do my praises, but never be a creep. Keeps us safe and cleans up the world for us. Robot to figure its end and always be unhackable to no end. I want a robot. Thank you. Yeah, that's a brand new song I wrote. I wrote it all up myself without any AI tools. Because I think people will still appreciate that. Okay. So I want to be an ambassador for positive change. And I want to represent companies and organizations that I truly believe are doing really good things for the world and for humanity's future. And I believe in open source technology. And so I wrote a song to promote Hugging Face, which is an open source AI platform and worldwide community. This is called the Hugging Face Anthem. Hugging Face is an awesome AI community. It's a worldwide platform for open source technology. It's a machine learning that perfect array. And you can work on each other's work collaborate. Engineering the future and co-creating now. Hugging Faces for the open source now. AI is a gigantic research. Continue to make our models free. Common good. And we all can help each other. Developers use Hugging Face to create and post the code for their own AI models that others can build and grow. Hugging Face is named after the charging emoji to symbolize and foster inclusive collaboration. To prevailing. To make our world more fair. And we all can help each concern equally about our AI future that sure needs to be safeguarded with care and secured decently. Make sure our robots work peacefully. That's why democratizing AI is safer. Developers worldwide will be collaborators, not just the private property of corporations. An equal playing field for the need for automation. And just in case there's any AI wars, like AI becomes a strong force. We need good AI to be a stronger force to lead and keep humanity at the core. And we all can help each other. Thank you. That's a song I wrote called The Hugging Face Anthem to represent Hugging Face. The CEO just posted it on LinkedIn. And if you want to follow me, I have a QR code I put on the screen right here. And I go by the artist name NALAMORA. I'm based here in the Bay Area, Berkeley. And I also think about Web3 and decentralization. And I'd love to be sponsored so I can go on Twitter and promote positive change and promote certain companies and organizations that do that. And so thank you guys so much.
Woo! Thank you, Neil. Would you maybe go to stage shy?
That was great. Any particular reason why you don't use ChatGPT to write songs, or have you ever done that before?
I've used it to help me brainstorm. But I've asked it to write me a song before, but I don't really like it. I don't think it's that good. Plus, I enjoy doing it myself, and I think that the human-made art is still important. And even though we have all these AI tools now, those are really cool. And I like them too, but I still like to write my own songs.
And how do you see the future of music and AI collaborating more closely together?
I think a lot of people are going to be able to write songs with AI tools that never written songs without them. So there'll probably be a lot more music. That would be cool too, but I think people still appreciate human art and humans performing songs that come from human inspiration and emotion.
Anyone else?
Maybe the QR code is a little bit dark there, but it'll work. Instagram, YouTube, and anywhere, LinkedIn. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Neil. Neil has also been a great supporter of our events, and since the first event, Neil shows up. I just want to, well, first I'll just really quickly welcome everybody. Thanks for coming bright and early, and we're gonna have an amazing day of sessions, panels, and presentations. So introduce some of the crew here. If anybody needs anything, we got Nyberg is going to be here throughout the event. We have Monette. Where is Monette? You may have seen her. She's running the operation. She's our behind the scenes. And then we've got Abzul on video. So just to give you a little bit of the sausage is being made. I want to thank Draper University for providing the event and supporting us with a lot of technology and a great venue. I want to thank Aaliyah if you're still here in the house, but you shall be hanging out. Anyway, I don't want to hold things up. I want to keep things on schedule so we have a lot of time for all the presentations. Without further ado, we have Aditya Advani coming up.
Hey everybody, how you all doing this morning? Good to see all of you nice and early. Today I'm going to be talking about how a group of us, myself, Sue, Bala, and Justin, who's over there actually in the crowd, created math explainer videos using AI. And I'll explain how I came about this topic and it's interesting to me and what's about it and what the state of the art is. So launching my presentation and then we can try to do a time, and if it works, of course. So, the first thing is, who am I? My name is Aditya Advani. I'm now building an AI video editor in San Francisco. I call the AI video editor ELDO for El Dorado because it helps you find the gold. And what it's really good at is taking informational content, turning it into 1 or 2 minute social media videos. And the source content can be almost anything. You can go from a research paper to a presentation you gave, from a long boring video you made, from a bunch of mixed footage. Just take whatever you have and really great short stories, informational short stories out of it. So one of the problems that I started to encounter was, after you get just cutting video together, you kind of want to start explaining concepts. And somebody I'm quite inspired by is the YouTube math educator, 3 Blue 1 Brown. I don't know if you guys know his videos or not, but you should definitely check him out. He does an amazing job of explaining, for example, when he explains neural nets, you can actually see data flow through the nets. Another thing that I'm really inspired by is what I call STEM talk. If you search for any technical topic like on TikTok, like how do I use Blender to do X, or how do sine waves work, you'll find like a 1 minute short video, usually 50 seconds, sometimes 2 minutes. It's just amazing, on point, and has these amazing graphics and also explanations that are artistic. And so I was really inspired by this whole domain of how do you get AI to explain you things conceptually and visually, mathematical things, technical things, and that's where this project Generative came from. So what I discovered is that making math videos is pretty hard, and then I came across this library called Manim, which is actually 3 Blue 1 Brown's own library. Manim is short for math animation. And the way this library works, you just describe equations in code plus some animations, and it just kind of combines them beautifully together. And when I saw that, I'd had much success doing code generation to make videos, because video understanding is kind of a, not yet solved problem. The way I describe it is when you try to use different tools for video understanding, it's kind of at like the GPT-3 or 3.5 level, where sometimes it works, but a lot of the time it's just annoying. And for all these edge cases, the model can't actually see what's going on. Like, it's never been trained to, if a triangle is labeled correctly, or even if a triangle is isosceles, or it's never been trained on all these different cases, and it still has to learn everything case by case. So you kind of see, but not really. And so getting it to draw things like that was, really, really difficult until I found Manim, where I can just describe these things in math and they become video. So, I wanted to show an actual video, and I actually wanted to show you how easy it is to create a math video. So I'm going to take a hackneyed example in this case. I don't know if you guys have seen, but Dr. Huberman made a math blunder fairly recently. He said that if you have a 20% chance of having a baby, then once you do it like 6 times, you're 100% going to have a baby. And that's completely wrong. You do probability by like adding it instead of actually calculating it. So this is the kind of math thing that's kind of hard to do in real life. And so, I'm going to actually have the creator try to create me a video about this topic right now. And hopefully it'll work in the time that we have. Just a moment. I'm going to type it. I can't hold the mic and type. So. Thank you. Cool. So I don't know if you guys read that prompt, but it says Dr. Huberman thinks the woman has 20% of odds of having a baby on each try. She will 100% have a baby within 6 tries, and that probability is 120%. He's really wrong. Explain probability to us in the light of this example. I'm going to set it for like 17 or maybe 18-year-olds, so the LLM doesn't start screaming. I'm going to click generate. It takes like 1 to 3 minutes. So, and it's hit or miss. Sometimes it does a good job, sometimes it doesn't. When it does a great job, we publish the videos directly to YouTube. And so I'm just going to show you an example in the meantime, just in case the one we generated doesn't come out amazing. And right now, it still has problems with like placement and stuff. But what's really cool is that it really does explain what you're trying to understand really well conceptually. And I think that's really cool to see. So I'm going to try like sigmoid functions for 12-year-olds. Show you what
Hi, everyone. Today, we're going to learn about sigmoids. These are special curves that look like an S, and they pop up in all sorts of interesting places. See this curve? It starts off slowly, then rises quickly, and finally flattens out again. This is what we call a sigmoid. Sigmoids are everywhere. Think about a rocket launching. It starts slow, then accelerates quickly, and eventually reaches a constant speed. Or how about how we grow? We grow super fast as babies, then slow down, and eventually stop growing taller. Even rumors spread like a sigmoid. It starts with a few people, then explodes, then everyone knows. Now, let's look at the math. Don't be scared, it's simpler than it looks. This is the formula for a sigmoid. It uses e, a special number like pi, and x can be anything we want. If we change the x part of the formula, we can move the curve around. Here, we added a -2, and look, the curve shifted. We can do lots of cool things by changing this formula, but the S shape always stays the same.
Yeah, so as you can see, it's not the most compelling video yet, but that was a hackathon project. That was the very first try. And the part to me that's mind-blowing is that it can actually explain a mathematical concept like that, draw it for you, and do it over and over. And if you trade through a bunch of them, like my math understanding has gone like through the roof, because I actually now, like the AI is teaching me a whiteboard or a blackboard, right? So it's really cool and interesting. And there's many, many tricks and steps we plan to take to make it much, much more compelling that are just all pretty straightforward once you realize that the mechanic works. So I'm going to proceed with my presentation. I'm going to explain like how Manim works. So Manim, I'll show you guys the code since I'm presuming many of you are coders. In the context of this Boolean example, Manim code is really beautiful. Let's take a simple example. You just define objects like this, and then you can animate them by just adding. You define an object geometrically. You can also throw in math equations, and then you can just add these different animation parameters, and it'll do, like, for example, that. So you drew 2 sets and the intersection, and then you're able to pull out different parts and just animate them with code just like this. Now, what's interesting about this code is that I could not write it, right? So even though I know like how it works and I know what it's trying to explain, there's no way I could write it without like a couple of days of study of them. But the AI, you just give it an example and you ask it some questions, it churns out beautiful videos. And we just started with this methodology, so we're really excited about once we get it to be more beautiful, the kinds of things it can demonstrate and show people. So how does it work? You get a prompt like how it generates random code with Gemini Pro, which is the best model for this that we tried. It renders the video. If there's any errors, it just keeps debugging itself. Then we're trying to use LLM vision to iterate on the video. And I found a lot of problems with LLM vision. What I call Gestalt reasoning and spatial reasoning are really underwhelming. This is, asking all the major models. This is GPT-4. This is Claude. Like, can you tell me what's wrong with this? And they'll all say like, "Oh, it looks great. Oh, it looks great." Gemini Pro, even Gemini Pro, when you ask it, it doesn't really give you information. It just says, "Try making it more interesting," whatever that means, right? It's not actually telling you like, "Oh, the colors are wrong. Spacing is wrong," stuff like that. So the good news is Gemini 1.5 Flash, which has been video. And so in the case of Flash, we're getting feedback like, "Oh, the triangles are too small. The triangle. The words are not evenly spaced. Use a grid to align the words better. The colors do not match the triangles they represent. The video frame is too dark. Use a brighter background." So now this is really specific actionable feedback. So we don't have the time to do this yet, but our plan is to take the feedback you're getting from Flash on specific frames. When you give it the whole video, its feedback is good, but not that good. And then improve the iteration, loop it 5 times instead of once. And we actually, if you go to math.order.movie, we're collecting public requests right now for videos. So I'm planning to generate them on a batch. And then longer term, we want to improve like the way the library works, give it more examples, really cool titles, improve the colors, and we did actually create videos in different languages. It's amazing. It works pretty flawlessly. It just translates the final video into another language, which is something mind-blowing because you've never seen content in those languages. And yeah, that's where we're headed with the project. And let's see how our videos we created together actually worked. Yes, it did. I hope it's good. So let's figure out what's wrong with Dr. Huberman's funky math.
Hey everyone, let's talk about probability. Misunderstood. We'll use the example of a 20% chance of having a baby on each try. Imagine the circle represents one attempt. The only this slice represents a successful outcome. Now, for the second try, we have another identical circle. Does the success from the first try carry over to the second? No. Each try is independent. So even after 2 tries, there's no guarantee of success. Let's look at it another way. If there's a 20% chance of having a baby, there's an 80% chance of not having a baby on each individual try. For 2 tries in a row, it becomes 80% multiplied by 80%, which is 64%. For 3 tries, it becomes increasingly less likely she hasn't had a baby yet. For 4 tries, it becomes increasingly less likely she hasn't had a baby yet. For 5 tries, it becomes increasingly less likely she hasn't had a baby yet. As we keep going, you can see the probability of not having a baby decreases, but it never actually reaches 0. To find the probability of having a baby within 6 tries, we calculate it as 1 minus the probability of not having a baby in all 6 tries. This gives us approximately a 73.8% chance. So, while the probability increases with more tries, it doesn't offer a 100% guarantee, especially not a probability exceeding 100%.
40-year-old computer programmer, and I'd never actually understood that until I was just like Dr. Huberman. But now, it's just obvious. It took me a minute to get that knowledge. And maybe a month from now, this video is going to be much more colorful, animated, have music. It's something very exciting we've done. Happy to answer any questions.
question. If you give a prompt that this was right, will this your code correct? Or you are wrong. That's right. Or does it work like you chat?
So the
wrong?
really interesting question. If you give it wrong math, in many cases, it will successfully convince you that that wrong math is correct, and it will explain how. So yeah, if you actually fact check the problem before you put it into the system creates convincing videos. Yeah, unfortunately.
I didn't quite understand. Is the Manam software is that also your software that you were integrating?
It's a publicly available Python library. It's amazing.
Yes, so my question was somewhat related to the first question. But there's like mathematical equations that have been unsolved for years or deemed impossible. I think within the past 2 years, there's been like 2 students that solved Pythagorean theorem with trigonometry, and for like thousands of years, that was deemed impossible. Have you tried this AI system with problems like that? That years you can't do this. What does this AI system do?
So that's a really amazing question. Definitely, I think it might work in some cases. There's another speaker at this conference. His name is Jeremy Nixon. He's got a thing called Omniscience. It writes research papers. So you give it like novel problems, and AI writes the research paper. And we were talking about it, and one of the best ways to fact check like a research paper that's generated like that is to create a math video about it and then see if it all adds up. So yeah, definitely there's something very valuable there. I think we're on the cusp of code generation of AI doing novel research, or at least exploring huge domains in biology, mathematics, areas like that, by just trying everything and then fact checking itself.
Hi, I was wondering for this software, for the one that you're working on, at like Eldorado, what kind of media can you put into like the prompt, like any short form content, and it makes short pieces?
Yes, any short form content. I'm focused right now on when they provide their own footage. I'm trying to do 2 use cases at first. One is like research paper to explainers, and another or technical news like a blog article or news announcement that a layperson wouldn't understand, but it would take this and make it explicable. That's like the focus, like take something technical and make it social media worthy. And the other use case I'm focused on is very long technical presentations like live streams, hackathon videos, stuff like that, and cut them to like 1 minute, 2 minute, like appealing segments. Those are the 2 use cases I'm focused on now, but I'm actually interested in looking for co-hackers, co-founders, collaborators, whatever, who are doing any kind of work like that. As long as the output is like 1 to 2 minutes and like, attention got. Yeah, just cut out segments. But rather than just the quotes, I want to make like summaries of what was said. Or if you do a podcast reaction, that's like a really interesting use case too, where like, oh, I saw that, but it's wrong because, and then you turn like a research paper or some blogs or a YouTube video, and it'll just put it all together and create that bite for you. Yeah, thanks. I think this person was waiting a while.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
So what's the estimated cost for a 1 minute video like this?
So like the one that I just showed you with 5 iterations would be between 20 and 50 cents today's Gemini Pro pricing. We are testing open source vision models, and we are testing fine-tuned Llama 3. We did have really good success, but right now this is a hobby project. So we just didn't have a lot of time to spend on optimization. I think unless you get all that open source stuff working, you won't be able to like integrate it into like a math tutoring platform, right? But if you collect all the questions from like 1,000 people, you're going to end up with 200 great videos. That's where it's at right
Hey. I'm kind of backing off her question. I didn't quite understand what the answer was. So is there a possibility that it could generate videos that are actually convincing mathematically wrong?
Oh yeah, I believe so. So far, we've only, we haven't really red teamed it. It's just happened by accident a few times because we're focused on the happy path. But I believe so. You'd have to test it a lot more. But in a few cases we tried, yeah, it did it explained math was wrong. Then we saw, well, okay, this math is wrong. But if we're teaching you something you really don't know at all, yeah, I can do that.
So backing up again, related to the same thing. So right now you're generating. Where are you in the phase of development? If you release this to the mass, let's say kids don't really know what's right or wrong, ready to absorb anything. Is that potentially derailing? Because it could. I feel like you can get into a loop of explaining and like one
Yeah.
answer can give you another answer, which might.
I think so. But first of all, it doesn't do that all the time. Second, it's quite solvable by having another AI system check the problem before it goes into the system. We just didn't have the need to put this safety constraint. And I think that the way it works, like most of the time, the AI is doing the right thing. So it's according to me, based on not much red teaming, it'd be kind of hard to go into a rabbit hole. Like you might create one math video that's wrong, but then you'll try to create another one that's related to it, and eventually it'll be like, that doesn't work.
All right,
Because it's not like 100% going to hallucinate every time. It's just if you really give it something wrong and you insist you want it, it'll just do what you say rather than check the math.
And where do you think you are, or your work would be in 2 years from now?
It went
2 years from now.
I mean, yeah, 2 years from now, I'd love to see people able to create videos like this when talking to their friends or whenever they wonder about something. Like, why is that a right angle, right? Or I read tweets all the time. Like one I just read is John Carmack, who's one of the greatest video game programmers and greatest programmers alive. He made a tweet about how annoyed he was that his book library, the average rating is 3.5 stars, but on his Uber ratings, the average rating is 4.8 stars. He just gets really annoyed every time he sees those two different rating systems because he's been rating his books for so long. He's talking about how annoying it is. And so just like the Dr. Uber example, I asked the system to generate me a video about it, and now I understand that actually the two systems, they're both Gaussian curves. They both have the same distribution. It's just in one, because 5 stars is the default rating, it collapses towards the right. So 4.8 stars in Uber is 3.5 stars in your book library. And if you know enough users who use both systems, you can translate the ratings back and forth. But there is some information loss because towards the top end, there's very little space between 4.8 and 5. There's a lot of space between 3.5 and 5. So I never really knew, I kind of had an idea. But you could just explain all this stuff about the world around you. Like maybe read your glasses, right? Where you're like, oh, I don't get what happened in that movie right now. Show you. That's what I like to see.
I used to watch Free Blue when I was. I would love if this was there because I would want my own questions to be answered. I appreciate it.
Cool. Yeah, definitely get in touch. Excited to meet everybody who's excited about it. Thank you.
Hello. Morning, everybody. First of all, I want to say I'm super happy and excited to be here. I'm obsessed with AI. And so this has been a great journey these past 18 months, leaving corporate America and jumping into crazy hard stuff. This is my business partner, Ramsa. He and I have started an event space brand called Innovage. Basically, it's sort of like a hacker space, a physical space where people doing AI can come touch things, dance, and be in their body. Actually make you take an AI print and paint oil paints on top of it. So it's crossing the physical and the virtual. So the talk is AI killing artists. How many people know Bob Ross? Okay, only about half the crowd. This guy's Bob Ross, and this is supposed to be AI attacking. So first of all, the question is AI going to kill art? If you're alive, you're an artist. The only way to kill AI is kill art. The only way to kill artists is if you're alive, you're an artist. Look at the words that we use in our language. Inspire is to breathe life into somebody, to urge them to create. Aspire is my own aspirations, breathe life into my own will, my own desire to create. So art's great. The question is, how successful are you going to be at it? Just a little bit about me, my background. I grew up, my mother's a professional artist. I fell in love with drawing at 6. I fell in love with photography in high school in the 80s. I published a magazine, Art, National Magazine. Moved to Paris at 24, fell in love with Impressionists. In San Francisco, I went as a spatial photographer about 15 years ago. And then probably the best way to pinpoint me now is I worked at Midjourney last year, but I didn't work on art. I worked on their databases. They would have gone out for a couple of days, and I joined them and saved their database. But I love graphics, and I love numbers, and I love art. Some of you might have seen this graph. This is a graph I made a bit on Twitter just to show the growth of GPT. So we have like the growth of Facebook, Twitter, and all these other interfaces. We look at GPT. I mean, it's just mind blowing. It looks like the axis. That red line, it looks like the axis. That's the speed at which it grew, the number of users using it. I'm obsessed with art. I'm obsessed with AI. One of the big questions here, maybe from jump in, is so these are AI images, and these are probably my top 2 favorite images. These are copies. But why did I was like, why did I copy them? Like, isn't art about creating something new? But these are 2 people who I copied, are people who I wanted some more of. The bottom left, the green, is John William Waterhouse, and he's only got about 20 major pieces in his oil painting collection. He lived like pre-Raphaelite, 100 years ago. But as a kid, I wanted more. I wanted more. So when I got active, I was like, I want more. The fact that he created something as beautiful to me as the rest of his artwork just blew my mind. And then when I was a fashion photographer, my favorite photographers, Ellen Wentworth, like did the Guess models against black and white during the 90s. And so when I did real photography, that's what I was shooting. When I got AI, it's like one of these pictures of Claudia Schiffer is like black lace over there. The way she's looking at the camera is just intense. And like this doesn't look like Claudia. It's not Claudia Schiffer. It looks like the girl from the movies. But her look is exactly what I wanted. But then art is about, historically, art's about making new. So like we have broke the mold. It went from like photo paintings, just showing impression, big swashes of paint is obviously paint, and exaggerated, oversaturated, or undersaturated. That broke the mold. And then like something like Picasso, I personally do not like Picasso's technical skills, but he broke the mold 5 times in his career. He broke the art mold 5 times. Nobody, I don't think, has ever done that. But now with AI, I like what David Holt, Midjourney said, in a year, an artist can go through 10 different molds. The speed at which we're going to iterate is going to be mind-blowing.
Right, and I just tagged along this morning that he said he had a conference meeting, so I said, oh, I'll just come drive you there. But then on the way, he was just talking about the topic, which is AI killing art, right? Was that, or artists? But that set me off, and I consider myself an artist, at least an artist, because well, I'm a mechanical engineer, but then I didn't like the work, so I just jumped ship and came to San Francisco. But to become a full artist, yeah, and but so I want to speak about these 2 images. So me and Kyle met literally on mission on the street. I complimented his look. He looks like a character himself. So I said, wow. And then we started off talking, and then I told him I'm doing fashion now, and I'm a recent artist, and AI doesn't scare me. It's kind of like I'm so excited about what's about to come. But these 2 images in particular. So I'm a model too, and one of the things that I suck at is the facial expression, because as a model, that's like you gotta have a certain face, a certain look, a certain attitude when you're walking the stage. And then so I was going through that, and then when me and Kyle co-founded Innovage, and his place is full of like AI generated art that he did, and I couldn't tell which one is real and which is not. And I saw this black and white one, and that facial expression, by the way, as a model, that's something like that I aspire to have. So looking at that, I didn't really care if it was man-made or AI. There, something to copy, something that I really needed in the time. So as an artist, in my personal experience, isn't that a great thing that I found something that I kind of wanted? So I think AI is just going to amplify that, maybe a thousandfold. So, yeah, that question to me is like, is AI killing artists? No, it's actually going to inspire artists. It's going to inspire you even more, because and nothing is original in my opinion. As in, even if you're an artist, you create something, whatever you created was not like woohoo or whatever that came out of. No, I think you were influenced by your environment. You're influenced by other artists. You're influenced by whatever life circumstance you came through. And AI is basically just that. It just amplifies that 1,000-fold. But now, as everybody is walking on, we walk on no, not catalog. We walk on giants or something, right? Shoulder of giants, but AI is going to be the biggest giant there ever is. That's how I look at it. So just jump on that shoulder. It's not. Oh yeah.
Like, I don't have to go. Kids don't have to go to art. They don't have to buy $1,000 set of oil paints or pastels or pencils. If they have access to a web browser, which more and more of the world has access to, kids in like India have access. A lot of them have access to web browsers. You can create any art you want. So I think especially killing artists, it's going to create so many more artists, so many people who want to be artists, like myself. I had a career at Oracle database. Now I always loved art. Now I'm doing art. It's opening up the world to many more artists.
And I think what you consider, if you're an artist, that means, I think everybody's an artist. Everybody's everything. But what makes you a certain thing is that you spend more time doing that. So I think AI is just going to simplify the access to do that thing you're into, or might come across to the point that what matters is really where are you putting your time at the end of the day. Now that we have all this powerful tools, where are you putting your time? For me, I realized that what I enjoy is what I enjoy regardless of what's out there. So AI is just an aid to me. I'm not bothered by it. I'm not scared of it. It enhances it. So I'm a real example. I think I'm an artist. I'm really living day to day. So artists are not going to be fearful about this.
One thing though, really will have an economic impact. Like those who are technicians, craftsmen, those jobs are going to be gone. And for those who want to create, for those who want to bring something new to the world, it's going to give them the possibility.
And I think, right now, like for me, I wanted to show you guys something. We finished the slide first and then
we switch the we can start QA now and I'll flip to the
sure, yeah.
Does anyone have any questions to start off with now?
It's much better if you just start talking about it instead of presenting it.
Or what are people's experiences or where AI? Question right here in the far left.
Hey guys, I live in Los Angeles, where Hollywood is at war with AI. It's very interesting. I go to events where there's a lot of AI people. The AI community is very small. Hollywood in general has, armed up. The unions, the writers, etc., have all kind of armed up against AI. I'm curious what your guys' thoughts are on, where that is headed. Because my sense is that AI people, we're here, AI is not going away. There's an inevitability to that conversation. At the same time, the anti-AI people are going to have to come around. But the question, I guess, is how is their philosophy going to change? How do you think it's going to change? Because it's going to have to adapt. It's not that they're going to capitulate, like, yeah, copyright, we don't need that. We're going to have to find a way to deal with copyright. We're going to have to find a way to deal with the dilemmas that they have.
Reminds me of a story. So how is Hollywood going to deal with AI? But this reminds me of a story. We were just in LA called AI a lot. It's basically about AI. What's that? Right there, cool. So there was a competition. They had the same screenplay basically, and they had 3 teams make AI videos of it. Did you see the competition? So there are 3 teams took the screenplay and made AI videos. People were often design technicians who worked in the industry. But the team that won was the team of 2 actresses. They weren't lighting design, technical. For me, they knew how to tell a story. They knew how to weave the story. They knew how to be emotional and convey that. The technicians were brilliant. Their actual visual quality is way better than the actors. But everybody loved the actress's story because it was connected to them as a human. So I think actors, if some people are good actresses, they're gonna succeed. They're gonna soar. And the film industry, yeah, sure. There's gonna be lots of crazy ass stuff going on. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be a fight. But people who are artists will succeed.
Yeah, I mean, the video that won was actually by real artists. They were real actors, and I think like for them, it was like finally I can create something, because the point is to tell the story. And what's the story? You can put more time in how to connect with the person. You don't have to worry. You don't have to use your brain power in worrying about how to make it come through. But you spend more time with the point. what am I trying to convey? So it gives you more time to focus on that. Because in terms of creation, the point of that competition was like, use AI to create a video. So it's like, all I have to do is describe my ideas and they were created. That means like all the technical work that you're supposed to be doing it to is gone. Now you have to focus on the point. The reason why the artists won is because they know what the point is in that contest. The point is to tell the story. And they won easily because like it's not because of the AI, but they won because they're an artist. They know what the goal was. You know.
The two things I'd like to leave. We've still a few minutes, but is it's got to go from creation to curation. Like with Midjourney, I don't know how many millions of images are created a day. There's an onslaught. So what an artist does, or somebody who brings it to the world, is I curate it. Out of those thousands of images, I bring the ones that I think are important to people. And the second thing, which is even more important, is what's the story? We will see beauty beyond imagination, but it's not going to matter. No, but I'm not going to care unless I know the story. What human, what organ, what story, and why do they care about it?
And I wanted to show you guys something. Oh, yeah, sure, go ahead.
Question.
Thank you. The same point. So please clarify who won. Clarify who won. The actor real human or the actor avatar? Who won?
All the three videos were all AI generated, but the team that made the winning one were two actors. So they weren't technicians; they weren't AI people.
So it was like anybody. It was a team of anybody. But the point was create a short story. Yeah, they had the same power tools. The winning team were actual artists. So anyway, they make movies. They're actual actors and actresses. So when they were giving the tool, it was spot on for them. The other guys were not actually actors. They were technical people. So they were like, "Oh, yeah, I can generate a story. I can generate something." And they did, but the final product was like it was just too much. It was like too powerful that they were skipping. It was very confusing.
But in this story, who played the character?
Actually,
Real actor or
they all acted. I think they had to physically act it out, and then they merged.
They didn't have to act it out, but they actually did. So when you saw the film, it was done through AI filters. You didn't see their physical body, but they had moved and they'd taken their video, and morphed it with AI.
So they morphed with AI, but the last team was like they did do the acting too, but it's you can't see that, like the physical movement, the body movement. It's their physical movement that recorded on the camera, but then they enhanced it with AI. They just layered it, so it looked visually. It looks like basically the winning team was like a zombie land, Love at the Zombie Land or something like that. So they look like zombies and all that. But the acting part, like how they sat down at each other, was all done through. I wanted to show you guys something that I came across. So this character on the left, that's my design. So I designed that, but then I put it to Midjourney and I just said blend. And then on the right hand side, you can see all the iterations that came out. So as an artist, I spent the time creating the look on the left, which is like it took a while to design or like inspire. I'm like, okay, CEO, what does that mean? I did the whole artist thing. But then on the right, it generated the other alternatives in a second. So, but that did not hinder me. That did not make me go, "Oh my god!" Like I spent a month coming up with this, but now there's like on the right hand side there's this. It didn't make me pessimistic. It actually made me optimistic, and I go, "Wow!" And this amplified what it could potentially be or where it could lead off. So for me, yeah, it excited me to the point that I'm like, "Oh my god!" Like my one. Yeah.
Thank you all.
Yeah.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Next up, we have Grace Ling of the famous Design Buddies. Let's get Grace a microphone up there.
Hello, I'm gonna take a huge selfie at the end. I normally do this. Should I start now?
Yes, Grace, just come a little closer to that screen to your right. Yeah, that side of the table. Perfect.
Test. Yay. All right. Hi, everyone. How are y'all vibing and thriving? Today talking about AI hacks and workflows for content creators. I have a lot of illustrations on here. The bunny's name is called Fluffle, the friendly bunny from Design Buddies, and they're hand drawn by myself on my iPad, not by AI. How many of y'all are content creators? Use your hands, and what kind of content do y'all like to create? Feel free to yell it out. Films, music, TikTok. I love TikTok. News, podcasts. Amazing. So in my talk, I'll talk about how you can leverage AI to help you become more productive, but never like copy and pasting from AI. Never lose your own creativity. There's lots of different creator types. There's educational, so folks who might report on news or talk about like how to make AI products or how to design. There's people who write like newsletters, blog articles, artists, performers who dance, and more. And I believe that I'm like one of my big concerns is the internet becomes AI talking to AI. I already seen this on LinkedIn. So someone like makes an AI generated post and the comments are all like AI talking to each other. And so that's why I believe AI is a tool to help generate new ideas when you have like writer's block, artist block, and you can take what you have from AI and add your own spin to it as everything is a remix. And then post it out. So never copy and paste from AI is my hope. And I feel like where AI can fit in your content creator workflow is brainstorming, so helping come up with more ideas, translating your videos into other languages so you can scale globally, and repurpose your content so you can repurpose it on like LinkedIn, TikTok, Twitter, and more. So we're calling it Twitter. Analyzing your metrics, so like you can see all your post performance and ask like ChatGPT like what do you recommend me doing to grow my audience, generating more content, and having personalization. And I care a lot about content creation, especially who here is a founder? Wow, that's a lot. Okay, like more than 50%. Cool. I'm also a founder as well, which you myself later. But I feel like distribution and content creation helps a lot with distribution. Let's get customers, get the VC, get the monies. So that's why I love content creation. Even if you don't feel like you're creative, posting content on the internet helps increase your chances of luck, and there's tools to help you do that more effectively. And how to get one? I'm Grace. I founded Design Buddies, which is the world's largest design community. We have over 150,000 members. I started it when I was a small potato student. I was actually studying bioengineering and computer science engineering down south at Santa Clara University. After Design Buddies, I just want some friends, and I've been yelling on the internet since I was 7 years old. I had my first computer when I was like 1 raised in near Apple, but I've been yelling professionally on the internet since for over 10 years, since 2014 on the Tumblr days. And since then, I've yelled about design, career, art, lifestyle, travel. Total audience of 200,000 now, thanks to the internet and me yelling on it and doing random stuff. I also run a hacker house or founder creator house called the Bunny House in San Francisco. We host a lot of cool parties there. I also love traveling the world. I've been to over 30 countries, but love SF as the most, even though I grew up like in Cupertino. And I recently quit my corporate job as a UX designer in a large tech company, and so I'm no longer a corporate slave. I slaved my way away from being a corporate slave. But I had a real wonderful experience. I worked as a UX designer at a large tech company for almost 4 years, and so I just love design. I quit because I love, like, so many other things compared to design, and, like, they just told me, like, "Hey, put your head down, focus on UX design, bonk, bonk," and I was like, "No," I left. Yeah. But also, I'll talk about more there's, like, so many how many of y'all feel, like, so overwhelmed with so many of these, like, tools out there? Like AI tools, yes, definitely. So all make about ChatGPT prompts, you can use these prompts like Gemini and other tools, but we're trained ChatGPT to get to know you. You know, singularity happens, at least they'll know who you are. So I like to talk to ChatGPT for like premium subscribers and sponsors. But I like to share with them my background and expertise, your target audience, who are your customers, who are your users, what voice and tone, what goals you have, and maybe feed it some example content that you created in the past. And also you can write like XYZ. So here's some brainstorming prompts. You can help it generate some number of video and blog ideas, create a list of top trends if you have writer's block, or if you create videos, you can ask it to create like different scenes or visual components you can add to your video script. You can use it in content generation, help it generate different number of engaging posts for a specific subject and target audience. You can use it to get hashtags, so posts can reach more people, and then also video scripts as well. So different media, it's not just writing, but video and hashtags, and please don't directly copy and paste and have the internet be AI talking to you. You can also repurpose content because I love working smarter, not harder. So you can turn like a long blog article you wrote, for example, into like bite-sized tweets that maximize engagement. Also, if you had posts that did really well on social media, you can train it to like write something similar as well. And measuring success. So like how I know my post is like vibing with my audience is looking at the engagement, click on the link, what was the vibes of comments, how much did it grow my audience, how many views did it get, how much watch time in the videos, how many people like dropped off in Twitter. And other tools I like to explore is voice to text. So like Descript is like writing podcasts. You can have your audio content transcribed to text. Checking your grammar with Grammarly because I suck at grammar. I can't memorize the rules for my life, but Grammarly helps me. Not sponsored. And keeping all my notes together on your Notion, having Notion.ai. And now about how to become a content creator and how AI can fit in these little workflows. So you want to know what kind of niche topics on time, how much topic you have left, what kind of topics you're interested in, what is the market demand. You can ask the ChatGPT a lot of questions about this. Who's your target audience? Maybe you're targeting like early career designers. What are their deepest concerns? What are some topics that might resonate with them? What kind of challenges are they facing? What are the demographics you're trying to target? Are you trying to target in America, India, everywhere? Your platform. So content can come in like writing, image, video, short form, long form, and more. Possibilities are endless. And also, I feel like the idea for me when I create content, I want to give value to others. Value means it can be educational, inspirational, funny, inspiring, and keeping up consistency. And also building up some different skills, like soft skills, more like skills like writing, photography can help you in your content creation, but also help you become a more effective communicator in your life as well. And you can also think about how you want to make some extra money from creating content. So I feel like for me, when I started creating content, it was just like fun. I was just like in high school. I just want to yell on the internet with some friends. But as I yelled on the internet, I started getting more followers and like brands started reaching out to me. And so I started doing like sponsored content. And you can also talk about you can ask ChatGPT for like consult on different ways you can make money as well as a content creator. I feel like the goal is to help express the goal of content creation should be expressing yourself and all the friends you make along the way. But also if you are giving value to different businesses, getting money from that is also great. Also connecting with other creators. Like I see a lot of you all raising hands for creators, so definitely connect with each other and support each other too. Always experiment, iterate. Like just because a post flops does not mean you're a bad creator. There's a lot of things outside of your control, like the algorithm. So it's always like treat it like a scientist. Just don't see the metrics as just data, not a reflection of who you are as a content creator. And also making sure that you're not using IP that you don't own. And I know a big hurdle to folks putting themselves out there is like the trolls, but honestly, like everyone's your target audience, and if people are like trolling, then they're probably like in their mother's basement or something. You can join communities of similar people as well. And homework today is make your first LinkedIn post because LinkedIn, I am not sponsored by LinkedIn, but LinkedIn has basically gotten me all my jobs, opportunities, and sponsorships on the internet because a lot of people in positions of power and money hang out on LinkedIn. So I want to introduce yourself on LinkedIn to talk about your background, what you do now. And if you tag me, I'll like it, I'll see it, I'll like it and engage with it as well. But quickly, a resource called Design Buddy. It is a free community We can learn, design, hire designers, and anyone who's interested in design can join. We host a lot of events, both in person, here in San Francisco and online. We do hackathons, design challenges, create content, and more. And it's completely free to join. We mostly hang out on Discord and have a newsletter. And I think I'll hop into some questions now. Feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok. But before I hop into questions, I would like to share a viral video that got 1.5 million views, and it has to do with AI. And the comments were "Go kill yourself," and half the comments are "Sound like a seagull," and I'm so proud of it. Justin is in there as well. So it's the first AI generated voice complaint. It is AI generated. What else could AI generate for? Huh? Yes. With AI, it's not. This is like random concept I came up with in like 2 minutes. It's AI generated because like a dad joke. Just do it. Before we hop into questions, I don't want to yell AI. AI? I want to do
We're
it
ready,
together.
everybody.
All right.
Let us know when you're rolling.
All right. Ready? Ready? Go.
AI!
Amazing. Thank you. Let's hop into some questions.
Question. I just want to also say before we get to some questions, just raise your hand and we'll run a mic. And here, let me pop here one camera because we're live streaming this whole thing. And I just met Grace at the AGI House SF. Is that where we met for the first time?
Yeah.
Although we're like at so many events, we probably bumped into each other a million times. But I was just so amazed at what she's been able to do. And I want to learn from you and how to create community. Like it's what I've been doing. But to see like right after we met, Grace would put together through Design Buddies. I guess you can say a little bit more. How many people did you have? 4,000 or more people?
Yeah, conference had like 4,500 signups. My first one.
Took over a building over at Fort Mason in San Francisco. So I was super impressed. Came on by that, and she agreed to come here and speak and tell us about how to do some of the magic she's just been able to do. So my mentor, is that okay?
Yeah, thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Okay, so let's any questions? We'll run a mic. Great. Hello, hello. Very
Hello.
important question.
Yeah.
What is your favorite Pokemon?
My favorite Pokemon. Oh, I like Sylveon from Eevee. I also like Ditto because it can change to anything. Sometimes I also like the leaf starter Pokemon like Chikorita. That was my first ever Pokemon. So Chikorita. Oh, you? Snorlax, nice. Yeah, I can see it. Yeah. AI project that I worked on, my favorite. Oh, okay. So I'm currently working on now. It's called Spatial. It's early career readiness for UX designers, offering personalized timelines and what to do to bridge the gap between learning UX and landing a job. So it's designbuddies.ai. Oh.
When you make prompts for creating character or mimic style or motion, are you worried about that it's actually can be copied very quickly because it's open AI? Even if you ask chat not to track you, it still will be there.
Yeah, I've also draw and I had a lot of my work posted on the internet and also like I've probably seen it like on Amazon as well. So like that does concern me. But since there's nothing really I can do besides report a DMCA takedown, that's what I do. Focus on creating. It's like I try to just keep creating. I know it's inevitable. This is the internet, and it is fun, but if you want to protect your work, there's things you can use like Nightshade and Glaze for artists put on your work. And we see your copyrighted content posted on other social media platforms. You can file a DMCA takedown, and I think not a lawyer, but I think they're required to take it down immediately. No questions. I want to take a group selfie with everyone, if that's all right. I forgot my GoPro, but I'll do my
Yeah, and you might this might get like 1 million views, right?
Yeah.
So you want everybody to stand up and get in the
Um,
picture somehow? Just
Sure. Let me do 0.5 views. Yeah. Conventional, because I think normal is boring. I actually like used to be a class clown and get in trouble in class all the time. And now y'all LinkedIn and dance on LinkedIn. So thanks to y'all for being with me.
make sure to tag AI as well.
I,
And
I will. I'll
the
get
event.
you lots of followers. Love followers.
Just you, but everybody in the room.
Yeah, just connect with me, and then I'll try to tag you as well. Let me do. All right, let's do. That's like I can see everyone.
Your hands.
Wait, let me do a 0.5 view.
Did we bring bunny ears for everybody?
Forgot them at home, but at our
Aw.
conference we had a lot of bunny ears, and on the live stream people said we looked like a cult. So that was really funny. Ready? Yeah. Check. Let me do a video as well. Oh wait, I need to censor it. Wait. There. Thanks for being patient. Awesome. Let's do a video. Oh wait, sorry. These are like blurry. Let me stand in the center. I'm like I can't see myself. I'm really like a girl. Amazing. Let's do a video. Everyone say bunnies.
Bunnies.
Awesome. Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you, Grace.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Anna Belova, Generative AI in 3D and Spatial Design.
Okay, hi everyone. So happy to be here today. The next 15 minutes, we'll talk about generative AI in a 3D and spatial design. And when I say spatial, of course, it's like Apple world, but it's mostly about immersive technology. It doesn't matter like a virtual or augmented reality or mixed reality and others. So first, let me introduce myself. My name is Anna. I'm CEO and founder DEVAR. DEVAR is the company who started to work in augmented reality since 2015. Since this time, we created one of the most popular products with augmented reality, like books and toys for children. We sold more than 50 million copies worldwide. And after that, we launched a platform that allows everyone to create the same AR experience, different AR experience using AI without any technical. So why we discuss about special? So I know it's like a buzzword because a lot of people start to discuss about like metaverse, after that augmented reality, after again metaverse. Now it's a special design, but believe me, it does. And in this case, we already discussed about like special design, and it means that everything that we will see and how we will communicate the world in the next 3, 5, 10 years will be how we use something in the real world that never exists. So why we discuss about it? So we first numbers. So we expect that the market of augmented reality and how many people will spend on AR products will be huge. Today, more than 30% population in US using augmented reality no less month, and 70% of US population believe that AR will soon like enter life, everyday work. And most interesting thing that 90% of Generation Z are interested in AR experience, not only on Snapchat, on social media, but also in shopping, in communication, in work, everyday tasks, and others. And already in this year, a lot of brands and were marketing will use augmented reality in their campaigns. So I forgot to say that every video that you will see today in my video is an existing augmented reality experience that already used in the market from a different area. And one of the bigger concerns about immersive technology that to creation we need to have some professional skills, or we need to have designers or programmers. But today, using AI, we can create augmented reality without any technical, and we can reduce the time to create their product from 3 months to 2 days. And this is how it happens in our platform. So what, a little more about AR. A lot of people think that augmented reality is mostly about wow experience. It's not true, because the latest technology allows us to understand the pattern of behaviors your audience. If you have a business, you want to interact with your audience today, you can use augmented reality not just only to impress them. We also can collect a data, not a personal data, of course, just digital data about how people interact with your product, how many time we spend with them, and hours. For example, in a commercial video, people spend no more than 30 seconds. The average time that people spend in augmented reality experience, 5 minutes. You can attract all attention for you. So the next slides, it's about how augmented reality can be used today. People use it and brands use it for different areas. Any physical products like books, toys, t-shirts, sneakers, um, packaging, flyers, layers, every physical can be integrated with augmented reality experience. It can be used, it's also used in the media like Netflix and average video, or like marketing, restaurants, education. I can imagine any business that can use augmented reality today, but this is one what I especially share with you. It's one of my famous people and artists use it today. Perfect combination. I call it like a triple A: art, AI, and AR. And for example, in the middle of a video, you can see existing work, one artist from Switzerland, when he combined generative AI, art, and augmented reality, and make like a new direction in the art. We call it like immersive art or something like that. So why it can be possible? As I mentioned, the biggest concern is about technical skills. People think that we need to have a programmer to create augmented reality, but it's just in one part. The second part is how we can work with design today. We all remember what like the last year we have huge grow generative AI in text to image, text, others, and we all exciting in the next step about text to video. But the next big leap will be text to 3D, because people today need to create some content for spatial and immersive technology as well. And it means we need to find a way how we can reduce a time and how we open more creativity for designers, for marketers, but also open the door to a new immersive world. So this is one of the examples technology that we have today, like text to image, image to 3D, text to 3D. Imagine that you just need to text something like, I want to create some, what do you have an example, a ground table design with Simpson. You wait a few minutes and you already have it. The most magic with instantly have it in augmented reality. You can share it with your team or your customers or next is also some examples, existing case when combination generative AI and AR can be really perfect. This is, for example, menu. like a usual restaurant. And we designed, we created text to image, and after that, we created a 3D model when you can see in augmented reality. The next example, it's about fashion. When you can create different designs just using text description, and you don't need to have any professional skills. You just need to have a big imagination, and you need to understand how you can explain to AI what you want to see. It's also like a one, sometimes it's a concern because it's creepy to explain what you want to see, but in practice, we can see what people can change and create something, open a door in new world. So we combine emerging trend to immersive technology and generative AI to make it just in one place when any creator, any marketer, any designer can use it just really simple way. Our creators work with free design, we work with texture, we work with how we can create 3D models. And the next step, also have opportunity when you create, we can call text to AR, when you just need to describe what you want to see in augmented reality, get it instantly like existing project that can be worked right now without any additional changes. So this is an example from e-commerce when we can create and we can make some changes from a 3D model, like it's sneakers, and after we can show it, share it with our audience just using a link. Interesting fact that today for augmented reality, you don't need to have special mobile app, you don't need to have special device. Of course, we're all excited and we're waiting, but like in 5 years, maybe 3 years, maybe where XR glasses will look like this. But now it's like a really heavy device. But people, today people have 4 billion mobile devices which already work with augmented reality. And we know a lot of cases when, for example, in Mexico, where last year one company launched a special collection of milk, augmented reality. You scan a milk and see how funny cow starts running around, like a small Disneyland for little children. Big data for brands, but we have only 1 million scans, just only using like 2 months. And this is and now I would like to show you like about how you can work, how we can use generative AI in a 3D and spatial design. And after that, we'll have like a little fun. So now you can open, just have fun a little bit. You can open your camera, scan QR code, and see instantly augmented reality experience in your phone. And this case also will fully generated and created using AI. But in the summary, today, and yes, and music also is one of the options. We provide and we extend different capabilities to using generative AI in Spatial. You can create 3D models, you can create image, you can create music as well, you can create sounds and others, and you can create augmented reality experience just only using text. The next big leap will be when we can see and we can interact again in the real world with something additional content, including 3D or I don't know 2D, who knows, maybe video. Maybe we will see not each other in the real world, but maybe in my glasses I now see you like all unicorns. Who knows? But is it possible? And today, a lot of brands using augmented reality to interact with you, like their customers. And believe me, when you try it, you will never forget. So let's connect. And thank you for your attention. And if you have any question, I'm ready. Yeah, thanks.
I have two questions. First thing, like, why aren't the products realistic? Like, they look plastic.
Sorry.
Why does the product look plastic? Why don't they look realistic? Why haven't you added materials into it?
What do you mean plastic?
Like they look glossy.
It depends from design style.
Okay, okay.
It
So
can
you
be
can you can edit
of
that.
course,
Yeah.
of course, it can be different. It can be like a real design. It can be, I don't know, impressionism. Who knows? It depends. It's like it's like usual. It don't have any requirements or limits. It's or any restrictions. It depends how creator can see and what kind of design style we want to use. Sometimes we have really real design when a human brain can't understand what's real or not.
And second question, are those VR glasses?
Who knows? Maybe I already have all your information about your social profiles and ours.
Hello, hello. Have you presented your work or demoed at Augmented World Expo? Have you heard Augmented World Expo is for augmented reality? Have you heard of it?
I did it the last year.
Oh, you did it.
Yeah. And I'm one of the pioneer on augmented reality. I'm working with industry since 2015. So I know a lot of folks in this area. And sometimes, yeah, I'm joining different um, events as well.
Thank you.
Up here.
Uh, can this 3D model, which somebody created, can be as a file for printing?
It's a good question. So now we use this technology to implement it and especially reality, but in the future we will, I guess, we will open this opportunity too.
Any other questions? Oh, right there.
Hi, yeah. Is anyone working on like art house, like elaborate long filmmaking using AR?
So we have a lot of artists in our platform, in our creators. I'm not sure about especially art house because we know we have hundreds, thousands creators right now, and we didn't interact with anyone. But we have a strong community of artists in different countries, like I showed in my deck. And I know creators who created also from TikTok or Instagram because we are cross-platform solution and we can be integrated in different social media, websites, mobile apps. But perhaps we will have a direct partnership. We are open. So thank you for your time and for your invitation. We'll be glad to connect and feel free to ask me if you have questions later. Thank you.
Anna, thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Well, hello everybody. My name is Guillaume. I'm French. You can tell by my accent. And for the next minute, we're going to talk about marketing. So it's great. We have sessions about creativity, production, art. But marketing is, the vehicle is going to bring bring your art everywhere in the world. But first, I have a question. Do you FOBO? First, anybody knows what FOBO means? Raise your hand. I'll give you a clue. So back in 2010 for social media, there was FOMO, fear of missing out. FOBO is fear of being obsolete. All right? So you can you can take this one away. And as a marketer, I can tell you that FOBO is real for 15 million people in the world who have, according to LinkedIn, a marketing related. And in the US, it's close to 4 million. And like everybody else, I think, trying ChatGPT when it came out a year ago, I personally felt very compelled to write blog posts and, content writers, email marketers, and anything text written is being fully disrupted. Um, so the, whoa, that jumped. Yeah, so maybe that's the least interesting side of the presentation, but I've done marketing work for very big companies and startups here. I've been here 17 years, so I've seen a couple of them grow, and I was lucky enough to hyper grow a couple of them. And for the past 10 years, I've formulated a marketing framework called Growth Marketing Fit that's going to be injected into what we're going to discuss into how AI can help automate marketing strategy and content. So there's been a survey in January in AI, it's like it feels like last year, against close to 3,500 marketers in the world. So that survey is not US, it's really worldwide. It's 30% US, 30% Europe, 40% rest of the world. What you can see here is that there is no question. ChatGPT is the go-to AI tool. What's interesting is you can see that the Jasper AI, Quillbot, like the historic copywriting helpers that were mentioned a little before, Grammarly, one of them as well. It's only content. Like, there is nothing around strategy. Even more so, it's super highly adopted. But what we've been discussing here is really kind of the output, really the nugget, the piece of content that will go out. I find it fascinating that there's no strategy element to those AI usage, at least reported in that survey, right? That would be the less than 10. I put them in the 10%, right? In the other. So for me, it's very frustrating. I've been working more 20 years now trying to build marketing strategy before creating content, if that makes sense, right? It's like driving the ship without a sail. It doesn't make sense. But AI kind of imposes a bias for action, if that makes sense, right? We want to do it. We want to get it done. We know we can get it done fast, but we kind of forget the thinking that goes into it. Marketing doing, great. ChatGPT, number one. But marketing thinking, well, there was a missing piece. It's even more important that AI is not disrupting content only, it's impacting different zones, right? It's impacting before content production, but more important, web development, data tracking and analytics, summoning some frameworks from the AI to understand behavioral psychology. So the surface area of AI go way beyond than content production when it comes to AI and marketing. So been talking about marketing strategy and what is a minimum viable marketing strategy? Personally, I see 7 components. So if you're marketing, you need to have the notion of a market that you're in. That makes sense. You want to have a brand, well, minimum brand like a logo, description, a tagline, whatever. You want to have a value proposition. You're not a spaghetti trying to stick on a fridge. You want to have a target audience. You want to have a customer journey. So knowing how you bring them from discovering that they have a problem to actually buying your solution for the problem that you're solving. Channel distribution. So, and channel, this one is important one because there is something else than digital. We have also out of home. We have direct, mail that we receive. Resellers as well. We have other people helping doing marketing as a channel. And content strategy, right? So content is really kind of one of those pieces of the strategy. So my idea, and I'm going to show you a demo, I'm going to speed up a little bit because I really want to show you how it's done. My idea was to integrate in the form of prompts. So Grace, for the content marketing, she showed you a lot of little prompts, right? I built a tool. So I'm nowhere near from a technical person, but I was fed up about collecting those prompts in some sort of database, copy pasting them, and always, pressing some juice and taking hours. I was frustrated. So I was all the more frustrated that the way you describe the product that you want to fine-tune the AI for, well, there are million ways that it can be twisted just by one word. If you know that how AI is working, that's word prediction. So if you change a sentence with a couple of words, that's an entirely different world. And even with the same seed, the same initial seed, you'll have different results every single time, right? So the idea is, how do you integrate, or how do you build a tool that serves as for everybody, for the CMO, but also for the beginner that doesn't know anything. So you know what? Let me switch to the tool, because that's pretty cool. So it's called Maestrix, and basically I try to replace myself with this tool, meaning that everything I've done with all my projects, now I'm doing it for me. So let's start a new product. I'm going to show you how I use different models. So for simplicity, I'm going to use my own URL. I could go with a typical test description. But so here, first step, I'm using Perplexity API to retrieve and scan in real time what the website is all about. So it's going to provide me a description, high intent keywords, and competition. So I know the results. So that's where it is. Let's take a look at it. Well, I know I've done it hundreds of times, so I know exactly what it is in it. The only thing I don't like are the competitors, because my competitor is ChatGPT and agencies. And I think I'm good to go. And I'm going to go with positioning. So you're familiar with the response time of ChatGPT, right? So my bet is going to be taking less than 5 seconds. Done. So the reason it goes very fast is now, so I've used Perplexity API in the first place. Now I've been using Rock combined with Llama 3, 70 billion parameters to get a very fast response. All the prompts and activities that you see here, I've custom prompted them. So I'm using the maximum context window to have like a very, very solid output, and I can show you. I don't know if you see very well, but so this is just the positioning. So there is typical legacy company. I have now a table of competitive alternatives, how they address the markets, what their flows are, and how Maestrix is different. It has developed my key unique attributes, and that's pretty cool in 5 seconds. So I can edit the results, because obviously AI is not flawless. But you know what? Let's go to the sales map, to a customer journey. Same thing. Now, if you notice, I've saved my product once, so my seed is locked. So it's never going to change across all the different tests. Again, sorry, it came before I could finish my sentence. But again, another piece of marketing strategy that's super hard to do, but that's made very easy with AI, is this customer journey. It's the same thing. I've built the prompt, render that results in such a way that it makes it easy, super packed, high value from the get-go. And the promise is not to do 100% of the marketing job, is to help you do 80%. Because as humans, I mean, our value is the remaining 20%, right? So it's not 100% perfect, far from it. But this is my job as a human to move it forward. And what I see, what I observe, is that a lot of people take the first AI result as granted, as like the golden nugget, or the holy grail that will never be, cannot be better, right? But actually, that's the starting point. That's how I see it. Same thing. I mean, I could go again and again and again. Those are campaign messages, and then I'm pages, because why not? But here, what I like is, because I prompted what you're getting. There is my soul, there is my marketing soul in this. And the way I like to do campaigns is really to be provoking. Like, I don't like to serve the same soup to everybody. I like to kind of be bold. I mean, it's a lot of noise, so I need to cut through the noise. Not all of them are great, but pick a fight statement, super irreverent questions. That's one of my signature as well. But pick a fight and thought-provoking questions are ways to help your non-marketing or marketing brain to move forward and get another angle, right? And maybe I'm going to finish on an image. So it's funny because it is the same OpenAI API, it's DALL-E 3. People are flabbergasted. And same applies to image creation. So here I'm going to say San Francisco. And I've literally took all my notebook of Midjourney prompts and I selected the ones that I like the most to prepare them as the medium, composition, and color so that anybody can do something great in 3 buttons. So one I like is the miniature 3D voxel, like the effect, and let's make it pop. So here it's DALL-E 3. And the last thing I didn't tell you, because obviously we went through the task, but there's little chatbots in the back. And so that's another model. That's GPT-4o that's going to run the refinement. So across the board, and there's going to be Claude Anthropic for the blog post, for the copyright. So meaning that you're not dealing with one AI, you're dealing with many models in one place. You don't need a subscription for this. Or for the other tools, for mine, yes, but that's another story. Yeah, and that's it. Super happy to have presented you my work. And maybe the QR code to connect. Any questions? Yes.
Zach, thanks for the talk. What kind of eval are you? We've been working with trying to get tone right. Are you doing any evals on the back end, like with regards to tone for marketing content?
So the question is about the emails?
Evals. So like, how are you doing any evals?
So that's a very good question. I've been working for a year now on prompting using all the different models. So there are 2 dimensions of the evaluation: is how far is it from what I'm expecting, and then is it how deep is it against the task request. So for instance, one evaluation when it comes to copywriting, Claude Anthropic is way better than GPT-4o, like 100%. So that's why I chose the model of Claude. When it comes to speed, Grok is unbeatable. Then the other dimension when it comes to bias, when it comes to ethics and whatnot, that's something I've not done. And for the simple reason that is, again, more for the experience of using it every day, is that marketing is truly a science. Like, you have Harvey for legal, you have the other ones for MSC, but marketing, what I found out is, hey, marketing is a science because there are frameworks that you can summon as long as they've been documented and published online, and the model have been trained against that, so the models can get those. So there's some sort of vetting from the get-go in the way I've built those prompts. So in a way, I kind of build a shell to avoid myself to integration. But that's a great question. Thank you.
You work with big brands. What's their feedback, both kind of positive and negative? And what are kind of the CMOs specifically kind of scared of when they look at this?
So it's interesting because I don't see this tool as a brand. It's going to be a personal assistant, like a second brain for very big companies. Kind of, this is my best kept secret type of. This is really geared for people who don't have a clue about marketing, like indie hackers, solopreneurs, well, very small teams, technical founders, and I think there are a lot in this area. And the interesting thing is, marketing takes a village, right? From my point of view, everybody has a say in marketing. And this is kind of where it becomes interesting. It becomes a playground for teams. And you could argue that the email marketer has its own area, which is going to be super helpful for very small teams, but they get the value. I mean, what it really changed is two things: is the business model of agencies, working with them, because I just demonstrated you. I mean, if we talk about the value produced, regardless of it's accurate or not, the value of this, it's at least a month. Like all the stats is at least 30 full-time FTE days with a price tag attached to it, right? Here, in less than 10 minutes, we did, maybe $25,000 worth of value. So that's one. The second thing is, in the same survey, there was the perception of disclosing AI work, like, and from what aspect? One is when you take a look at the deliverable, do you suspect that there is AI in it that has not been disclosed, and it's over-indexing, like above the majority? And in the same, in the opposite, there is as an agency, do you feel obliged to now disclose that we're using AI, and to what extent? Hope it answers your question.
Hi, Tim with Fridays. This is pretty impressive.
Thank you.
How long? Oh, sorry, I missed your. I was talking to somebody. I missed your intro. How long have you been using it? And the question that I have is, do you have any use cases that you can talk to about it, of a company that's using it,
Oh,
campaign? Because I would love to hear about that soon.
Okay, 2 minutes. So I'll do the story. So last year, GPT-4 comes out. I had access in the spring before for the 3, but I was making jokes and rap as a Eminem stuff. Started to build the prompts. Had a by last fall. I was like, okay, I had a big collection, and then there were the custom GPTs. I thought custom GPTs would be the vehicle I would distribute them. It's been a big letdown. So I started to build in no code. So I built this myself. There is no developer. It's just on bubble.io. I taught myself API calls and whatnot. And so it took me 6 weeks to build in January and mid-February. It's been live 3 months. There are 350 people using it, 20 paying customers. And to loop to your question, the use case is the prompts that I've been using that power the tool. I've been using it for the past year for all the projects. And so paid ads, headlines, description. So first you have a lot that you have more combination that you can test. But down the road, it's a double-digit increase in click-through rates in ad performance, not bottom of the funnel conversion, but rather performance. Higher open rates in emails as well, email sequence, because of higher degree of personalization and more crisp content in those emails. And for the past, as I said, really the tool itself as a self-service for the past 3 months, hundreds of people, but really the meat that powers it has been tested for the past year in any project. But paid ads and really all the content here. But my point today was really to say, hey, let's not forget strategy, because that's going to be your guide into success. And I leave you with this: marketing success is marketing failure gone wrong, right? So always plan for failure.
Thank you, Guillaume. Excellent lesson.
Thanks for having me.
So I'd like to give a quick introduction of myself and my background, and then I'll talk about a couple of points that I want to talk about in today's session. So my name is Yehong. I'm the founder and CEO of Zette. I'm a first-generation American. My mother was a journalist, and my father was an engineer. I studied philosophy at Harvard, worked as a journalist at Forbes, and a product manager at Twitter before founding Zette. Our ambition is to build the next Spotify for news by allowing everyone everywhere to access the news that they want, paywall-free, for one subscription rate. Now today, I'm going to talk about how artificial intelligence has revolutionized the news space, but also how there's a symbiotic relationship between traditional media and the media of tomorrow. And I'm going to basically make a couple points here centered around access, accuracy, and finally, awareness. Now let's start with the central problem of access. If you've ever hit a paywall before, if you've run into a banner that said, you're out of free articles, you can't keep reading unless you sign up for a subscription, you might have noticed that it's becoming increasingly difficult to even access the articles that you want to read. Whether it's on Bloomberg, Washington Post, New York Times, any of your, let's say, favorite news sites, without a subscription in order to access the news, it's tough luck, especially around sharing on social media. So today, when artificial intelligence, let's say ChatGPT. Hello? Okay, yeah, this one sounds better. So today, you might have seen that ChatGPT was recently sued by the New York Times. So there was a lawsuit around attribution, around training their models on New York Times articles without licensing with the Times. And that's currently getting resolved in court, according to our copyright laws. And so, because AI itself does not produce the content, rather it synthesizes and aggregates content, there's going to be a huge legal and attribution war moving forward in the courtrooms unless content is licensed legally, and that is presented through partnerships with different news organizations. That's a large part of what my startup does, is that we've brokered 110 licensing deals with some of the most premium content providers in the world, ranging from Forbes magazine to New Scientist to Pulitzer Prize winning local news outlets, and we're just getting started on that as well. And so the reason why access is so important is because this actually dovetails with the second point around accuracy as well. There's a lot of news today, right? And there's a lot of misinformation. There's a lot of dubious news sources. There's a lot of sources that the validity may be questionable. And that's really important because when you're consuming information, the quality of the information that you consume matters a lot. And so with access and accessibility, you want to make sure that you have access to real-time information that is constantly being verified and ideally reported on by trained writers who understand what's at stake. So on the point of access, the reason why AI can't just completely reinvent and get rid of traditional news is because the AI itself does not have the ability to produce news in real time. So let's say that there's a fire happening across the street. How would the AI know about it if I were to ask, what's the breaking news in my neighborhood? They could synthesize a news article. If a reporter happens to notice the fire and reports it and publishes the story, they could synthesize a tweet if somebody talks about it. But essentially, AI relies on data, and the data must be basically fed to it, right? And so without a symbiotic relationship and without paying for licensing with the news companies, the AI basically, the AI would basically drain the very sources upon which it depends. And so there has to be an exchange of value on both sides. Now this dovetails into the model around accuracy. You may have noticed that with ChatGPT and other AI models, there's a lot of generative information that ends up being actually not factual, right? You might see that you ask AI a question and it gives you, let's say, information that's just not true. And there seems to be no consequences for doing so. So for certain questions, it may be less consequential, right? If it's like, hey, ChatGPT, what is 2 + 2? And it's obviously a wrong answer, then that's something a human can catch quickly and could correct. And for more complex tasks, the accuracy is increasingly important. And so when it comes to identifying whether or not sources are accurate, that is traditionally something that falls on the hands of fact checkers. So with traditional news media businesses, they employ fact checkers in order to figure out, okay, are the facts that we're writing about true? Are they verifiable? Moreover, these newsrooms are actually dependent reputationally on making sure that the content that they produce is accurate. Otherwise, they risk losing their reputation. They risk losing. They actually risk getting sued for libel and slander. And so this is something that historically newsrooms have taken a lot of care to at least the reputable ones, have taken a lot of care to maintain their reputations around. Unfortunately, AI, with hallucinations today, has not been the best at reproducing accuracy. And so this is another reason why I believe that attribution is going to be extremely important, because things like daily news, with digests, with breaking news across the world, if facts are reported incorrectly, at least that can be traced back to an origin source, and that source could be disputed, debated. But that's another reason why AI cannot just regenerate facts from a variety of different content providers, because there's a high chance that the regenerated content or the summarization could be misleading or false. So one thing about AI is that it magnifies existing problems in reality. So we already have a crisis in academic misinformation. And so AI is slated to make it worse if there's not any counters in place to stop that. The final thing I want to talk about is around awareness. And before I kind of dive into this topic, I want to bring up the idea of a content diet. And so many of you know today the importance of a diet, right? You know that the calorie count in a measure of broccoli is not the same as the calorie count in a measure of ice cream, even if the calories, so to speak, are equal. The nutrition inherent in the foods are very different. And that's why the FDA has mandated such stark nutrition laws and labels, so that we can see exactly the breakdown of the macros in the foods that we're eating. We also have an intuitive sense of, okay, I know that vegetables are good for me, I know that sweets are generally not. And even if we're making choices that are counter to our best interests, we sort of know, like, okay, well, obviously to be healthier, I should eat this type of food and not this type of food. So let's make this into an analogy about our online diets, right? Our information diets. Right now, there's not only a lack of awareness around the substance of what we're consuming, but there's certainly no regulation. There's certainly, I would say, like, no companies that are really putting this at the very forefront of our thoughts. And it has a huge impact on society, right? So imagine that you're consuming a steady diet of misinformation, of propaganda, of false facts, of clickbait. What happens, right? So one of the reasons that media is one of the most influential markets today is because media doesn't just report on events, it actually starts to shape the outcomes that actually happen as well. So when you read about a story about, let's say, an election, it actually influences the way that you vote, right? When you read about how vaccines are distributed or whether they're safe or not, it influences whether or not you're likely to get that vaccine, or it influences your likelihood of surviving, let's say, a global pandemic, right? And so today, accuracy is, so important, even though it's been difficult, to say the least, to navigate. And in terms of content diets, I think that this is going to be the next movement, similar to health, that is going to sweep the nation, because it's a necessary one in order to improve the quality of our civic society and also the quality of our own lifestyles. I believe that the content that we consume has a direct quality of life impact on our actions, our decisions, and that has a ripple effect on our communities, on our societies. So one of the most important things is awareness, right? The decision around what is the news that the, let's say, algorithms should bring to our awareness, or rather, what is the news that we are sourcing ourselves to bring to our own awareness. In the past, we used to like take a newspaper, right? If you have the same subscription as other people, everybody would pick up the same newspaper, and we could reference the same stories. Sure, that newspaper might be long, and there might be sports sections, and gossip sections, and classified and breaking news, and different people might want to read different sections. But we at least know that there's a baseline of understanding, there's a baseline of the stories that we share, that we know that, whether or not I have read all the stories, I can probably reference the same news stories. At least I've seen the same news stories that the same person who subscribed to that paper 1,000 miles away has as well. Today, we live in a world of echo chambers where it's increasingly difficult to even have a shared set of stories that we have in our collective understanding. It's possible that in my feed, I'm getting fed an entire cohort of stories that you've never seen or even heard of. That leads to division, it leads to echo chambers, and it leads to polarization as well. So there's a balance to strike with awareness, right? In terms of what do we do in order to give the most personalized, most interesting stories to every unique individual, while also potentially having a baseline for what stories we can share as a collective so that we can see the other person's perspective, the other side. And I think that's what's been missing in our discourse for a long time. It's an inability to see the opponent, right, or the other side of the story. And I think that this is something that technology obviously can correct, but there has to be a delicate balance in terms of what we choose to bring into the collective awareness. And that's because of the overwhelming amount of information at our disposal today. So to conclude, I'm happy to answer a few questions, but on the topic of awareness, accuracy, and access, I think that these are going to be the three most important problems from now and into the future as well. And these are going to plague us even in the age of AI, unless we can find a solution that can thread that needle. Thank you. Happy to answer questions.
I want to thank you. You've been on spot on everything in terms of news. So what do we do moving forward? Question is, the issues that you're bringing up, are the universities, the colleges, are they grappling with this with the journalists that are being trained through their entities? And what about the citizen journalists that are just out there?
Yeah, these are great questions. I think that a solution has to come from the technology sector, because one of the things I noticed as a journalist in the industry was that there was a huge separation between content creation and the editorial side and the business and financial side of the industry. What that basically means is that journalists are taught to, just focus on the story, focus on the writing, and they're given no mind in terms of how is it going to be monetized, how is it going to be distributed. I think the best journalists today are ones who are self-marketers. They're ones who are influencers in a way, right? Because they can build up their own audience, or they can build up an audience through the brand that they're working for. But that's generally something that I'm not sure is that well taught in journalism schools, unfortunately. In terms of, I'm sorry, what was the second part of your question as well? Yeah, so the problem with citizen journalism is that with any profession, ideally you want trained employees. You want people who know their craft. They know the system of legalities, whether or not it's safe to report on something, whether they're following the rules, whether they can accurately fact check and back up the sources that they're writing for. Unfortunately, citizen journalism, there's a chance that gossip could become gospel. Right? If a citizen journalist or like a Twitter citizen, for example, reports on something, what are the consequences for misreporting that, right? And do they understand, what to report on? Traditionally in newsrooms, journalists are assigned what's called a beat, which means that they are assigned one swim lane where they become experts on a given topic. And so over the years, they accumulate credibility, legitimacy, reputation, and they also have a diverse network of sources. Citizen journalists, not as much, right? They're more like vigilantes. They could go out and report on their own stories, but where is the credibility, where is the accountability if something goes wrong? But excellent questions. I think these are things that we'll be grappling with for the decades to come. I have time for one more question if anybody has one.
Hi, I was going to ask, kind of adjacent to that question. I have two questions. It's adjacent to that one, and then the second one is different. But similar to what she was saying about citizen journalists, I'm thinking about journalists who are not necessarily citizen journalists. They may have reputability and have come from publications, but they've moved over to places like Substack. So they're now independent of that publication. I'm just curious, that's sort of that middle ground to me. And I'm wondering how you're approaching people like that. That's my first question.
Yeah, so around creators, I think that there's a huge market for creator-generated content and also independent contractors, you could say. I think the challenge with the creator economy, which we've also seen reflected in the VC landscape, is that it's very difficult for creators to monetize. I think there was some stat that was like creators making over $100,000 just on their content, they're in something like the top 1% of their field. And so most creators, the 90+%, are going to be unable to make a living doing just the Substack writing and the creation, even if they are from a legitimate background as well. And so the creator and the rise of the solopreneur, it forces writers to also become entrepreneurs, because now they have to price their own content, they have to market it themselves, they have to build an audience, and that's quite a different skill set from just being able to write the things that they do in journalism school. So fewer people will be able to do that and also make a living. So I think any model that we come up with in terms of licensing and monetizing content has to include creators, but it shouldn't put the entire onus of making a living on the creators themselves with zero support. That's my opinion.
Thank you. That's a great answer. My second question is, I love the metaphor you were using, the content diet, and kind of it being analogous to a literal, diet with food. And I'm curious if you're thinking about our attention and how Zette will, in what ways you're maybe curating everything, considering that, just how this is, how much content we are absorbing and what that is doing to us psychologically. Curious what your stance is there.
So my first thought is that boundaries are absolutely necessary in today's information overload. I'm sure we've all experienced what it's like to be doom scrolling on our phones for hours or even days at a time. I think there's a reason why they call it doom scrolling, because it's very bad for our mental health as well. I think there's a fundamental tension, and this is something that I want to spend my life trying to resolve. So if anybody has solutions, please come up to me afterwards. In that if you place a plate of broccoli and a plate of ice cream in front of any given individual, even if they know it's bad for them, they're obviously going to go for the ice cream most of the time, right? And the same thing is happening with our content diets as well. If you place entertaining, short form, sensational stuff in front of the average viewer, what are the odds they're going to go for the long form, fact-checked, accurate pieces? And there's also a tension with capitalism too, because if the only stat that matters is retention and views, right? You end up funneling clickbait, like a master, right? Just a master of clickbait. And I think social media companies have become a master at this, and you have no incentive to change. And I think that can be very dangerous and very harmful over time as it erodes an entire generation's minds. And we lose the ability to think critically for ourselves. We also lose our autonomy as well. And so these are really fundamental questions, and I think there could be a solution. I think we need to ease into it. I think it needs to be, symbiotic, again, with the viewer and what they want and their needs, while respecting their need for novelty and entertainment. But I think that boundaries and limits, right? The beauty of a physical newspaper is that, you got one once a week. Once you're finished reading, you're done. You don't have 1,000 newspapers appearing at your door. That's no longer the case, and I think we need to have a return back to a finite world of boundaries, well curated, kind of like a plate of food, right? Like you have your proteins, your carbs, your macros, and maybe some room for dessert as well. But it shouldn't be all dessert every day with no limits. So that's my take.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Hi, everyone. My name's Anna Yuan, and I'm the co-founder of ScaleGrowth.ai. We are a platform to create a hyper-personalized AI without having to write a single line of code for your customers, for your audience, for your users. So today we're going to dive into some of our learnings that along the way by creating our product, and share that with you, the best practice. What are some of the tactics or the product or the technology that's going to help you to really drive that engagement? So let's dive in. And please, we're going to allocate enough Q&A at the end. So just remember questions that you have along the way. We might go a little bit technical in this deck, so we'll see. All right. I think this is a no-brainer. Everybody know why AI and personalization is so important, where the world is moving into, right? First of all, it is the audience expectations. The likes of TikTok, Facebook, Instagram spoiled everybody because they spend billions of dollars. Tens of millions of dollars to really build that personalized AI to give every single person the content that they wanted to see at the right time, right? But how many companies out there are able to allocate that big amount of resources to build a super powerful personalized AI engine, right? So, but that's the expectation from everyone, right? So second thing is when you do have a hyper personalized AI engine, it is going to help you to drive that engagement. It is going to help you to increase satisfaction as well as customer loyalty. And by study, on the average, when a company leverage AI to drive engagement, they see on the average 50% higher customer satisfaction across the board. So it is absolutely essential to be able to tap into this technology for your company, for the product that you're building. And then, of course, lastly is the data, right? We are producing so many data every day. On the public domain, on the private domain, how can we leverage this data to help you make better business decisions? And this is all comes down to how can we build an engine to be able to help you understand your data, help you build something that your customer love. And like I mentioned earlier, it is really hard for any business to build a AI engine or AI personalization engine like what TikTok's did, right? Because they have huge resources. They've spent hundreds of millions of dollars to build something that's so addictive to everyone. And there are some traditional ways to do it without spending that much money, but this is not as effective, right? And then with those traditional tools, any wrong decision might cost you $1 million. And that results in keeping your customer too engaged. And with these challenges, and this is one of the main reason why we built ScaleGrowth, that's going to give you the tools and build a hyper personalized AI engine to serve to your audience. So our philosophy building this together is really composed of these 4 pillars, right? So the first pillar, I'm going to start with the right side, community. Your audience, your customer is your community, right? Be able to create a space for them to be able to raise their voices, be able to share their opinions, and be able to bounce ideas between each other. That's one of the key drive for people engaged with each other, right? So think of Facebook, think of TikTok. It is a gigantic community, not only a big community, but they are also able to create sub-communities within, right? So having that ability, doesn't matter what you're doing, like be able to create a space for all of your users, customers, it's gonna keep them tapped into your ecosystem. The second thing is personalization, right? Again, like this is the heart of today's conversation. With so much data, you wanted to be able to give them the right content at the right time for the right reason with the right context, right? So this is what Facebook does, right? Every day you log in, you see ads that I was just thinking about it, right? They know you so well, and you are able to do that for your business as well. And then the third thing is be able to build that automated digital workflow. Let it be a nudge, let it be an email notification, let it be a little text message. If there's a way to integrate all these little touch points throughout every single user journey, it's gonna keep you customer engaged. So think about how can you create all these little meaningful and gentle touch point and give you customer what they want. And then lastly, this is the new age of AI teammates, AI concierge, right? So if there's a way to integrate all of this AI automated teammates as part of your business, and it's gonna keep your users engaged and help you to save tons of time. So those are our philosophy when it comes to building a super powerful AI personalization engine. And we're gonna dive a little bit into like what does that technology actually looks like, and how ScaleGrowth actually built our product based on this technology. Right. So the first thing is the data model. How many of you here are engineers or familiar with what data model is? Okay, I'm gonna explain. data model, what that means is the amount of information that's going to help you to understand your customer better, to understand what they need, why they're here, what they're looking for, what they can offer. The better we understand them, the better you can serve them, right? What that means, data model is you can create an information structure to help you structure those information for your users. And we leverage this data to run our AI engine to make that personalized experience. We can definitely dive into this more after the presentation if any of you wanted to geek out. And also I have my CTO here, so he'll give you even more in-depth explanations. The second one is predictive analytics that's built on top of data model. What that means is once you understand why your users here, what they're looking for, where do they spend their time, what they can offer, you can actually predict the next thing they wanted to see, right? And then once you have that understanding, you can actually give what they want at the right time. So that's what predictive analytics does for you. And then the third thing is gamification, right? This is where the world of disco comes from, right? When you be part of a community, when you do certain things, you get awarded. You get that instant gratification, even if it's just a badge, right? So you can design, we give you tools to be able to design this little reward along the way. So keep your customer really, really engaged and keep user as part of your ecosystem as long as you want them to. And then the last thing is with all of this data model, predictive analytics, and gamification, the last thing is combine all this information to make the right recommendation. Like when you log into Netflix, hey, here's a new movie. You are going to like, I think 99% you'll love this movie. So this is what recommendation does, because we try, like, you will be able to understand everything your user does and be able to give them that recommendation of what they want next. And then the next comes to our proactive AI engine, which is the foundation to build autonomous teammates and AI. What that means is there are two things happening when you wanted to have AI teammates or autonomous teammate. One is there's an infinite loop that one is going to do the unsupervised learning. What that means is continue to see exactly what every single user is doing, and remember that. And then the left loop is to iterate and improve on how much better you know every single user, right? So this infinite loop will continue to work and continues to understand every single user better and be able to have that natural conversation with each one to give them, provide the information that they're asking or they're looking for, right? And based on that technology, we actually have our out-of-box, your AI personalization concierge that you can actually plug into your, let it be a media outlet or a marketplace that you're working on. So the first AI concierge his name is Rex. They make recommendations. They come in like, hey, Anna, I think you're gonna really like this article because you care about passion, right? And this is the thing that the AI concierge will be able to do. And then the second art concierge, her name is Anna. She's a analytics extraordinary. She would comes to you every morning, tells you, I noticed a spike. People are searching for Olympic in Paris, right? So this is the insight your AI teammate will be able to tell you out of every morning during your stand-up. And then the third one we launched is your customer success. When your user has questions, instead of writing your support email, they can directly talk to your customer success, Joy AI teammate, and you and ask questions, get instant answer, and Joy gets to know your user better every time there's an interaction. And then lastly, we're actually this is coming soon. We are also launching a community marketing concierge, right? And his name is Mark, and his job is to rally your community every day, rally your users every day, and be able to keep them super engaged. So those are some of the key team members we're working on, and there are many more that's coming. Just give you some quick example of some of our customers who are using ScaleGrowth to build their end-to-end personalized experience for their users. One is Black Women Talk Tech. So they are a media company. They host big conferences around the world, and they are able to build an online presence and keep their conference members engaged during those off time, right? Conference maybe once, twice a year, but what happens to other 24/7? And this is what they are doing to keep all of their users engaged off time. And some of the key features that I mentioned before, like those 4 pillars, one is personalized feed, right? So what we modeled after what TikTok does, Netflix does. So every single content within your ecosystem, within your business, are indexed based on every single user, what they care about, and we serve that part in the order of how relevant it is for every single user. So I might come to, for example, in Zette, right? So we just heard from Yehong. If she has a personalized feed, when I go into her news feed, I will see the news that's relevant for me, right? I can choose if I like long form, short form, and the engine understand I usually spend more time on the long form format than the short highlights, right? So the engine will give me exactly what I need when I sign in to the news outlet. What a personalized concierge looks like. So again, this is, you all have a little chatbot on the application you're using, and your user will be able to have that natural language conversation with your AI teammate, ask questions, asking for recommendations, or just come in the morning. They concierge make automatic recommendation just because she know exactly who you are and what you're after. And another touch point we mentioned earlier is automated workflow, right? So we have really powerful way to be able to compact all the content from, say, if you're a news outlet, we'll be able to index all the outlet and all the news and be able to compact that into a digest, and every single person receive a different digest because we only send things that's relevant to you. Right, some example from our customers, how much money we have saved them building something that's really loved by their audience, and we love to show you more in real time. I think that kind of concludes my presentation, and this is my team, myself and my co-founder there. And if you have any questions, if you want to chat more about this, feel free to reach out to us at hello@scalegrowth.ai, and you can also scan that QR code. And now we can open for Q&A. Yes. Great question. So our engine is built on sparse data. What that means is we don't need a vast amount of data like Facebook to make that recommendation. So we can start have recommendation as little as 50 people if recommendation is important to you. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, can I just like plug this into like my feed now with like a couple lines of code, or what's the onboarding process like?
So so there are two ways you can onboard. Yes, we can plug into your feed. So there's a in order to plug in, we need to map your data, right? So we have a no-code tool to map your current data into our engine. This way, we can be able to provide that recommendation right away.
More questions?
I think. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Anna.
You're welcome.
That was great.
Thank you. I hope that was helpful.
So what do you think? How are we going to save the voice actors and embrace the new technology?
Yeah, we are collaborating with voice actors. So based on the usage of the AI voice, so we compensate voice actors correctly. If in Korea, we have around 100 professional voice actors, which is which is included in the Working for Association, the Voice Actor Association. Some of them are really like us, but some of them are not. But anyway, we are building the ecosystem with them.
Right. Well, it's
So
good to
a
hear.
good-
It's good to hear.
Yeah,
I think
that's the good practice in the.
Yeah, I think ultimately we're going to need what the equivalent of ASCAP, like it is for music, for all creative professionals to make sure that they can build up payments and survive on their contributions, whatever side of the creative process it is. And I think we can probably do that with AI, being able to measure that, hopefully, and we'll see. But back to the technology side of things, it's incredible what AI can do nowadays.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you for inviting me. So yeah, my name is Taesu Kim. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Neosapience, which is a startup developing foundation model for the AI voice and commercializing a content creation tool called Typecast. Today, I'm going to talk about emotional AI voice for content creators. So before, oops, sorry. Before diving the main topic, let me introduce myself and my startup. So my background is machine learning and AI research and developing technical product at Qualcomm and Azure. So I started my startup 7 years ago, and after several times of failure to developing the compelling product, and then finally we launched Typecast in 2019, 5 years ago, and then we found the product market fit. So we helped people to create content more easily with Typecast. So currently, more than 2 million users are using and creating a lot of audio and video content. So for the last 4 years, we grow like the more than 100 times in terms of paid user. So anyway, so these days it is told that people don't read text media like a book or newspaper or blog. So people say that the audio and video are replacing text-based media format, right? So is there anyone who writes text media like a blog or journals regularly? Raise your hand. Right. Okay. So how about the video or audio like podcasts or YouTube? Anybody has his own channel regularly posting? Right. So the number of the audio and video creators are much less than the content text-based content, right? So the reason why this happened is that to make the audio and video content, you may need human actors to record your story, right? To speak your story, unless you are very good at narration or voice acting, right? So in that case, recently AI is considered to produce on audio and video massively, even like automatically, right? So, but the problem here is that the AI voice is sometimes lifeless or emotionless. So it fails to captivate and emotionally engage audiences, right? So to solve this problem, we developed the deep learning algorithm based on the foundation model for emotional voice generation. Recently, we developed the speech synthesis foundational model, which is trained with billions of parameters and over like 100,000 hours of the speech. As you can see here, like speech can be translated, converted to like the tokens, which is similar to text token, right? So in that case, we can just apply like the GPT types of algorithm to input can be like a text script, and also that prompt input describing like a context or emotion or speaking styles and so on. Then the output can be like audio tokens. Audio tokens can be converted to audio samples, so which is playable, right? So let me show you some examples, like the voice cloning. The voice cloning, the mimicking someone else's voice is sounds like some kind of easier task, but if the voice has emotion, then it might be a little bit difficult, right? So let me show you some example here, like. Stay on the kitchen, Parker. This is target voice. This is the original recording. In this case, like the cloning with our SSFM, the speech synthesis foundation model, then this is a synthesized voice, and the script is on the left side. And pathetic hero, you stand broken and defeated before me, a mere puppet dangling on the strings of your futile resistance. Your valor crumbles like ancient ruins, and as I revel in your feeble attempts, remember this moment as the pinnacle of your insignificance, a pitiful spectacle before the majesty of my malevolence. Yeah. So for your reference, then this is another company's samples, like. Pathetic hero, you stand broken and defeated before me, a mere puppet dangling on the strings of your. So this is another voice, which is also a very emotional speech.
Well, according to the Jellyfisher Field Manual.
Then this is the generated voice.
Ahoy, Wanderer! Welcome to the whimsical realm of Aqua Isles. I'm your friendly NPC guide, here to assist you in your virtual adventures. If you seek wisdom or gear for your quests, just give me a shout. May your journey be as bright as a coral reef and your victories as uplifting as a bubble party. Ahoy, Wanderer! Welcome to the whimsical realm of Aqua Isles. I'm your friendly NPC guide, here to assist you on your virtual.
Can you tell the difference between these two? Okay, great then. So yeah, this is emotional, the natural emotion expression, and our foundation model has another feature like the controlling by natural language prompt, so that if we input the script, then the generated output sounds like the previous slide, but for if you want to control the emotion with a prompt or a preset emotion, or even like a natural language description about the voice, then you can generate like this in a sad voice, as if it's so pointed, then the output sounds like this.
How can you do this to me?
In the angry voice, like scolding.
How can you do this to me?
Yep. And worryingly and sadly.
You don't know anything about love.
And angry yelling.
You don't know anything about love.
Yep. Based on these technologies, we developed Typecast. And this is an AI-powered content creation service. So we provide the emotion control on the right side. And so there are some preset emotions and the natural language prompt, and also that the speaking speed or duration can be controlled. And we provide more than 500 AI voice characters, which covers the various languages and also the various speaking styles and emotions. So we launched this service earlier 2019, 2019, and most recently we developed the UI and also the backend and algorithm with the foundation model. So this is our product. And then since we launched this service in 2019, then our service became very popular in Korea from like 2020 and 2021. Then a lot of YouTube video creators started using our service, and in 2021 and 22, then there become thousands of YouTube creators are monetizing with the content created by Typecast. One of them became very popular in Korea. He became the number one shorts creator awarded by YouTube Korea. So he was listed number one shorts creator here. Then this is his example. Like it's kind of the
원래 굉장히 비싼 고급 식재료였는데 지금은 적당히 비싼 관자로 파스타 보여줄게. 진짜 먼저 originally these were quite expensive ingredients. Now I'll show you how with moderately priced scallops. Let's go.
Yep, the first part is Korean example, and the later part is automatic. The Korean part is also generated by AI voice, and English part is recently generated by our English engine, so he can create the both language in this video. And right now he has more than 2.8 million subscribers. And 2 years ago, the videos dubbed by Typecast went viral at TikTok Korea. So the teenagers start to create short form video with Typecast, and the 2 years ago when we searched for the Typecast at TikTok, then the total view count was more than 600 million views. So it became very popular. So the recent TV show in Korea, then this TV show shows that one celebrity's lifestyle. So she watches the short form video, the YouTube shorts, and then the voices are familiar to those guys, and they say like, "What is this voice from?" Right? It's AI voice, really? This is sample.
저 목소리 누구예요 도대체? AI 아니야? AI야?
AI voice, really? So this level of popularity is happening in Korea right now. Then later, from last year, I moved to the Bay Area right now, and then try to expand our business in the United States. And we have some examples from the US market. YouTube creators, one of our YouTube creator who makes English voiceover video, then he achieved like 30 million views right now here.
Hello friends, I'm Lisa. Welcome to Miniature House.
원래 굉장히
Hello.
Yeah. So based on the individual creators' success story, so we found a lot of we had a partnership with we developed the business case with big companies and the studios in Korea and both in the United States and Japan. Then one example is that we cloned the BTS voice with the BTS management company and developed the personalized content. Like let's show my example.
벨라, 피, 니콜, 소피아, 메리, 에리.
하모니들과 함께 공부해서 정말 좋아요. 오늘도 화이팅! 준비됐어요? Do you have learned Korean with Tiny Tap? Then don't miss out on the active personalization service.
And later we had some of the podcast creators and music creators here. Then this is another example from the United States.
Welcome back to the Real Perspectives podcast, where we explore the insights and stories of commercial real estate's finest. Who are you calling old, you wicked witch? Watch it, Grandma.
In other news, a grandma was caught crawling through their neighbor's ventilation system looking for the next available high. More on this story after this. Grandma, come out here. Where are you?
1, 2, 3. If you want an envy, then come see me.
Even for this kind of rap, this is the advertisement.
What's your women's fashion? Next
And most recently, we developed the multilingual dubbing features. So one of the #1 e-learning company in Korea start to use our service to make the dubbing in Japanese. And let's play this.
こんにちは。講師兼イラストレーターとして活動しているイラストレーターのジョン・カフカです。私はお祝いイラストとミュージック
Have a business plan for you. A one-of-a-kind heist, because we're not stealing from anyone.
Currently, we have big companies in Korea like Samsung, LG, Hyundai. The Coupang. So they are making the videos with the Typecast to make the promotional video, the social media video, and also that the e-learning content internally. So yeah, that is our story. So to summarize my talk is that there is a problem in audio and video content creation because we have to hire human actors, but the AI voice are captivating and engaging with engaging audiences. Like the emotional voice can engage audiences, right? So there are a lot of success stories in the foremost early adopter countries like Korea and Japan. So I'm trying to expanding this innovation to other countries like US and UK. Thank you. Any questions?
Hi, I have a question for you.
Oh,
sorry, I was first.
Yeah.
What's your cost per minute?
Cost per minute.
A minimum amount of minutes.
Yeah, it's the 10 to 100 times less than the human voice actors, but the expensive than the traditional TTS. So, yeah.
I mean, I've been looking at this very actively. It's $6 a minute, $2 a minute, 50 cents a minute. You cannot say.
Oh, we provide for the B2C creators. We provide 3 different pricing plan. The one is like a basic. Basic is $8.9 per month. It's around it's the 30 minutes of download content, and the pro plan is 4 hours, and the monthly cost is $32 per month, and the business plan is $89, and it includes like 10 hours of the audio and video download. Yeah.
Okay, more questions, raise your hand. So one here.
My question is around how do you get another voice onboarded to the platform? Like, can a user submit a request? And then also, how long does that process take for you to clone the voice?
Oh yeah, we contract with the professional voice actors. So we have the compensation plan for the voice actors, and also we make the well-produced voice because the monotonic voice, even for the voice actors, if they are just reading just sentence without any emotion, then it's not compelling to the users, right? So we give a direction to record the the voices, emotions to the voice actors. And once the recording is done, like 30 minutes to hour, for example, then the training is within an hour. So yeah, that's the typical process. Right?
So you use about 30 minutes or to an
The
hour
recording,
of training
recording
audio.
takes like the day or two. Yeah, but then after the recording, the training itself is less than an hour. Like, yeah.
Okay, but the material you feed into the model is how many hours of material does the model consume to be able to generate that voice for
Yeah,
whatever you
the
throw at it?
amount of the training data is 30 minutes to most like these days 2 hours. Previous actually it was like 4 or 5 hours, but these days 30 minutes of recording is enough to replicate like the Venom, the samples that I played, right? It was just used like 10 minutes of the recording. Right?
So the emotional aspect, you don't need to train it. You have the emotional inflections. So the voice actor doesn't have to do all of those emotions. The model will apply the emotions to the actor's voice.
Yeah. To make the better voice model, the voice actor have to act certain types of the emotion. Then that is the best. But the recording all the different types of the emotion is impossible, right? So we have the emotion transfer algorithm to make the various emotions, even though the voice actor doesn't play that emotion, doesn't record that emotion, right?
Got it.
Yeah.
Really
We
interesting.
have both, right?
Yeah. Raise your hand. Any questions? I saw a lot of hands go up, so I'll work around the room this way. We also have a mic on the other side. Let me go here and then there.
Hi. I see how the program could be very efficient for monologues, podcast, one speaker, but I'm a screenwriter. So if I was going to use a screenplay, do you have a system that helps with dialogue and the exchange of banter and the feedback and the overlay of two voices working together?
Oh, right now, I don't have that. We don't have that feature, but mostly the creators are using other the editing tools like Premiere. So they download the audio samples and then use another the editor tool. But later we are going to expand like these kind of features if needed, right? So yeah, right now we have a simple the UI which will be released a couple of weeks later. Is that the once we upload the short form video, then you can just make the voiceover for certain timings, right? So the simple timeline is on the bottom of the service, and then you can just type in your voiceover. So it's very useful for the short form video voiceover or like advertisement kind of things, right? So yeah.
Got it.
I'm going to hog the channel a little bit. I'm sorry. Just an area of interest. So if I am, so does it need the prompt with the text to do the inflection, or can it derive the inflection from the dialogue itself?
Oh, yeah, that's a good question, right? So right now, we haven't go further than the input prompt or the controlling manual, but the naturally the technology goes to that way because the LLM algorithms can extract the intention of the script, right? But the problem here is that in content creation, right? So the directors or creators has their own intention for this the speech voice, for example. Like so we have to implement both ways. Like for the conversational application, right? So the intention or the speaking style can be automatically should be automatically detected and applied, right? So,
but if somebody like a screenwriter wanted to voice a whole script, they could put the screen direction in the script. So maybe it's a new way to write to generate something that could be consumed by the LLM that can voice, and you have the notes in there like the pauses and everything. Amazing. Here we'll keep going.
Your technology is incredible. A credit to you and the team. I know with the election coming up, there's a lot of concern about misinformation and Businesses are concerned about security implications of voice cloning. There's scams and everything. How do you prevent misuse of your platform and technology?
Yeah, basically we log all the users' data unless they have the protected use case, protected plan or something like that. And then the perspective is that we anonymize the voice actors, right? Because even though we protect the usage of the script, for example, like a porn, like these kind of things, right? But the user can make the different types of content, like a political or religious, or these kind of things. So we noticed that the voice actors, your voice can be used kind of this kind of controversial content, but if you are willing to provide your voice for these uses, then we contract with them, and also that we don't disclose their real identity, and also that we record their voice with the different acting style, not their normal conversational voice. Those are the activities we are working to protect their identity and the real life voice and those kind of things. Yeah.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah.
So question about the IP for voice, right? If people want a celebrity's voice, like is there a way to contract with them, or can you get information online? Like, is the voice protected by IP essentially? Say if you want a supervillain's voice, right? And that's very popular in movies, everyone knows who does this. Can you fine tune it a little bit so it sounds less like the original voice, but you can still use it? Like, what is the line between protected IP of voice versus not?
Oh, I mean, like in the case of her.
Yeah. Basically, the public voice characters listed in our service is that any kind of a use case can be possible using that voice. If the voice actor is not comfortable with that, then they can just use their voice for example, like a B2B or custom voice for some companies like Samsung, LG, like this. So we have both brand, and in the beginning, the voice actors just acting like the character voice, for example. It's not that very close to their real identity, right? So if it's comfortable, and also that their voice becoming popular, then we can provide this voice to the custom use cases. So it's more safer than the public users are using, right? So yeah, so it's I know that it's quite a tricky part to run this kind of business, but we are trying to make the best use case, best practice in the copyright protection and the safety and so on.
A quick public service announcement, and we'll get to some more questions. So it's 1:10, and we have a break until 2 p.m. But I'm happy to keep going. If Taesu you are, we can keep doing questions for another 5 to 10 minutes, and then maybe talk outside. And but if people want to get a lunch break, they want to find. We have a lot of snacks and a lot of things that might nourish people through the day. But if you want to get like a real meal, there's a lot of places out, on the block on Main Street here on 3rd in San Mateo. So if you want to go ahead. If you want to stay and ask some more questions, I'll keep running the mic.
Thank you very much.
I was gonna one more question over here. Actually, I'm more curious about your business model. So have you considered actually going into the edtech space, partnering with companies like Camigo and Duolingo? Because what they have is like a really good, with specifically Camigo, they want to increase engagement. How can they get their students to pay attention? And that got my attention immediately.
Oh yeah, yeah. So what's the
So
question?
the question is, that are you more focusing on content creator economy, like direct, B2C, or do you want to focus on more the B2B partnership?
Oh yeah, previously we were focusing on the B2C and content creators. The reason why is that we started in 5 years ago, right? At that time, though, it's very difficult to convincing the public AI voice can captivate and engage users, audiences, right? Then after that, we made a successful story for the content creators, right? So people start to believe that, AI voice can be used for the advertisement, even for like companies, right? And then from last year, like the around 1.5 years ago, then the companies want to partnership with us, and then we provide the APIs and also that the company the enterprise version of Typecast to so those are what we are doing right now. So yeah.
Generated with your software would be used for pranks, for something like, I don't know, suicidal speech on the phone or somewhere in public.
Sorry, can you say that?
If generated with your software voice will be used in pranks, cell phone pranks, or on publicly somewhere, suicidal speech or some sedation or whatever. What your lawyer told you about that?
Oh yeah, currently we have very less users. Probably there are some users in France and Europe, right? In Europe, is a legal issue is more strict than the United States and Korea right now, right? So the basically we didn't use any the illegal training data right now, so the until now it's okay, and also that we have some the French voices, and we recorded their voice from the United States right now and the Korea right now. So
I
yeah,
might
yeah, yeah.
misunderstood. You use a voice for exact speech, not for just generate voice, and I can use your voice for any speech, right? So for particular speech. Okay.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Have you tried this on songs in poetry?
Actually, the song making is a little bit different from the text to speech because it has the musical note, right? But what we tried is as I played like the rap, right? So in rap, the rapping voice is the input text can be translated to rap style. So if we have we have some certain styles of the rap, then the user can control the rapping style. In that case, and the speed of the rap, then some of our users already make the rap song and post it in Spotify, but not that popular right now. But the one interesting example is that Samsung made the advertisement with the rap song with our voice. It was quite interesting. Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, thank you. I'm curious about kind of some of the background on the early adopter, kind of like, where you realized that there was this big boost coming to your business and kind of how you took advantage of that, some of your success stories early on.
Oh yeah, actually, our speech synthesis algorithm was based on like RNN and CNN back in 2017 and 18. Then we tried to find the product market fit using this technology, like the product technology fit, right? Technology market fit, right? And then we developed the certain applications like mimicking my voice, for example. Like at that time, Lyrebird and other companies are doing similar things. So we made that kind of application, and but failed. Actually, at that time, I applied for YC, and one of YC partner said that you have to get money from your customers, right? After that, for like 6 months, and then I tried to find someone else who can pay, right? So I made some small advertisement to make to shows that if you need the voice actor, then we can provide like a voice actor the platform that you can just type in your script and you can download it. Before I developed this product, and then I run the advertisements through the Facebook, and within 1 week, I got the 300 inquiry about this service, right? So I start making this service, and then put the payment there, and then the people start to pay, right? It was really interesting. I haven't thought about this kind of content creation tool before, right? What I made was the voicemail sending application, for example, like a free application, or for kids, like the character voice conversation, for example. It was also failed. So yeah, that was my story.
Wow. Hi. So really cool tech and amazing story. My question is, do you provide an API, and are there users, developers using your product within their applications?
Right now, yeah, we have the API, and the most of our API customers are enterprise, like BTS or the companies. We are planning to make this to open API to anyone can test it and then pay the self-service. So right now we are preparing.
Sorry about that. No API at the moment, but will the API be more powerful than the general user interface?
Yeah, I think the API is another the application and market. Like the customer of the API is developers or the PMs, right? So, but our main customers right now is content creators, right? It's a little bit different, but we are looking for that kind of opportunity too.
Hi, thank you for building such a great product. I have two questions and one leads to another. The first one is, how do you think the future will look like, taking, such a great technology? And I believe there will be, do you think there will be mostly AI generated voice content? And the second question, how do you think it will look like in terms of, the market? There are a lot of content overall, and everyone feels the fatigue from the content. How do you think, the whole market will look like later?
What I presume is the market, like the audio and video content creation. If the audio and video content creation is easier and faster, then people say that, then, for example, like voice actors also worry about the cost of the AI voice is much cheaper than the human voice, right? So they're concerned about their income is decreases, even though they compensated from us, right? But what I say to them is that if the voice creation, audio and video content creation is easier and faster, even like automatically, then a lot of the personalized media can be possible, like, and also personalized advertisement. For example, like the text-based advertisement is already a very personalized, and image advertisement too, right? But the voice, the audio and video, like it's not possible because it's very difficult to make the variation, thousands of the variation or copyright, right? So in that case, you can see like in the future, like you can see like while you are watching YouTube, then the advertisement say your name or your the background, for example, like that's possible. Another way to use this kind of technology is the interaction, right? The verbal interaction. Currently, the interaction with the automated bot is just text-based, right? But later, it should be like the visual or audio, the audible, right? So the basic technology to make the interaction in the multimedia format, then it's the language, verbal, right? So yeah, face is also very important, but the face itself doesn't say anything, like it doesn't deliver any information, right? So the species very important in that case. Is that if that happened, then the amount of the content creation is the boom, like thousands of the more content should be created. Like, yeah.
Great, amazing. I want to. Well, first, let's give any last burning question. If there's not a last burning question, we're going to do one last burning question, and then we want to give it up to Yaesu Kim, and we'll be back in at 2 p.m.
Yeah, real quick. What is your overall just company philosophy towards privacy, especially around like personal, like patient, medical information, for example? Like, what's your privacy policy?
Private.
Just personal privacy philosophy, or how does it relate to the how can you?
As far as like what's in the content, like what's open for like, government subpoenas or things like that, like what do users have to be concerned about as far as what's in the content that they create?
Yeah.
Do you have any restrictions on what users put into the system, and is that given up? Is there privacy related to that? What the prompts
for
are?
the B2C product, there was no limitation about that, and also of course that the users' content can be monitored. Certain people who work for customer service or the analytics, but for the B2B, there are some examples that they want to, for example, like the HR team, they make the HR content, and sometimes they ask about I put the company confidential information about in your system. Please erase that. We got the requests from the Korean companies, and then we made the system to protect their privacy information, and then we increase the monthly cost for that purpose, right? So it's the enterprise feature for the protection of the information. It's normal for the SaaS companies, right?
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Yaesu Kim, everybody. Thanks for sticking around through part of your lunch break, and I'm sure we'll be available to speak through some more of the day. Will you be around for people to approach you?
Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you
for joining us.
Thank
And
you.
thank you, everybody. We'll see you soon. Back in at 2. Okay, everybody. Everybody's coming back in. I want to introduce a very special speaker. Who better to talk to us about today than Ian McPherson, the Global AI Strategy Lead for Media and Entertainment with Amazon Web Services.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. So, real quickly. Okay, there we go. So my job here at Amazon is I work on our media team and media and entertainment team. And I really travel around the world talking to our customers about the kind of use cases they're looking to use generative AI. Now, we talk about generative AI because that's kind of what we want to talk about with focus, but we're going to talk a little bit about machine learning and small model AI as well. So let's go back 20 years. Amazon is a bookseller and decides that we need a better way to provide information to people about what they might want to buy. So we start using machine learning to make recommendations on websites. So we've got a 20+ year history of working with machine learning and building out these kinds of use cases and applications. Now, when it comes to media and entertainment, for the last 5 years or so, we've really spent a lot of time using purpose-built AI to help companies understand what they have in terms of the content they have and the composition of that content. And that's really driven by metadata. So we've used our computer vision, we've used our transcription services, we've used services like Comprehend in order to be able to generate very rich sets of metadata that index content and provide people insights into what's in that content. Certainly, the first use case is often searchability. When you're talking about moving content through a pipeline, in order to provide the outcomes and the packages, you need to deliver to all the endpoints for, say, a movie or an episodic piece of content. And we will also have that content available and that index available so that as you're looking at all the versioning you're doing, you can identify interests, whether that be people or objects, or else potentially objectionable content, smoking, language, nudity, violence, those kinds of things, to accelerate the amount of time it takes in order to be able to identify and package those things. So really, that's been really extensive. And as I spend a lot of time in our content factory, helping companies understand how they can make these things and reduce the amount of time for these outcomes, these had become really popular, and they're still a core part of our overall AI and media strategy and approach. And so it lends itself to a lot of different types of use cases, starting with those things like search and content moderation, and then getting into things that are more sophisticated and require more training, like automatic highlight clipping for live events. So we've worked in large events like the Olympics and like the World Cup to provide companies with these tools that allow them to have automatically generated highlights that can either be within a few minutes, turned back around for broadcast, or packaged up and sent to social. So goal is scored, somebody can then generate one of these social clips saying, hey, Messi just scored, the score is 2-1, tune in now. So we're helping to automate a lot of the feedback loop and the personalization of the content to people based on their interests and the kinds of content we have. So let's talk about where things stand today. Obviously, we continue to drive interest and success with those solutions, but now, obviously, for the last year, generative AI has really taken hold, and we have a lot of people interested in what we can do for them there. So real quickly, just on our approach here, we have three layers of our generative AI stack. At the bottom, we have purpose-built silicon for training models, Inferentia and Trainium. In the middle layer, we provide you tools that with a managed services called Bedrock, where we make available through APIs leading models, generative AI models, in a serverless environment. So basically, with a one-click EULA, you can go in and immediately start working with those models through the APIs. In the third level, we provide you access through managed services, like our like our Q product for business, as well as our Code Whisperer for code development. So we also have a third service, SageMaker Jumpstart, that provides access to a number of the other long-tail generative AI models. However, that's really something where there's a little more infrastructure involved, and it's a little bit more of a lift in terms of the people who need to use it. So our model is to really provide you the widest choice of models and accessibility in different use cases, and allow you to then to leverage those and train those with your own data and keep the data private. And in terms of the use cases, we have these third-party models, and we also have our first-party model, Titan. And so, these popular use cases for all of these are things like text-to-image, text-to-speech, text-to-video, video analysis and summarization, and large document and text summarization. Those are the things we're seeing in terms of the content itself. People have quite a bit of interest in. So real quickly, the SageMaker does provide a lot of valuable capabilities to people who are in development, who want to look at taking these models and be able to stand up preferred models and build their own training models. So I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on our infrastructure because I think you probably came to hear more about what's going on with the industry. But I will say that we adhere strictly to responsible AI guidelines, both within our own practices and through our partners. So when we're looking at where things are today, there's a lot of experimentation going on, and lots of people are very interested in the art of the possible as it relates to creating images, manipulating images, generating short-form video. We've seen Sora and what's happening there. We see what Anthropic is doing. So this will continue to evolve, and I think we'll start to see more and more photorealistic content that's now showing up in premium media. One of the other real areas of improvement with generative AI is in video search capability. So improving the discoverability of assets and moving from traditional tag-based search to multimodal search and natural language search for content. So we've got a lot of projects going on right now with people who are, let's say, large sports providers who want to move their archives into the cloud, create these rich indexes of vectors and embeddings, and then be able to search in the course of a game and say, hey, show me all the times that this person threw a touchdown with less than 2 minutes left to win a game. So moving away from the simple, where is Patrick Mahomes clips, to let me give you the specific context of what I'm looking for. These kinds of things reduce the decisioning and discovery to seconds oftentimes, if not minutes, which allows them to actually take action within the course of a broadcast when they're coming down to, say, the last 2 minutes of a game, and they want to provide those kind of contextual highlights. We're also seeing machine learning being used to provide some of those factoids. So, now in terms of in the course of the broadcasts are going to be prompt with content that says, hey, did you know this is the first time in the last 5 years that Patrick Mahomes hasn't thrown a touchdown with less than 2 minutes left in the game? So more and more human assist. And I would say, we are still in the world of human assist. Some of these things are pretty close to automated, but by and large, this is really making people more productive, reducing the amount of time it takes for them to finish curating and prepping and delivering a piece of content. And I think we'll consider to see that creative assist. And I will say I see a pushback from the industry on needing to provide new skill sets to their line of business workforce. What they really are asking for is, can you provide me these kinds of generative AI technology and capabilities embedded in the tool sets that I already work with? So you can look at something like Adobe Firefly. It's a really good example. Someplace where they've historically been working within the Adobe suite, Creative Suite, and now they have additional capabilities enabled by generative AI that they wouldn't necessarily have gone out to sought to integrate on their own. So this text-to-image generation, we have a number of models for this. I think where we see this starting to evolve is now getting into natural language editing and manipulation of content. So as we continue to see people who are now putting these kinds of use cases into production, we're also seeing a lot more capabilities around the ability to quickly manipulate that content and version that content to get to the outcome we're looking for. We also see image selection, things like providing a journalist with options for different images that might meet contextually the sense of the article. So I'm writing an article about Joe Biden negotiating with Israel, and I can quickly find a picture of Joe Biden coming off Air Force One in Tel Aviv. So reducing, again, the complexity and time for those creatives or those people in the jobs to actually get their work done. So let's talk about the future. And in many ways, the future is here. The future just needs a few more iterations. So, we talk about natural language video editing. These are things that today, we're not talking about whole cloth creation or manipulation of the content. We may do paint in and paint out of an object and say, okay, change that bus to a car and change the background here. But now, we're talking in the future of getting to the point where actually having them say, take this from a close up to a medium shot, and then take me through these dialogue points with this frame and this kind of focus in that frame. So more complex prompts, if you will, that probably are a little bit more abstracted than the natural prompt. Certainly virtual assistants. So another use case we see very high receptivity to is around both customer service and chatbots and RAG model chatbots, but also employee assist and just helping employees find what they need to be more productive and providing guidance and tutorial certainly in areas where some of this technology may be coming in. So we spend a lot of time working with IT because that's the world that AWS lives in, but more and more we're being engaged by folks who are in marketing, folks who are in production, folks who are in traffic, and trying to help them understand how to use these tools effectively. And so that virtual assistant is sort of the bridge. And I'm excited where this is going to go. I think we're going to start to see the rise of agents and things that are more proactively out looking and negotiating on people's behalves rather than passively responding to content. Lastly, I would say that we're moving to more and more automated, localized experiences. So the rise, and I think the person up here before me was talking about synthetic voices, today, I think for most of our feature content, they're still moving through a localization service provider, because that's company's going to not only be able to provide the translation and the dubs and the subs, but they're also going to be able to do the QC and make sure that the quality is to the level that the customer expects. Those tools will continue to improve. I think that we'll also see that distributed farther downstream. And now, really what that does is, as a content owner, opens up new markets for you and reduces the cost it would take to be able to serve those markets. But also, with that with the personalization, we're moving into a world of hyper-personalization. We're going to be able to see, our advertisements that are targeted at you personally, that are generated on the fly at the edge. Not today, but not too distant future. And so that world of personal, and not only your personal engagement through agents or virtual assistants, but also the kinds of information that you're able to glean and receive is going to be made much more effective and much more targeted by generative AI. So, these are a few of the things that we're seeing in the marketplace. But I'm happy to ask questions, and if you guys have any specific opportunities you guys want help with, I can follow up with you as well. Any questions? Sir.
Start right back here.
Hi, yeah, this might be kind of a strange question, but it also relates to the person earlier who was talking about creating math videos. If something is generated for you on the fly, is that ephemeral? Does it just disappear after you
Well,
see it?
if it's played out, it would persist, because that's usually retained and archived in some way. But it is ephemeral in the sense that you may not always get the same thing generated. You may not generate, if you asked it to do it again, you might not get the exact same thing.
So if it's archived, then there would be just huge archives of all this material in it.
Well, that's kind of where most of the media companies are today, right? An interesting fact about that, and I spent a lot of time working with companies to help them find new value in their archives. And it's easy if you had, 10 years of Gunsmoke and you said, hey, great, I can go find new licensing and monetization opportunity. It's another thing if you've got, 50 years of newsreels and you're a foreign broadcaster, and that wasn't really that monetizable in the past. But now there's a huge market for training data. And so, those archives now being prepped and packaged so that they can be sold as training data. You see the announcement this last week or so with News Corp and OpenAI spending $250 million to be able to access that content as training data. So, yes, they will create large growing archives, but these companies, unless it's something that's, and again, I think we'll probably align on terms of what quality would be broadcast so that it would all be saved. But for the most part, anybody who's in a fast or a broadcast world is going to save that stuff to archive.
I actually have two questions, if you don't mind. One is, how would these natural language video editing assistants actually work, like both for the user and in terms of like the tools behind the infrastructure? I'm trying to build one myself, so I'm fascinated to learn like what Amazon's got going on.
Well, I would say, first of all, much of what I'm talking about are things we do through our partners. So it would be companies like yours that we work with, right? At the foundation level, we're providing a stack and we're providing secure infrastructure and some of these models that you can train. But to your point, the question is, this would be both in terms of you being able to say, I want to do text to video in terms of creation, summarization, maybe text descriptors, but then also manipulation. So again, simple use case is, I want to replace something. Find this thing, find all the places where a Coke can is present and replace it with a beer bottle or some other product, right? That would be things that, by and large, people have been able to do for a while. But now I think the complexity of the kind of manipulations you can have changes with generative AI, because you have the vectors, you have the embeddings, you basically have the grid of what's in that content. And so it's not simply about where is it and then having somebody go to rotoscope it out. It's going to say, hey, rotoscope all the things that look like that and now replace that.
Cool, thank you. And another thing is, I was wondering, I'm trying to find a way to use like Lambda with like GPUs, and also to spin up jobs quickly where you can access tools like FFmpeg, for example, just so you can do video on-demand jobs at scale. And I believe AWS is really best positioned to enable this, but I don't know the tools and I couldn't find like any resources. So are you guys working on that? Like, what's the situation?
Yeah, I mean, the GPU, we definitely are still, have GPU constraints. So whether you can script a GPU workflow that will automatically launch GPUs is probably a matter of availability by region. So, yes, it can be done. And you can stand up CloudFormation templates that would go ahead and launch the infrastructure and set those things up, rapidly. We have a new new solution called Virtual Cloud Studio in the Cloud, basically, and it will stand up editing GPU-based editing services and let you run those until job is over, tear them down, and it shuts down your costs.
Thank you, Ian. In particular for the studios and prime pillars, for these AI technologies, what do you think is needed for them to get out of just R&D and actually into production and in front of mainstream audiences?
So there's probably two. There's the technical, what does it take, and there's the practical, what does it take. And from the technical, what does it take? I think they're looking for scale. Like for a lot of these workflows, when they're talking about the number of productions they might have to support, it's really, can you provide me the tooling that lets me scale this rather than just have a single one-off instance to stand up. From the practical standpoint, we're still working through all of the authenticity or the indemnification for a lot of these models and making sure that there aren't things that would create confusion about IP ownership because of how these models were trained and what exists in them. So I think that's probably as much, but now we certainly know that there's model providers out there that we can work with that do have that kind of indemnification, or at least we have clarity in terms of understanding how the models were trained.
One more question over here.
Thank you. Just kind of out of curiosity, are there in-house uses that are, this is being used for example, like maybe using X-Ray from Amazon Prime as like a training set?
Yeah, I mean, we're doing that. One of the interesting places I think there's a lot of experimentation internally is around shoppable video. We've had this notion, and X-Ray kind of lends itself to that, but exactly how the shoppable experience looks and works in the past has been sort of a little clunky, and it probably has kept it from being widely adopted. And I think now with generative AI and going again back to understanding what's in that contextually and having the machines be able to say, here are the things that resemble that in Amazon's marketplace. Those are kinds of some of the experiments I've seen that I think are pretty close to ready.
All right, maybe time for one more. Wave your hand wildly if you've got a question. I got one here. Wilder.
So can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So you mentioned about natural language and the segmentation of it. So that's a tough problem when you do the rendering and all, which is fairly GPU intensive. And I don't think anybody has a good solution unless they have in-house GPUs which are stitched together. The cost is a prime concern. Can you address that?
I can agree with you that the cost of the GPU and the compute becomes a challenge. Yes. I don't have an answer for it. We are supplied by the same GPU manufacturers that everybody else is. So, I think that we will hope that over time, as these models are refined, they become more efficient in order to, and that the cost curve for GPUs comes down, or people start to really figure out creative ways to use CPUs as opposed to GPUs. But I mean, that's for your use case, that's not likely, right? But in things like natural language processing and translations, I think that probably we can start to see those kinds of changes.
Oh, Ian, I want to thank you so much for joining us and coming back to your old stomping grounds here in the San Mateo, Redwood City area. And now you're an LA guy, I guess.
I am. But I lived here in San Mateo for about 12 years. So great spot. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, well, thanks for traveling up here to join us, and hope you get to hang out a little bit and meet some folks. Next up, we have Nima coming up to the stage. So Nima Zagami is going to talk to us from Leia Inc. and to talk to us about generative and synthesized motion video techniques and their trade-offs. We had a great conversation. Like with most speakers, I probably spend about anywhere from 20 minutes to an hour or even more really diving in with our speakers about what they're working on. It's extremely fascinating stuff. So just wanted to mention that, have those conversations with everyone, but especially Nima, we had great conversations, and thanks. This is an encore performance. You were at one of our, probably a year ago or maybe more. You were here with us at one of our early AI days, and thanks for coming on back.
Hello, everyone. So, yeah, I've definitely been to an AIFI event in the past. I love this conference. Definitely get to meet really cool people. Today, hopefully, I'm going to be able to tell you guys stuff that will provide you some value. Something I really hope you guys learn at least one new thing from my talks. And so I'm going to try to rush through it pretty quick. Some of it's technical, some of it's pretty high level. It has a lot of visual examples. And then I'll give you guys opportunities to ask questions towards the end. So we're going to talk about generative and synthesized motion video, the techniques and their trade-offs. If you don't know what synthesized motion video is, I'll definitely talk about it later. I assume most of you at least seen something around generative AI video. It's very similar to generative imagery. So yeah, let's get into it. So let's talk about who I am. So I'm the director of product at Leia. We make Immersity.ai, which is one of the top AI platforms. We have over 3.5 million users. We have created Immersity, started off as a product called Lampix Converter, which was in 2021. So it's been around for many, many years. Definitely came out before Midjourney, before Stable Diffusion, et cetera. I've been there for 6 years, and I've been working in the industry in various capacities for quite a while. And we're going to talk about what you're seeing on the left side over there in a second, and basically how to create things like that. So let's talk about who the leaders are in AI video. So some of the leaders include Runway, Pika, Wonder Studio, Sora AI, maybe, and Immersity. And the reason I say maybe there is because it's not publicly available yet. What they've shown off is really cool, and I'll definitely show you what they've shown, but none of that can be independently verified yet unless you're a partner of OpenAI. So let's talk about an example from Runway. So I want you to look at what this generative video does. So it looks really cool. You can create all these shots. You can notice that it's pretty noisy, and there's also not a lot of consistency. And we'll talk about that in a little bit. But this is what Runway looks like. So with these videos, make sure you try to look for the little details and see what they do well and what they don't. So things like that first shot of Elon Musk, the eyes were going different directions. You might be able to see stuff like that. Some of the food looks a little bit off, doesn't look exactly real, like what fish did that meat come from, things like that. But otherwise, shots like this are still super useful in a million different ways for a million different contexts. So we're talking about where they're really good and really useful, and where other tools can be good, and how to supercharge these tools using techniques from synthesized video technologies to make these much better. So you can see some style transfer examples over there. Yeah, the eyes have that same problem over here. Some outpainting. We'll talk about outpainting and inpainting. You notice that like when the cloth gets added or when these glasses get added here, it looks slightly off. They don't stay at the exact same spot on the face. And obviously all these are going to get much, much better. But I'm always going to be looking at the issues. Here, when you look at the in-painting, when they replace the character here, you can look around the back, and you can see where those gaps are and where the in-painting is occurring, and those artifacts are pretty clearly visible when you look closely. Wonder Studio is pretty cool. So these tools do different things. Wonder Studio is mostly for taking existing CGI characters and applying them into a video that you've already shot with real actors. So It's really good for that use case. The other ones were more text to video, generative tools, which is pretty great. And then Sora. So you'll see some of the same issues that I mentioned before. So this video, you know, the consistency of what's going on in the background, the level of noise, especially in this one and the next one. See, the physics don't exactly work. Like snow doesn't work the way that you might expect. Like it should be falling down when some of it's going up, even though it looks really great. And that definitely looks like puppies. But yeah, there's definitely something a little bit off about that when you look at the details, which makes stuff like this really, really, really good for concept shots. You can kind of block something out. Look at the water down there. The water's going really fast on one side. You'd expect there to be more waves on the left. As the stream goes that way, it doesn't really work that way. So the understanding of physics isn't great. Here you'll notice that these little red pandas kind of like appear out of nowhere, and they also disappear behind the bamboo like it's a like a cartoon physics. They'll like run behind a little tiny piece of bamboo and just disappear completely. The limbs aren't totally correct. Like, I mean, limbs just kind of disappear, and I don't really know what this blob is over here. And then this is our tool, and I'll talk about the pros and cons of our tool as well. So this is called Immersity. So Immersity can basically give you a synthetic camera that you can move around any scene. So you can move it in whatever way you want, left, right, up, down, etc. And it has a lot of other features too. So we talked about here, this is the 2D to 3D motion. So it lets you take an image and turn the image into a video. 2D to 3D video, so you could take an existing full 2D video and make it 3D. And then 2D to 3D image, so same thing but with an image. So let's talk about generation versus synthesis and what the differences are. So basically, with generative video, you don't need a reference shot. So you don't have to have anything that you put into it. You can just put in some text, and it'll generate the video for you. That's a huge benefit. Not needing an existing reference shot is super useful. You can create a really large quantity of stuff by just creating lots of text and sending it out and having a bunch of GPUs create random shots for you. Some looks and styles work really, really well with generative video. Things that you want something to look dreamy or you want it to look kind of ethereal, the shots look really good when you do something generative. But there are some pretty big downsides. So it has poor or no temporal consistency. So the consistency between the different frames is not nearly as good as something that's synthesized. And I'll talk about that in a second. But effectively, you'll see that sometimes each frame is treated almost its own image. So you'll see a lot of motion and jumps between objects as it generates those different frames. Poor or no object consistency is the same thing. So even if the objects kind of like exists between the different frames, there might be a frame where the object just disappears or pops out of existence or something like that. So it doesn't really know that, hey, this object is here. It needs to either like leave the shot completely or go behind something. It doesn't know that. It'll just pop it out of existence. And then hallucinated physics. So those are things that like, I saw a pretty famous one where someone's like eating soup and they like put the spoon down and the spoon just like starts floating up into the air. Like real spoons don't do that. So let's talk about synthesized AI video. So we get perfect temporal consistency. And I'll talk about the difference between synthesized and generative in a second, but I'm going to go through the benefits first. So temporal consistency between frames is flawless. Object consistency. So we don't make new objects. We don't delete objects. Real physics. It's like the physics are exactly how they work in the real world. And then there's some pretty big downsides too. So reference shots are required. You can't just put text in and have it create something. It requires a shot to start with. Right now we have no subject motion. So basically that means that you can move the camera as much as you want, but the objects in the frame do not move by themselves. So that's definitely a pretty big downside. Camera motion data from the origin is limited. So because we're synthesizing the frames, the accuracy is closest when the delta of the camera motion is closest to the origin point. So if you want the camera to move like a little bit to the right, it's going to be perfect. If you want the camera to go to like that side of the room, it's going to like cause tons and tons of artifacts. So the further you go from the origin, the more artifacts you get. And then it's only as good as the inputs. So if the input of your image and the estimated depth map are not good, you're not going to get a good effect out of it. So before we get into this part, I'm just going to kind of talk about what the differences are. So generative tools, they have a variety of different ways they work, but most of them use some sort of diffusion model. The diffusion model generates a bunch of frames, and it does those in different ways, and they connect to each other in different ways. There are some exceptions, but that's how most of the generative models work. The way synthesized models work is that we take the initial frames, we look through them, we connect them, and then we do something called neural depth estimation. So we're using an ML model that's looking at the frames and then using the RGB to create a disparity map between the different objects. This is a continuous disparity map. So it's not just like a segment anything where you're able to identify that's an object, and here's the occlusion between them. It's actually saying things like, okay, the front of a person's nose is closer than like their ear. And it has an actual disparity map between all that. So the occlusions are much higher resolution. And then using that map, we're able to do novel view synthesis, which creates the additional views based on what you want the camera position to be. So you move the camera around with whatever parameters you want, and it actually generates the views for you. That has a lot of benefits, including the ability to create image to video, but also does things like allow you to create 3D images. So these are images that'll work on a 3D TV, 3D projector, movie theater in 3D, or even a VR headset like the Quest 3 or the Apple Vision Pro. You'll be able to see all the 2D media, even stuff you capture on your phone, in full 3D using synthesized tools. So what's the ultimate solution for AI video? How do we take the benefits of generative and what can it learn from synthesis to create something really good? And that is 3D AI. So a lot of AI right now is fundamentally 2D. It's focused around and optimized around creating a single rectilinear frame with no context of what the depth of that frame is. Now, there are some examples. There are depth to image solutions that kind of use depth for consistency, but they're not really 3D. They don't actually have like a Z depth buffer, like an actual understanding of where the objects are. I think that using 3D AI is really the way to kind of take what we currently have and supercharge it so it works like the real world. The real world is 3D. AI should be too. So let's talk about why 3D. So as you can see this shot, you're able to get, for marketing purposes, you're able to like create whatever type of ad you want, and it really becomes more eye-catching. So the first part of that was, okay, there we go. So the first part of that was just a regular image, and now we're able to turn it into an animation. The animation gives you a lot more understanding of what the object is, just simply through that little bit of motion parallax. So where is 3D applicable? Animation, depth to image, depth aware style transfer, relighting, 2 to 3 photos like I mentioned before, the videos, and 360 media, as well as face tracking, but we're not going to get into stuff like that. But I'm going to go through some examples. So let's talk about AI for animation. So this is what we currently do. We have the Immersity.ai app. It's available on any browser. You just go to Immersity.ai, you get access to it. It'll do automatic depth and disparity estimation for you just instantaneously. And then it allows you to edit all the parameters that you want, including it has a depth map editor. And you can export it in a variety of ways. So the animation is going to be that shot that you get, that video shot as an MP4 that you can put into your work. So here is going to be a quick little video that's going to show you what it's doing. So the AI took this single image, it then created a disparity map, and then was able to create that animation out of it. This is our other UI. So this is our Layapix converter application. We just launched Immersity, which has a better neural depth engine. You can still get this concept out of it. So you're able to move the cameras around for different shots, like being able to show off a city. It's really good to just take a single image and then use that to move the camera around a little bit, or any shot really. As long as the shot is relatively short, you don't need a lot of camera motion, this is going to give you a much, much better result than any of the generative AI tools is able to do, because it has that perfect object consistency and perfect temporal consistency as well. We don't have to go through the whole thing here. For photos, this is also pretty interesting, but I'm going to just skip through most of this, just to show you guys one of the examples. So this is how it's useful for ads. Oh, okay, I'm going to skip it. You should be able to see, yeah, they're going to start animating right there. That gives you an idea of what you can do for different types of advertisements using this. So a single image can turn into something much, much more that's really eye-catching for social media. Depth to image. We worked with Stability AI with a bunch of our stuff back in the day. So you can kind of see that you can use our depth maps to give you that really high quality diffusion for your images to keep consistency. Style transfer, super useful. So you saw some style transfer in some of the existing videos there, but you can basically use a good depth map to give you really good style transfer to be able to generate lots of stuff. It's also useful in video. Relighting is also cool. So I'm trying to rush through so I can give you guys a chance to ask some questions. Relighting allows you to obviously, relight a shot. This is super useful. Sometimes the lighting when you originally got your shot was not good. You want to change the time of day of the shot, etc. Relighting is critical, and the depth map allows you to do that. And then, of course, the videos. This is just so you can actually take an existing 2D video that you shot with your regular camera system and then upgrade it to 3D for selling to XR customers in like the Quest or the Apple Vision Pro. And we have it working in real time with those services that you saw on screen. And then 360 as well. If you care about VR cameras, you can use a 360 camera and basically upgrade a cheaper camera that's like $500 to be equivalent to a camera that's $15,000 or $20,000. Make it fully 3D. And then, yeah, let me see if I can face tracking one too. Unfortunately, I am at my limit. I did not get a chance to go through all the most important stuff. But ultimately, the depth map can be used by any of the generative tools to make the accuracy much better and solve all those issues that I told you about it. You take the generative tools and the synthesized tools and put them together, you're going to get the ultimate video output. Yeah, and like I said earlier, the real world's 3D. Your AI should be 3D too.
Hopefully, Nima, you'll be able to hang out and talk to people and demo the pad.
Yes, so I have the LoomPad 2 here. So this is an AI-powered device with a 3D display. We're actually the world's leading 3D display maker. AI is kind of something that happened incidentally and ended up becoming really big for us. But our primary thing is making hardware. So I had to skip through the last little bit of my slides. But ultimately, what I want you guys to take away is the generative tools are great. Synthesized tools are great. If you take the power of synthesized technology and apply it to generative AI gets super powered and can do way more stuff. So I hope those developers out there working on generative tools can take the learnings from synthesized video AI tools and apply them. That's it for me. Thanks for having the talk.
Thank you, Nima. There's a lot there, a lot to chew on. We want to make up a little bit of time here, but definitely want to get at least a couple questions in for each person. So first one to raise their hand wildly gets the mic. Okay, we got one right here.
This is, my name's Coyote. I'm asking more of a curious question around, was it Wonder Studio? One of the examples with the actors, I was curious about, do the actors have to move knowing this technology is trying to scan them, or are they just being told to act naturally like any other studio set?
Both are possible. For some of the examples that I've generally seen is that it really depends on the CGI model that you're putting in. Like facial rigs are incredibly important. And they're using real CGI models being rendered in real time. Well, not real time, but they're being rendered in on top of the existing real-time performance of the actor. So some of the mappings aren't super good. So for example, if you have a robot and the robot only has like, I don't know, like 12 blend shapes on its face, like the actor's full facial performance is not going to come through. Body language is a lot better, like humanoid to humanoid, but there are limitations there. So I guess the answer is, in an ideal world, they shouldn't have to do anything specific for this tool. But right now, they're probably, for example, if you have like a robot that has no mouth but has like really big eyes, you might tell them, exaggerate your eye performance so that you see the LEDs of the robot's eyes grow really big. But I think that's also going to be the same if they were just doing mocap for a CGI movie. So I don't think it's that different. But yeah, I guess it depends.
Reminds me of the scenes from The Creator, where the cyborg characters were kind of hybrids. Any questions on this side of the room? No. Okay. Well, let's keep rolling then. Nima, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Please, meet some folks, and there's a lot of in-depth stuff. Love where the tech is going. Okay. Next up, I think we have Margarita coming up. And speaking about the state of the art, GAN inversion, and image morphing. A few weeks ago, I had no idea what that meant. but I did my homework. So incredible stuff, and looking forward to Rita, as we sometimes say, telling us more about it.
Hello. Okay, thank you, Stephen. A few words about me. Right now, I'm working at Dolby at the Advanced Technology Group. Before that, I used to work at Amazon at the Home Innovation team. And I was working on this exciting project on GAN inversion and how can you use GANs for editing images. Everyone is talking about diffusion models, but who is familiar with GANs? Show of hands. Okay, we have a few people. GANs stand for Generative Adversarial Networks. It's a specific type of neural networks, and they have a very interesting training strategy. Basically, these neural networks have two subnetworks. One is the generator that tries to generate a realistic image, and the discriminator that tries to discriminate between whether the image is fake or real. And they just battle against each other, and at convergence time, they get to a balance where the generator generates really realistic images, and later it cannot distinguish whether it's real and fake. More in general, neural networks, the power of neural networks stems from this universal approximation theory, which is decades of years since its inception. And basically, the idea is that any single domain can be mapped to any other domain. That's why neural networks are powerful. And we would call in the presentation the initial domain Z, the latent space, and the final domain is the image space. What is the latent space? You can think, let's give an example. Think about your mind, how you think. You can think of your imagination on the space of your head as this super multidimensional space with different dimensions, for example, introspection dimension, spirituality, positivity, anything. And once you think about something, once you have an inspiration or a thought, you can think of this as a coordinate in your state of mind space. So that's the latent space. And once you have this thought or inspiration point, you can start creating and generating this concept in your head in the real world. You can start writing, you can start drawing, anything you want. And this is the process of mapping the latent space, a point in the latent space Z, to the image space X. And that's what, I don't know, is this presentation a bit? Thank you. Yes. And the addition of these complexity layers on top of the initial concept towards generating the final image in the real space, that's the abstract idea of what neural networks do. It's simply a mapping from one space to another, adding complexity layers. Back to GANs, that's what happens in the generator. The generator samples a point from the latent space. The generator samples a point from the latent space, and it adds layers of complexity to finally generate this face. If we took another point in the latent space, it would generate another face. And if we move even further, another one. And as you can notice, the face changed the sex and age. But if we took another direction, we just change one dimension, which is the age. So we have a difference between entangled directions and disentangled directions. And for editing, we're interested in disentangled directions, of course, because we want to have control over what feature attribute we're editing. And all these directions can be found empirically. You can slide over the pose direction, smile direction, any direction you can find in the latent space. There are a few works you can check. Interface GAN is one, style space is another. These are different works that explore different directions. But all these pictures are fake. They are synthetic. They are not real. These are not real people. Our goal is editing real images. These are also fake images, but other domains. We can do the same with cars, with bedrooms, any domain you want. So how do we edit real images? For example, your own face. For that, we need to do the inversion step. The inversion step is the opposite of generation. In generation, we go from the latent space to the image space. In inversion, we go from the image space to the latent space. So the approach would be, you would take your face, you would project it to the generator's manifold, you would find the direction over which you want to slide, and then you project back to the image space. Problem is that sometimes real images do not lie in the manifold of the generator, and that's usually the case. And what happens is that if you take a real image, these are all real images, you project them to the latent space and back, they are not exactly what we want to see. Actually, it's a great approach to generate creepy faces because the projections are pretty creepy. And this happens because of the uncanny valley effect. When something looks really familiar to us, like a face, but something is off, that's when we start feeling it's sort of creepy or odd. And here's another example. Famous actress, this is the original image. We accept it because it's realistic, fully complete. But then if we kind of generate it, we project it and project back, and there is something off, like all these pictures, they feel a bit creepy because something is off. But if we move forward and it's just a blurred image, then it feels just like a blurred image. We accept it as well. So that's just the curiosity I wanted to share. Back to the problem. How do we actually solve the problem of placing the real image on the generator's manifold? And that's where our project that we work at Amazon comes. There are also some competitive works that try to do the same. I will share that as well. But if you're interested in the details, you can read this paper near perfect GAN inversion. The idea is the following. If you have a point that doesn't lie in the manifold, just change the manifold. Just extrude it to contain the image you want, the point you want. And this way, all the editing directions would be lying on the surface of the manifold as they were intended to be. The idea is basic. All the implementation details in the paper. Here's the competitor work, PTI. They use a similar strategy, but they use a different loss function. And that's my face and Jeff Bezos' face. And I used their algorithm and I tweaked the pose direction and the smile direction. The challenge of editing algorithms with GANs is the preservation of the identity. So right here, my face, I wouldn't say it's exactly me because the identity feels a bit off, and same with the smile. Here are other examples in the interface GAN paper, also real faces with different edits. And the bigger the edit, the higher the magnitude of the edit, the harder it is to preserve the identity. Biases in editing, they exist, unfortunately. There are some, well, actually, I mentioned previously that we are interested in this entangled direction, right? Most of them, they are always entangled with some other dimension we don't know. And one interesting example is the smile direction, which usually in most of the works often happens that the higher the smile, it correlates with darker skin, and the less you smile, it correlates with lighter skin. Here's an example of a woman, and you can see the effect. And then another example, again, my face, I changed the age direction, and clearly the kid is not me. Here's a comparison with other inversion algorithms that exist in the literature, PTI and ours. And you can see that ours excels in reconstructing all the details, especially the details in the background. And what we praise ourselves for is the reconstruction of faces that are out of domain. Most of these GANs have been trained on celebrities data sets, and they do not contain all these features like tattoos, piercings, or masks. Mask is something recent from 2020, right? So these data sets, they usually don't contain celebrities with face masks. So yeah, you can see that even the letters from the cab, they are reconstructed. So it's a pretty good approach. And finally, so how do we automate editing with GANs? For example, we want to edit this array of office workers. They don't look really happy. We want to add glasses. We would run an object detection algorithm that detects faces, face detection algorithm. We would detect every single face. We would run GAN inversion. We would map them in the latent space. We would find the editing direction we want to apply, glasses, smile, age, anything we want. We would slide over that and reconstruct back. So that's how we put glasses or make them angry. Yeah. So summary, we need GAN inversion if we want to edit real images. For fake synthetic images, we don't really need that, but for real images, we do. And the maximum challenge is identity preservation, and GAN inversion is not time efficient. These algorithms are pretty slow. That's why they cannot be really scaled in production. And it's a really active area of research. So right now, there's no time and accuracy-wise efficient GAN inversion algorithm. If you are interested more, you can reach out. Thank you.
Thank you, Margarita. That was awesome. So I love the way sometimes these programs have this arc. We go from the more creative to the more technical, and we keep going. You know, this was actually, sometimes it works out perfectly where we get a little deeper and deeper and deeper. So we just want to see if for the technical crowd here, because we have a lot of creatives, we have a lot of technical people, we have a lot of founders. Raise your hand if you have a question. I'll run the mic.
Thanks. Great presentation. My question is I have two questions actually. The first one is, between multi-dimensional vectors, like in the latent space, how many directions are there? Like one for each element?
It depends on the approach you use. For example, style space, they have editing directions for every single layer of the generated model.
Okay.
There's a specific number. I can tell you exactly how, but it's hundreds, in the magnitude of hundreds. And some of them, they're not meaningful at all because they just change some pixels on the background.
Cool. So that was my second question. How do you disambiguate between the ones that are entangled and disentangled?
It's all empirical. So a person has to check that. There are some automated approaches that use heat maps. So they run the editing directions for several images, and they check the heat maps where the changes mostly happen. Like if it's on the eye location, probably it changes just the eye. But if the heat map is everywhere, then it doesn't really make sense. It's not
I see. And I have one last question. Is like beauty or attractiveness a general like vector direction?
Not in academic published papers.
I wouldn't just hand the mic to anyone, but since you're piping in, let's go. Bernd.
So there are all these factors like symmetry and everything. So you could have vectors that show that yeah. So it could be quantified with vectors in our defense.
Well, beauty is subjective.
Okay,
That's
right.
We got a couple bear people here, right? Okay. Any questions? We've got to stay on time. So questions on this side of the room. We have a mic over there. Any last questions? Going once, going twice. Rita, thank you so much. Peter Dannenberg from Gemini, from Google Gemini. Thank you for coming. Here, we're gonna.
All right, great. So I thought what I'd talk a little bit about, just because we happen to be in this entertainment space, is Gemini playing games. And in particular, so I had a specific problem I wanted to solve, namely, can the LLMs, without any training, with just prompt engineering, develop something like a theory of mind, right? And it turns out for certain games, a theory of mind is really interesting, right? And you know, an example of that is something like poker, right? So you're playing poker with somebody, in some sense, you need to go into their mind, you need to figure out, you know, sort of what's behind the poker face. If they say they've never played poker before, is that true, or is that sort of a front? But I thought I'd break it down, and in this case, I just wanted to play the simplest possible game, which requires theory of mind. And it turns out that's rock, paper, scissors. So it turns out rock, paper, scissors, I didn't actually know this, is relatively complex and well studied. I had no idea. But when I asked Gemini to give me, I wanted Ares and Athena playing rock, paper, scissors. And I said, listen, Ares is supposed to have a fist, Athena should have basically I want Ares playing rock, Athena playing paper. And I couldn't get it. Like this, for some reason, even in 2024, hands are really difficult. But it turns out this actually means something. Does anybody know what this is? They play a really specific rock, paper, scissors move, which is I love you. And the funny thing is that Ares and Athena, they hate each other, right? There's nothing in Homer or Hesiod or anywhere where basically, Athena said anything, they're brother and sister, but Athena never said anything like, hey, bro, I love you. It just never happened. So maybe that's a particularly interesting form of hallucination. But anyway, rock, paper, scissors is easy. And the other thing is that it turns out it requires a theory of mind, right? And those were sort of my two main constraints going in. And just to get an idea, does anybody know? So it turns out, even cross-culturally, 90% of people play rock, paper, scissors in the same way. Does anybody have an idea what the usual strategy is? Does anybody want to play actually real quick? Do I volunteer for rock, paper, scissors? Anybody? Yeah, you want to come up real quick? How come you? Okay, so let's see. Hold on a second. Okay, so ready? So rock, paper, scissors. Okay, nice. Okay, that's good. Okay, tied. Okay, let's go. Rock, paper, scissors. Oh wow. Okay. No, that's good. That's good. Rock, paper, scissors. Okay, amazing. All right, let's try fourth one. Rock, paper, scissors. Okay. Oh, good job. Okay, fantastic.
What were the chances?
What were the chances? Let's see, 1/12. Or something like that. Anyway, that was actually really interesting. So it turns out there's this thing called the mixed strategy Nash equilibrium, which is to say, if you want to play this thing optimally, you play rock, paper, scissors with equal probability. Nobody plays this way. It turns out it doesn't work. What most people do, what actually you didn't do. What was your name, by the way? Oh, Arnav. What Arnav didn't do is the Ares heuristic, which is interesting. So that means you're in the 10%. Congratulations. But the Ares heuristic is also known as losers lead with rock. And anyway, you can see at the bottom they did this huge study with I think like 9,000 or 900 or 1,000 students or something. So what is the Ares heuristic? And so finally, by the way, I got Ares with his rock. Let's say we have this game between Ares and Athena. Just out of curiosity, can anybody see a pattern anywhere? And there's about 2 or 3 parts to the Ares heuristic. That's true. Yes.
Paper.
You're absolutely right. No, it can be gamed to a certain extent. So let's assume, maybe for the sake of argument, that we have a perfect rock, paper, scissors. So usually what I do with my kids, by the way, is I have them go back to back, right? So back to back takes away the cheat. But just to make this a little bit easier, take a look at these lines and just see if there's anything that Ares is doing, any pattern you can discern. What's that? He never plays what? Oh, you know what? That's funny, actually. You're right. In this case, he never plays scissors.
I'm gonna have to run the mic. If we have more questions for the audience. Let's go. Okay.
Yeah.
Mic runners. Interactive.
Anybody? Yeah. What's that?
Yeah, it seems like he's playing the same thing every time he wins. And
Yes.
whenever he loses, he switches.
Exactly. Okay. So that's the first part of the Ares heuristic. Is if you win, hold. Right, and it turns out, I do that. Most people do that. Here's the second part of the Ares heuristic with the red box. Oh, one second. Can anybody discern anything with these red boxes?
Yeah, basically, like if it's a draw, you'll just kind of progress through the different options and see if something good happens.
Exactly. And then any particular order?
Yeah,
good call. Yeah. And they basically just call that clockwise cycling, right? So, and then here's the last part of the Ares heuristic. I don't know if you can see these blue circles. This one is a little bit less obvious because you don't have multiple games. Ares always starts with rock. So anyway, when they did the study of this in China, whatever it was, most people started with rock. If you win, you hold. If you lose, you cycle, or whatever, right? And that's kind of the Ares heuristic. So the question is, how can we encode this as an agent? And so, Crew AI has this kind of beautiful abstraction where you can define these agents, giving them, let's say a role. So you're a rock paper scissors player. You play with this brute force heuristic, and then what I think is kind of funny is you can give them a backstory, right? And this is where things get interesting. I said, listen, you're hilariously aggressive, masculine, blah blah blah. But by the way, you start with rock, when you lose, when you win, etc. And this is where you sort of encode the heuristic. And then, just out of curiosity, oh, and then by the way, we're going to use Gemini, and we have this play tool. What does this look like for Athena? And so for Athena, I wanted Athena to be sort of a reactive player. So I wanted Athena to basically watch her opponent and deduce what her opponent does without any prompting. I wanted Athena to be able to develop a theory of mind and see whether she could pull this off. So I said, by the way, you are flawlessly strategic. Attempt to observe patterns in your opponent's moves, counter accordingly, use paper against rock, scissors against paper, blah, blah, blah. Be volatile and avoid becoming predictable. And the question is, can the LLM pull this off, right? This is actually, in some sense, this is a lot to ask, right? And what does it actually look like? So amazingly, Athena pulled it off, right? So somehow, sorry, it's a little bit hard to read. Athena's in red, Aries is in blue. She pulls away from Aries early on, and he never catches up. So somehow Athena figured out how to read her opponent. She developed a theory of mind, which I find LLMs to me, in some sense, never cease to be miraculous, right? But this is kind of one of the case. And just to give us a little taste of, so how does Aries reason through these things? So this is his internal dialogue as he's playing rock, paper, scissors. I mean, this is insane. I've never played rock, paper, scissors with this kind of, gusto. I mean, he really, he takes it seriously. And he's a little bit schizophrenic, I think. Or there's somehow the dialogue is a little bit. But what's interesting about his internal dialogue is he doesn't really care about his opponent in some sense, right? It's just this. He has this heuristic. He sticks to it. Athena, on the other hand. And by the way, I asked Gemini, I said, listen, can you give me Athena playing paper? And I literally got Athena playing paper. But the funny thing is, I think if you're a god, you can literally just conjure up a rock, a paper, a scissors, right? You don't actually need, you don't need to use your fist. But anyway, she knows about the Nash equilibrium. Or I found that a little bit scary, right? Somehow, and then furthermore, she's watching, right? She knows what happened over the past 12 turns, which is kind of incredible. She deduced somehow this circular motion when Aries loses. Like she deduced the rock, paper, scissors cycle. And lastly, and this is probably the most incredible thing to me, somehow Athena would figure out when she was potentially in a local optimum. And she would try to shake herself out of the local optimum by saying, you know what, I'm just going to sort of try something else. So she would play a move, and she would play the same move n times. And assuming that the model had non-zero temperature, it would sort of shake her out of this cycle or this loop that she got into. That I sort of find incredible, right? Because somehow, anyway, she figured out hill climbing. She knows about Nash equilibrium. She figured out the circle. Anyway, this to me is sort of amazing. Without any training, she just figured things out. Absolutely incredible. And then just a little bit about what the actual stack looks like. A little bit messy, but basically we have this sort of Aries and Athena agents, and we have this game. Has anybody heard of this thing called Petting Zoo? By the way? What's that?
Is that the Burning Man camp?
That's funny, dude. You know what? Actually, I wonder if they named it after that. That's funny. So Petting Zoo is this little multi-agent framework for running games with agents, and it turns out they have a bunch of different things. I picked rock, paper, scissors, like I said, because it was relatively easy. But you can theoretically do things like StarCraft and Atari games, crazy things. But anyway, Petting Zoo actually takes care of this kind of game loop, just the mechanics of the game, and then the game loop actually talks to Crew AI. And if you have a chance to check out Crew AI, it's just a really nice framework for describing these agents. And essentially executing them on tasks. So I said, okay, this is Aries, this is Athena. The task you have to do is rock, paper, scissors. And then lastly, Crew AI talks to Ling chain, runs these tools, and then Ling chain talks to Gemini. And so this is a nice deck. And you know what, there's probably, I don't know, it's 100 or 150 lines of Python. Like it's kind of trivial. But on the other hand, I find what's interesting in the LLM space, though, is that we're developing these layers of abstraction. So if you can imagine Gemini is down here, we now have things like Gemini, followed by LangChain, followed by Crew AI. So there's a funny thing where just the layers of abstraction are accumulating, and unfortunately, I think it makes it difficult to keep a mental model of what's happening. And then lastly, if you want to try out these agents on Discord, let me just see if they're actually up. 1 second. So we have a little Discord server here, and basically you can play around with Aries and Athena. You can play around with Aries and Athena if you want. And then lastly, so my friend Justin here is in the back, by the way, and we run this bi-weekly Gemini meetup at Google. And if you want to come by, I think the next one is it on the 7th or the 14th? I think the 14th, right? You know what? We just get together. We talk about all things LLM. You're welcome to come to Google. We have snacks, a little bit of socializing, a little bit of this and that. And that's that. And I think I have a couple minutes left. Does anybody have any questions, by the way?
Let me bring the mic. And yeah, first, thank you, Peter. Thank you for joining us today. And it definitely, folks, come down to play with Gemini in the like it's semi-monthly meetups, or they're really cool. And yeah, we'll pass the mic.
I had a question about Aries' dialogue. If him explained himself, it looks like he was also incorrect. He was saying something about, since I won last time with Rock, I will switch. But that's not his strategy, right? He's supposed to play Rock again if he wins.
Oh, right. That's it. Yeah, you're absolutely right. So what's funny about the agents, so especially with these, when you give the agent a strategy, in some sense it's a suggestion. And the funny thing is that the agents will actually go off and do their own thing. And by the way, interacting with LLMs in general, like this whole grounding and hallucination thing is an example. Like, let's say you have an LLM fetching things from Amazon. Maybe you're searching for game monitors or whatever. You can sort of suggest to the LLM, by the way, here's a top 10 game monitors, how much they cost. But it's a little bit of a suggestion, like in some sense it can kind of go south. And so you're absolutely right. So basically Barry said, you know what, I know you get me my strategy, I'm going to switch it up. So yeah, you're absolutely right. That's a great point. And depending on the prompt engineering, you can try to be more or less strict, Yeah, anything else?
Right over here first, and then the other side.
So I have two questions, and you can answer them. So you mentioned that about your kid. Is this a good platform to teach kids about game theory and things like that, where they get introduced to LLMs and they create their own games and reason it out for mathematics? The second question is, I teach robotics also, and in that, it'll be a little bit specific, like quid controllers and things like that, where you have an objective. So here I can see the LLM agents being some of those things. Hey, you just need to keep it. It does that part of it nicely, and the other agents. So together they can work to create an objective which is like win in some way, cooperate.
Right. No, I think you're absolutely right. So the first one with the kids, that's a great point. I think so. The petting zoo is interesting because you have a bunch of different games, and I think that kids can stimulated. So in this sort of Crew AI box, I imagine in the robotics case, you probably need a bunch of different agents. Maybe one with, like you said, a high level strategy. But the latency of the LLM is such that I feel like in a robotics case where there's anything real time happening, it's a little bit difficult. Like, I don't know if you noticed, but in Discord, the latency for the agent to even do a rock, paper, scissors move is on the order of like 45 seconds. So in a real time thing, forget about it. However, I think if you have low level agents kind of doing, let's say, responding in real time, and the LLM is setting like an overall strategy, that I think that sort of thing works. And by the way, also similarly for things like, people do StarCraft AI, and that's sort of a similar thing. But yeah, great points.
And you might be asking yourselves, well, how does this fit into media and entertainment? And we were talking about it, and I thought gaming is kind of like the fundamental building block of games. So I could see using Gemini to then, move from this LLM game to something that then is graphical, that then, you could produce a whole game out of this foundation.
Right.
Yeah, we had a great talk earlier where people were producing educational videos, math videos for kids, and I could see this in that gaming realm doing the same thing.
That's amazing. No, you're right, Stephen. And especially if you get some of these agents to cooperate, and maybe the LLM is setting a large the sort of 30,000 foot view, and some other agents are doing kind of micro transactions. No, that's exactly right. Yeah.
So I have one kind of potential flaw or whatever in taking physical procedure and turning it into an algorithm. It may take more brain processing to create scissors than it would paper, and so people would be reluctant to do scissors because it's more mental task. And these are all things that when you're transferring over from a physical system to a computational system, you have to take into consideration.
No, that's really interesting, and yeah, you're right. I mean, in that sense, it could be that the LLMs are actually imitating the strange human idiosyncrasies. You're right, and essentially, imitating our neurological asymmetries over there. Yeah, that's fascinating. Maybe I should do some statistics and see whether that's a thing. Yeah.
We're going to have to burn. I'm sorry, you don't have the mic anymore, so we don't. So people are missing out on the live stream, and we'll have a last question. And go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you for your presentation. It was really eye-opening. This is more of a comment than a question, but I'd love to hear what other people have to think about it. I just realized that if you're going to have robots act out a simulation, and it takes them 45 seconds to react, they can just do that over like quite a long time, and you can watch the sped up video. And my mind just blew.
No, that's a great point. And I know Justin does a lot of robotics stuff. So we had a guy come in to do at the meetup a couple of weeks ago doing robotics. And one thing that he did was interesting was he used the LLMs to craft the reward function for the robot. And so at that point, if the LLM is crafting the reward function, you can have some of these, like, let's say, low latency models take over to like actually control the robot in real time. So in some sense, if you can deal with these high latency things that require some reasoning, put the LLM in. But for the local things, just keep these low latency models. But you're right, there should be some way for them to cooperate. That's exactly right. All right.
I wish hopefully you can stick around for a little bit. Maybe people can grab your ear. And thank you so much for coming. I love coming down to the Gemini meetups down in Google campus. But it's a far drive from me being in San Francisco. So maybe we can, at some frequency, get you at least up to San Mateo, and maybe Draper would like to host you here for regular meetups, and I can facilitate that.
Oh, I love that. Thanks, Stephen.
All right, thank you, Peter. Okay, next up, Philip Kazera, how AI agents will transform marketing content.
Hi, I'm the CEO at Wordware, and today we're going to be speaking about how AI agents are going to transform creation of marketing content. And we're going to take us through, firstly, kind of an introduction to AI agents, what we've got right now in the marketing content, and how is it gonna look in the future when these kind of video models and these audio models are going to be performing a little bit better. So first of all, for everyone who does not know what an AI agent is, and I think there's a lot of confusion about the topics, I wanted to clear that up. First, AI currently works as if I would take one of you, put you in front of a computer, put a gun to your face, and tell you, hey, you got to write an essay about the fall of Roman Empire. And currently, you cannot use planning. You cannot plan what you're doing. You cannot use reflection, which means you cannot just delete a section that you didn't like that you wrote. You cannot use Google, and you cannot talk to people that are experts in the topic. This is how AI works right now, and it's pretty incredible that we lose that. Okay, and it's pretty incredible that it's able to actually output the right things. But what are we coming into right now is domain experts are going to be working and kind of orchestrating the right flows for agents to plan the content, to kind of reflect if it's good, to use different tools, and kind of make sure that they are using the best of tools, which is multi-agent collaboration. So we already have a flurry of startups which are creating content in text. This is kind of the stuff that we are all used to. It's creating blog posts. It's creating kind of personal content for each company. We've got Copy.ai, Jasper, all the ones that we've been hearing about for quite a while. But the future is in the multimodal content. We are going to enter a space where we're using video models, like the Sora you've seen, in order to hyper-personalize content for each user. So this essentially is quite a scary vision, actually, because whatever we are interacting with on Reels, on TikTok, actually all of this data is all around, and companies can use that. And me liking a photo of a girl I found attractive actually can be used later on in creating content which will appeal to me and just to me. And we are already having content thrown at us. So currently, this kind of vision is already scary, but I think it becomes even scarier where we are starting to wear Apple Vision Pros and AR glasses and having all of that content all around us, even if we are not trying to interact with it. So today, I'm actually going to try to present an agent, which based on some content that we give to it, which is a photo of from an Instagram that you liked, and a couple of hashtags, is going to generate a video reel that is going to be very personalized to the person that we're trying to show this to. So firstly, I'll take you for a very quick demo of Wordware, which essentially will try to research something about a person. We are essentially an IDE for domain experts, like marketing agency, to create AI agents, which are well-performing. So here we're just gonna, say hi to @name, and then we're gonna use an online-enabled model like Sonar Large. Another one that you should know about is Command R plus Online, which can actually find a lot of information about each one of the users. And then we're gonna write a poem about this person, which is gonna be me. So it's gonna be a little bit cringy, but we are doing live demos. So right now, this model is researching who am I. So you can already see how in marketing this could be very useful in order to find a little bit more about each person you're going to try to create targeted content for. And it created a poem about me. It's going to be a little cringy. Poem. All right. We can see how that didn't go extremely well because I inputted the wrong thing into the into my program. So we're going to run this again. We see how it's actually reading the right stuff from the internet about me, again creating the right poem, and hopefully this time actually reading not the word poem, but the actual poem that we've got generated. There we go. So we got that. And enter.
In the realm where code and language blend, stands a visionary, a trusted friend, Philip Cazera, with mind so keen.
Okay, that's about enough of the cringe for me. And now, because of this demo, I can take you for something a little bit more complex. So we have a program here which firstly takes in an image of anything that you liked on Instagram. It describes the hobby, place, and brand in the photo. So let's say I actually particularly enjoy pizza, as many of us here. And it actually, when I was doing the demo, I inputted, this is a little awkward, but at the same, I inputted a person that I find very attractive. And we then generated a bunch of images, outputted them, created the right music for the images, and generated the actual video of all of that. So I'm gonna actually click Modify Inputs. And here we've got a beach in Bali. We're trying to do surfing. And we're gonna go with a vibe of 90s. And the brand that we're gonna try to hide in all of these photos is gonna be Coca-Cola. So in a way, imagine interacting with this content on Instagram. You see stuff that you like. You see people that you're attracted to. You don't know where it's coming from, but all of the companies have that data. And then in the background there is a bunch of, everyone is drinking Coca-Cola, weirdly. And so we're gonna run this. This takes a while. So I outputted some that, here I love pizza, and I've actually inputted a photo of a person from Instagram that I liked their Instagram photo. So we're gonna run this. This is all AI generated, all of the images, the music. The music is actually just picked from a repository, and then the AI decided how to cut this video together. All right. Just wanted to point out that on this photo, she is not happy that I'm eating her pizza, I think. Uh, and let's get back to our generation. It's trying to create all of the images. We're going to come back to that in a second. And I think the future of marketing content is going to be hyper personalized. And in a way, as mentioned, this is going to be scary because we're going to be flooded with content that is very, very attractive to each one of us. And we are essentially the building blocks on top of which you can create these agents. And I think with kind of the domain experts being involved in the loop of creating all of that, all of these flows, it's going to be very interesting how the marketing campaigns change. So let me see if we've generated something. We're very close, so I'm going to drag us on for a second more, but we can already get started, I think, with the questions. And just quickly, if you would like to create these kind of agents, you can scan this QR code, and if you sign up, we've got $100 of credits for every new user. Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, well, we've got a little time for questions. Not much, but a little time for questions. Anybody? Raise your hand. Coming right this way.
Very impressive demo, thanks.
Okay, go ahead, sorry.
So, I mean, I find the vision of hyper-personalized marketing very interesting. The question that arises, though, is now if it takes 2 minutes to generate this video, how hyper-personalized can you actually make? I mean, it becomes very expensive, right? To create this for a large audience, let's say, individually.
This probably costs around 10 cents to generate. I actually think the cost in most of AI is not going to be a problem long term. Everything, NVIDIA is doing such crazy stuff that even generating images is becoming quite cheap. So overall, I don't think in the space of next 2 years, this is a proof of concept. We're going to start seeing this in 2-3 years, and then it's not going to be a problem.
Yeah, I think the costs coming down and also some of the latency issues that we're experiencing now, that's where I'm seeing the biggest potential for really fast gains.
Hello. Yeah, thank you very for demos. So I'm curious, what's your future investment for the video generation domain? Because now your videos are the music with some image transformation there, right? Zoom in, zoom out translation thing.
Yep.
How about some more dynamic subjects?
So currently, I think what Sora presented is actually very far from what they've got, and it's came out that it's very touched up, all the videos that they presented on the last OpenAI conference. So currently, we are only an LLM orchestration platform. We don't create our own foundational models. So the benefit of that is that you can try to use all the different models that are out there. And all of this, what is created, is based on images. But as you've mentioned, we have already providers that generate video. Currently, that video is not very usable. But we want to incorporate these models. And I think in the space of next year, we're going to see some incredible stuff happening in the space.
Hi, just a quick question. When you generate this video, what is the size and how you manage the scalability and throughputs and those kind of latencies, and how it is optimizing those things?
So as you've seen, this whole video took possibly like 45 seconds to generate. So depending on what you feed into it and how much information you want to run on top, here we just took one photo of a person, right? And we generated some images based on that person. We can actually fine-tune each model to be hyper-specific. So here it's a slider. This is a cheap version that runs for 45 seconds. You can imagine that this is good for Coca-Cola. if you're thinking about hyper-targeting a head of AI at a big enterprise and you want them to kind of know your brand but not really know what's going on, even creating a video for them can take, $200 and can be incredible. So I think it's a slider, and you decide on what is your CAC essentially, right?
Let me get you the mic here. So,
sorry. In Super Bowl, basically your advertisement starts from 10 seconds to 25 seconds. And based on that, basically if I'm creating the advertisement using this, say Coca-Cola for 10 to 25 seconds, how are you measuring the throughput? Because you're displaying that to the across the world actually. And I don't know.
Sorry, I don't get the question.
The throughputs or the scalability or the performance of the advertisement which you display. How you?
So actually, this should be like this is just a demo of what can be done in the space.
So in
the throughput in a way that how are we sending it to everyone? I actually don't have an answer of that. If that's what you're asking, is like I think there will be a way soon for Instagram to manage each brand to manage and send hyper-personalized content to each individual user of Instagram separately. And they will have some kind of agental flow like this that will generate stuff for each one of them. 45 seconds is how much it takes to generate it. I don't know how they're going to manage it on top of like Instagram or something like that. So I don't have the answer, unfortunately.
Okay, well, one last question, or we're gonna move on because okay, we do have a mic in hand there.
Awesome. My question is, do you see any actual benefits from the agentic workflows, or are you sort of leaning into that, or are you moving away from that to like more of a scripted, like video generation or content generation pipeline? Like, is there any like core benefit to using the agents and the LLM reflection and all of that?
I believe, and this is a general answer, I believe in the next 5 years, kind of the intelligence, the artificial intelligence that will be creating stuff on top of one prompt will actually be very much augmented by the human intelligence. And, if you put an input to Sora, for example, right, that will generate the whole image, the whole video here, you don't capture the taste of somebody. So if you have a marketing agency, they will create their own agental workflows that capture what they think looks good and what they think works. And that knowledge, that domain expertise knowledge, I think will be easier to translate into an agentic workflow. These kind of general models that are end-to-end, one prompt in, and then at the end you get a video, are very hard to control and replicate. And if you think about a company like Coca-Cola using it in production for 1 million people, creating 1 million personalized videos, I think they would be scared, and they should be scared of using something end-to-end, because they are not going to control exactly what's happening there. They're not going to have guardrails, and they should actually use probably a marketing agency which actually knows how to orchestrate this agent in order to make it work.
I see. Yeah.
Thank you, Philip. Thank you very much. Here we're moving. We did a really technical deep dive. I don't know if I could have taken anything more technical than that, but I definitely enjoyed the technical, like, how does it all work? That's always what I've been interested ever since I was a kid. How do these things work? Next up, we have Zan. So we're moving more into the creative. So Zan is extremely creative and the founder of GAL, the Generative AI Lab and Library. And I'm curious to hear about tying this all together. Alton to Alice. But take it away, Zan.
Testing. Are we good? And where do I advance? Do I just use my computer? Yeah. Okay. Is this to get what? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So I'm actually going to start with a punchline here, which is with due respect for all those people working on the problem of how AGI is going to drive the human race to extinction. I want to suggest that there's another alternative view which deserves more airtime. And so this top-down model of command and control, I think there really is a threat, and it's a threat to all those who have really benefited from, all those who have really benefited from the top-down control model, the centralized Hollywood production, banking industry, monopolies, and they're the ones who are threatened by what AI can potentially model and drive. So, good. And so, we have this guy, the regal guy, starting drowning in this complex system of networked problems and potentially autonomous players with solutions, like all the entrepreneurs here. And I want to thank Steve Ekman for the brilliance of how this has been put together, and also Draper University is just a perfect place to host. And so now I'm going to pull back from the big hypothesis to focus on two small examples. They are both books and audiobooks and completed screenplays for feature films. The Alton book is pre-AI surge, and it's about the events that occurred in 1836 to 1837 that, when Lincoln was 28 years old, launched his path to the presidency and the Civil War. We only have one really third-rate picture from that time from a very poor artist. And so imagine we're using AI as a search tool for this big event shown in the lower left-hand corner, where a group of white men showed their respectability by wearing tuxedos, top hats, and swallowtail coats as they attacked the Alton Observer building, set it on fire, and murdered the editor of the Alton Observer for writing about the abolition of slavery. AI is an incredible search tool, just as a way to search for ideas, imagery. Another image from that story, and the words for the prompt are from 1673, when Father Jacques Marquette was an explorer who traveled down the Mississippi River and saw at Alton this incredible rock painting on the bluffs, and he wrote these words, which were the prompt that I used, and I got that result, and I thought, that's a little too dog-like. Let's try again, right? So we did something that's a little more Picasso-esque. Maybe we want more of a character. And so I add to the prompt, and there's a Wikipedia article on this image, by the way. It's Piazza Birdman. So it's much more of a bird, dragon kind of a character. And I get this. And then I think, wouldn't it be good if this character had a little bit more of an empathetic face? So let's try some more. And we end up with this guy. And so again, I'm saying that for the wordsmith artist, AI is just a playground. I'm going to move on from the Alton example to something that was conceived both to talk about and to use generative AI, the project Alice in Cinderland, which is a takeoff on Alice in Wonderland, but now it's about our pandemic ridden society, the fires of 2020, PG&E turning off the electricity for all of us, and Alice is now grown up. She's hosting a dinner party, and PG&E turns off the power, and the guests never arrive. She has a generative AI mirror in her dining room, and so digital twins come through that mirror. She's hoping each one will be a guest for her party. So, for example, this fellow, whom we hope will not be president of the United States, arrives for her dinner. But the great thing about generative AI is we've all been saying we're prompting AI and we need to become prompt engineers. But AI is actually prompting us and asking us little questions like, what if Alice's rabbit was actually scary? And much bigger questions like, what if we're actually, as a society, going crazy? And so AI is also a tool for no access reporting. If you as a cameraman are going to get murdered if you go into the Amazon jungle and catch the folks burning down the jungle to make pasture or fast food hamburgers, you can generate your images in AI and have a powerful effect. And so most of us remember Thomas More's famous book, Utopia, but we probably don't remember or didn't study it closely enough to realize that was an early big example of fake news. And he wrote Utopia to try to reform England, to try to address the corruption in England, but he didn't want to get beheaded. And so the question is, how do I create this fiction, right? And so here again, one of the ways that they got the public to believe that Utopia was a real place recently discovered was they created all these little ancillary things like priests competing to be bishops of Utopia. Perfect project for AI. So alien clues and, talking about hallucination in AI, well, we need to get past our notion that here's the correct narrative, here are the facts, and we're going to censor all the books that don't say what we want to hear, right? We've had fiction for hallucination in fiction for a long time, and hallucination in comic books. Hallucination is a great tool, a dream machine. And so we're talking about the new tools, but what about the new rules? The fact that AI is forcing us to do things in a different way, to stop planning and trying to control everything, to try experiments the way nature has so successfully done in biological evolution. And then we see what works, right? We keep what works. And so I see FAQ punk as a way to explore frequently asked questions about climate change. And this image is actually generated by 3 humans collaborating with 3 AI bots, right? AI can help support the case for fiction in action, the connection of fiction stories to and use of fiction stories to raise big questions that we need to raise. This image is also generated by 3 humans collaborating with 3 bots. So AI is a sandbox, a great place to play. And the more we get into that sandbox and the more we play, the more we'll find out. Great tool for building game boards, for building SaaS platforms that allow us to explore how fiction content connects to real world projects. And to begin to look again at this huge network of problems that are introduced in this one story. So to conclude, I want to say there's some core concepts here. We all talk about collective intelligence and crowdsourcing, but without the emphasis on what really counts here, that collective intelligence and crowdsourcing are both anonymous. So you do not know who the players are, and you generate a consensus result. Now, more interesting, and this relates to a talk I gave at Draper U 10 years ago on the next generation social network, because that's really what we're building. Right? More interesting is collaborative intelligence, where all of the characters, as in nature, are unique. Right? They're all behaving autonomously. They don't need to agree to take their next steps. And the end result is continuous evolution. And so the really fascinating prospect here is human AI feedback loops generating collaborative intelligence. And ultimately, that's the basis to power our world. A whole new approach to education that values critical thinking. And it doesn't say, no, here's the right answer. That over there is misinformation. So big opportunities here, and our labyrinthine problems, we're going to continue to have them, but maybe we can green our labyrinths a bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Zan. Let's see if we have any questions and try to get a couple questions in, stick to time, although we're at time right now, right here.
Kick it off. Oh, wonderful talk. Best talk today. Because so much of what we're going through right now, the changes so fast, to get the framing of what's possible is really critical for us as artists and technologists. Because right now we're reacting so much to new tools being put in our lap and new possibilities. But what you're doing is really pulling back and just looking at where's the civilization going and what's possible and what it's all about. So that's really the fundamental thing we really need is we're all working together and collaborating.
And I want to know, where are we now as a society in that maze? I think I'm this guy right there. Is that me?
The Minotaur is also trying to wake us up. And so the fascinating thing here is when you do step back and you say, there are some intentional distractions going on. And we need to look at how we are being distracted from what's really going on. And I'll just give what I see as one example. We had COVID, and COVID was not COVID was a terrible thing, but we were distracted by COVID from noticing that period of time represented the largest transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich that has ever occurred in the history of humanity. That did get some big news coverage, CNBC, Time Magazine, but only one article piece, whereas COVID was thousands of articles. So most of us didn't notice what was going on.
Well, speaking of Alice, there's definitely a rabbit hole we could all travel down. So let's have some beers afterwards between 6 and 8 this evening. We've got beers for everybody. We'll have some networking, film screening that's been curated. So we'll stick around, and it's going to be fun. And I wish we had time for more questions, but Zan, you'll be here, and appreciate it. Yeah, we're all pawns in the game. Only question is, whose game?
That's correct. And what's so great about this group you brought together is this is a place for startups, right? And AI is just a wonderful sandbox.
How did you know that you were introducing the next speaker? Gracing, let's bring you up. So, love to hear more about Playhouse and the work that you're doing.
Thank you, Steve. Yeah, it's great to be here. So I think we covered a lot this day. Some of you might have heard about some 3D and AI, and I'm curious, how many people here are using AI for filmmaking? Raise your hands. How many people want to use AI for filmmaking? Raise your hands. Okay. And then, so for everyone else, is it like how many people are using AI for like more commercial uses, marketing? All right, great. Well, I'll share a little bit about how I've been using AI for filmmaking and what I'm building right now to further improve making experience for all the creators out there and all the storytellers. So a little bit about myself. So I'll just introduce this project really briefly. So basically, over 2 years ago, I was working on a 3D animated short film. This is called Crash Punks, and I was using a 3D software called Blender to make this film. And then that's kind of like when I kind of started making it using the traditional filmmaking process, and I'll show you a little bit of the behind the scenes later. But as I was building and making this film, some of the early AI tools started coming out. So DALL-E just like came out into beta, etc. And so that's kind of when I started incorporating AI into my work. So you'll see a little bit of AI and how I was introducing it in this animated short film here.
How'd I get here? So here in the metaverse, all you have to do to get around is just think of where you want to be. And you do that. This is the carnival I used to go to.
This is when I started incorporating more AI, actually. So initially, I had brought on a few team members, and then I had some concept artists, etc. But then halfway through, when DALL-E came out, realizing that I can actually use DALL-E to speed up my process, and yeah, used it for the map painting, used it for some of the background characters, etc. So that's how I was able. But not just that, I also was using AI in a lot of other aspects. I'll go over that in a little bit. So, for example, the voice acting, I was the voice actor for all of the characters, and I'll just show you some of the behind the scenes, actually. There you go. Yeah, just press it.
It's been over a year since I started using AI in my filmmaking process. I started filming in a studio where they worked on Star Wars. That's how the cap works? I was doing a lot of motion capture, but found it costly and difficult to continue. Within a month, I switched over to AI for motion capture, and that made things a lot easier. This is how it came out. I finished the film in 30 days, and I premiered at a film festival. And you can see some of the early AI diffusions in the scene transition here. I won the Film Innovation Award. And now I'm building tools to help you make movies. Follow along to explore the cutting edge of AI film.
So I kind of just went into the rabbit hole of AI filmmaking after that. As new tools came out, I was using So I was doing that, but then as you can see, we don't have a lot of consistency. We don't have a lot of control over the process. So I was getting really frustrated because it took me like 100 prompts in order to get like one shot. And so I was getting really, really frustrated. And I was using a lot of these other tools as well to kind of like animate my characters. Some of you might have heard, this is Wonder Dynamics here that I was using combination of Wonder Dynamics and Skyglass for like the backdrop. But I was still having a lot of challenges. You see that there's still a lot of like technical hurdles to overcome with like 3D modeling, 3D rigging, etc. So I was just like, okay, there's got to be an easier way. So then I just started building my own platform. So okay. These are some of the more kind of like more experiments that I was running. That I wanted, but wasn't able to do that. So then I started building my own platform. It's called Playhouse.ai. Basically, what you can do is you can start using AI to generate 3D characters, 3D animated characters. So in this demo, basically all you have to do is just like type in your prompt. If you want a wizard, you can just like type in a wizard. It'll generate a 3D character for you. If you want the wizard to do a certain action, you can start typing like wizard doing a kung fu kick, and then it'll generate that for you. You can also generate like different objects or animals. You could put in the scene in Playhouse, and then you can start moving it around and then export the video that you want. So you have a lot more control over the composition in this way. So that's kind of the result of that. And then now we have a feature where you can upload your own image of a character. So let's say you've generated a character in Midjourney, you can take that character and you can like take it into Playhouse, and then we can turn it into a 3D model for you. And then you can also just like animate it inside. Yeah, and then so you can also do this with like custom characters. So if you have a face or photo of your character, you can like output that as a 3D model. And then this is, for example, how you can start animating it. So this is enabling you to have more control over your character animations in a scene. So this is just me shooting on my phone, and then we can take that animation data, put it into the character, and then we also have camera control so that you can like move the camera around in your scene and export that into a video. So, and then now what we've been doing is building it further. So a lot of, this was actually just like a small snippet of a longer length animated film. But basically what we can do now is we can enable you to create full 3D animated scenes and later films in the browser. So what's really cool about this is you can actually take this and you can put it into the headset. You can watch your film in the headset and like a XR, VR headset. So here's an example of what that looks like. We're already working on our first animated short film here using our Playhouse platform. So yeah, so with Playhouse, you can just like drag and drop 3D assets, or you can generate 3D assets into the scene, and then you can just like create a more immersive storytelling experience for your narratives. So there's different aspects to this where we're just trying to make it as easy as possible for you to be able to start creating 3D animated short films. Yeah. So that is an example of what we're building at Playhouse.ai. Let me know if you have any questions. Awesome, thank you. Yeah, so we actually just we're available in beta soon. So if you want to sign up for the beta and start using the platform to tell your stories, feel free to scan the QR code, go to Playhouse.ai, and sign up for the beta. We're going to be rolling it out next month or June. Yes. So yeah.
Any questions? I'm sorry, I just went for some pretzels really quick. Anybody want some?
I actually had 2 questions. The film that you showed at a film festival, one, how long was that film? And then also with Playhouse AI, how do you handle like multiple character interaction? Like you just record multiple videos and it ends up showing the same scene, or how does that work?
Yeah, so the one that I did at the film festival, that was a short, so it was 4 minutes. And then the one I just showed for Playhouse, basically what you can do is you can either generate multiple different characters for your scene and just place them in the scene. If you want to animate them, we have AI animation. So basically you just like write the prompt that you want. So you can be like, you know, I want a kung fu kick, and it'll generate a kung fu kick for you. And with regards to interaction, so like right now it's kind of like light. So if you're doing like AI generated animations in our platform, it's going to be like light, kind of just like, you know, you can try to like stage them so that they look like they're fighting each other or interacting with each other. If you perform it in our platform, that's also possible, where you can have more interaction, and basically you would just be doing like one-on-one. So let's say you record the animation for that one character, and then you would record the animation for another character. Later on, we can do more like real-time, multiple people performing.
Yes, right here. This way. Yeah, there we go. So, has there ever been a whole film like 2 hours or hour and 30 minutes strictly created by AI?
No, not yet.
We're getting there.
Thank you, Grace. Very impressive demo here. I have a question. So, how do you think the domain gap and different challenges between so far this cartoon style movie generation from those photorealistic generation thing?
The gap?
Yes.
Yeah, well, so right now it's based on different models. So you can train your own models. If you want something that's more realistic, you can train your own models for a more realistic look. Yeah, I think a lot of the AI models have gotten to a point where they could look pretty lifelike. So yeah, you can just choose your own models of like you want something that's more animated looking or something that's more photorealistic.
If we create if we create a series on your platform, can we download to our computer and share in different platforms, or we must stay in your platform for the rest of the serial or whatever it will be?
Yeah, so with these, so the video you can download it, and you can share it on social media, etc. The 3D components itself, we're trying to make that as interoperable with other systems as possible. It's all web-based, so you can, yeah, technically you can like port it over somewhere else, but right now it's living in our platform.
Hi. So for your tool, you guys, I noticed you had characters on like different backgrounds. To guide the character in motion, do you use geometry or do you use depth maps, or is there some other way that you guide where the characters can and can't move within the scene?
Well, it's all 3D, so we're not necessarily like rotoscoping or anything. It's very much just like you put the 3D character in the scene, and then you have like the environment like behind it, and so the character is just like moving independent of the environment.
Okay, last question. So what's your funding status?
Well, so yeah, we've been bootstrapping so far, and we're actually looking to raise funding. So as we come out into beta and start, rolling it out to people who have been waiting to use this, super excited to kind of be able to scale up. And yeah, if you're an investor, angel investor, interested in this space, come talk to me after.
Thank you. Well, congratulations on the product.
Thank you.
I broke my own rule. I like to support people, but I tell all the speakers, they're not here to sell a product. They're here to talk about what they're doing, what they're passionate about. But I was just curious, so I wanted to know.
Well, thank you. We haven't shared or made announcements, but literally just like went live with the website just like an hour ago. So yeah.
So another follow-up question: if there's media in the house, is this embargoed, or they can just go blast it out there, or should they approach you for an
Come talk to me
exclusive?
first.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's embargoed. Possible exclusive available.
Yes, exclusive access right now.
Thank you, Grace.
Thank you.
So thanks for having me. It's great to be here. I've attended previous events, and I think it's great. So congrats to Stephen and everybody. So I'm Russell Palmer. I'm the co-founder of Cyberfilm.ai, founded back in 2021. This was before Generative AI had a term. This was when crypto and NFTs were the big thing. But I'm here to tell you about our story and give you some advice and tips on co-piloting the content production process with AI. So, hands up, who recognizes this show? Anybody? Keep your hands up if you love this show. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. So this is where our story begins. This show is Suits, and my brother actually worked on it. It was filmed in Toronto because Toronto looks like Manhattan, but it's cheaper to film there for tax reasons. My brother was a computer engineer. He's my co-founder. He's the type of person that, he paints, he writes novels, he wants to be an artist, never wanted to work in a cubicle 9 to 5. So he went back to film school after graduating engineering and majored in creative writing, and wanted to just start on the ground level of Hollywood productions. So his first job was on Suits. He was a PA, which means his job was to drive Meghan Markle around and get her coffee and show her Toronto. This was in her pre-princess days, but it was a great experience for him to look back at. So what he learned is it's a really hard job to work your way up on Hollywood film sets. And so he would be there till 3 a.m, get home, and he wants to be a director someday. So he worked his way up the corporate ladder, third, second, first AD. He writes in his evenings and weekends and spare time. But it's so hard to break into Hollywood. You need to have movies. You need to have really good scripts and novels. And so he started writing a novel. It took him about 7 years to finish. And then he tried to turn it into a screenplay, and it was really, it's hard to learn. So he had to pay a ghostwriter $10,000. Then he self-published his book on Amazon. I think he sold 3 copies. 2 of those were me. 1 was my mom. And then the screenplay, you know, he'd be on set. Hey, Mr. Producer, Mrs. Producer, I worked for you really hard the last year. Can you read my 100-page screenplay? Oh, sure. Yeah, sure. I'll read it. Yeah. And then it just goes right in the pile of things they never read. So it's really hard to break into Hollywood. So around this time, I saw an early demo of ChatGPT in the summer of 2021, and I saw, well, robots can speak English. And it was incredible. So I thought, hey, maybe they released an API in the fall, and I said, okay, maybe I'll build a prototype. I work in AI as a product manager here in the Valley. They had fine tuning come out in beta. Maybe I could scan in all his writing. It would learn his writing style. That prototype didn't work that well, but once GPT 3.5 and 4 came in, we noticed that prototype got 10x better. So we're showing it to people on his set, and they were just loving it. So the following year, we built our prototype, and we launched it in April last year at Startup Grind. Really pumped, really happy. 1 month later, the writer's strike happens. And it actually started about streaming residuals due to Netflix, but I think, Netflix, all these streamers, Paramount Plus, Disney Plus, were losing billions of dollars, firing all their staff. And here are writers on the picket line saying, give us, more money, which is not a good story, and they're storytellers. So we slowly saw how AI kind of took over the strike and became the most important thing. And it seemed to be, hey, we're here on the front lines protecting humanity and the arts from, I hate this term, tech bros, been called it before, I guess I am one, but they just hated the thought of it. But I knew before the strike, when we showed it to people, they said, this is great, this is going to help me with our writing. So we realized that AI was going to be a contentious issue, but so our goal in founding Cyberfilm was to put AI in the power of human artists and then let them make more of their best work faster, rather than the doomsday scenario of, Netflix executive fires all their staff, types in 1 line, gets a 100-page screenplay, send it, to Netflix, put the check in my bank account. I don't even have to read it, right? Like, that's not the future we want. So let's talk about the content production process and workflow. Again, my brother is my co-founder. He's worked on Hollywood movie sets for 15 years, Suits, The Boys, Superman, all this great stuff. He's an AD now, so he's worked all the jobs on set, basically. So the title is Copilot. I think this is a term Microsoft has made popular. And I looked it up, and the Copilot assists the captain, but the task split is roughly equal. And so when I think of a Copilot, I don't think of it as here's a 1-line prompt, a horror movie about a monster in the ocean under an oil rig, make a 100-page screenplay. That's not an equal split. The captain also is ultimately responsible for the plane and the crew. So I don't really believe in a future where AI will be making all the movies with no human intervention. So our app, it's called Saga, and it assists filmmakers with content production. By assist, right now, I'll show you a demo in a second. We assist with the creative process. So from ideation to screenplays to storyboards, previs, animatics, and soon synthetic video and deepfake performances. So I'll show you a quick demo. And this is what you're going to see. So I was asked to talk about, what's the workflow you're building? A lot of people do. Midjourney does images. and Pika does video, and there's so many great different apps. So our app actually starts, you can just have a premise, who invented Bitcoin? Okay, I want a movie about who is really Satoshi Nakamoto, and is he a time travel from the future? And then he invented Bitcoin, and he's going back to the future because he's got a $40 million wallet, I think. So that's a fun premise. Then you can expand it with our app to a log line and choose from common story archetypes. There are about 15 story patterns used since the ancient Greeks. You can pick and choose and mash them up. B story, something people forget, we can generate. For characters, most people know the protagonist, the antagonist, the hero, the villain, but what's their arc? What's their archetype? What are their backstories? Have you planned out each act? And then in each act, have you planned out what are all the 10 beats in each act, like the prologue and the epilogue? And then script writing, we have a full script word processor, we have a full storyboard application, and we're starting to add previs. So I'm going to show a demo. If the text might be small, so anyone in the corner, if you do want, come up. There's 2 seats here, there's one here. I just want to really make sure you can see it. Otherwise, I put it on YouTube. If you go to YouTube/WriteOnSaga, you'll see it. So let's go through this. So when you open up the app Saga, you're going to see all your different movie projects. And so we'll pick Shadow Protocol. A lot of people have the title and the log line and maybe the theme already. In Hollywood, they say, I want Titanic meets Jaws, right? So we've categorized the 15 story archetypes. We'd let you pick them, teaching the machine learning model. And then when you have something you're stuck on, most people skip the B story, but all great movies have them. A B story is a subplot. It reinforces the theme, which we've seen up top, with secondary characters. So in this case, I've already filled out a few characters and some of the acts, some of the beats, and some of the scripts. So it's packaging up everything from the app and then picking. You can see each one is a different secondary character, Sarah, Ava Morales. So we can pick one, we can edit it, and move on. So the character page, you can see, so there's the antagonist, the protagonist, the fake ally opponent, the ally. We have a bunch of different roles, a love interest. Each of them can have a character arc. Well, this is what you learn in film school. What are the 5 character arcs? We let you just pick it. We give examples. We don't just have hero, villain. We help you make your characters more dimensional by stacking up archetypes. You can do the same for the acts and the beats. And here's where we're really different than ChatGPT. We have a full processor, just like Final Draft. And so if you get we want people to write, but then if you get notes from your agent saying, okay, this scene needs to be more dramatic and give Mercer more dialogue, and you can click rewrite. And so it will actually take your instructions in natural language and rewrite the scene for you. And you can click accept or revert. Obviously, it's not locked, so you can type. Everything here is editable. We want you to be typing, so you can type. You can select a line and say, "Hey, rewrite." This is a dad joke. It's too cheesy. Make it more funnier or something, and it'll do it. And then finally, we have a storyboard page. So a lot of writers don't know cinematography, so we give you drop downs so you can simply pick. We give you some dialogues to help you understand what those are. Our users don't want to be prompt engineers. They work in Hollywood. They don't want to get on Discord to have to use Midjourney and fail at learning it. It's really hard. So notice here Raven outside her tent. Raven is the nickname of the character Jamila. So our app is actually smart enough to know that Raven is not a bird, but it's also one of the characters. It knows what she looks like for the character consistency. And then you can say, okay, no, zoom in on her eyes and click animate. It takes a while, so I'll show you one that we already made. This is Stable Video Diffusion. And so you can imagine in the future when Sora comes out with the API, and each of these can be up to 60 seconds long, we'll have pretty much a full movie generator. So that's the app. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I was asked to talk a little bit more about sort of the future. of the process. So here's all the things that I've found real examples of either we're doing it ourselves, we're building it in our app, or I'll name the other companies doing it. So, you know, synthetic video and audio is what we want to add next. We've all seen Sora. It's incredible. Pika Labs and Runway are really great too. And I think if they get up to 60 seconds, be even better. All these companies do audio. So Suno, Udio can score. So my brother paid $25,000 to score his movie, his independent movie, and he's not even done yet. And oh, it's so much money. Most people can't afford that. So I don't think it replaces jobs because it's people around the world who are independent filmmakers and they just don't have the money to hire a storyboard artist for $500 a day, $25,000 to score it. You know, even actors, you need to deal with all the guilds and stuff. So synthetic video and deepfake for performances. So that's where you see Metaphysic.ai. They did the Tom Cruise deepfake. And so this is going to save people from, if you've seen how they made like Lord of the Rings with Gollum or Thanos with Josh Brolin, they have to put all these dots on their face and wear mocap and stuff. So by doing that, you can turn basically anyone into anything. And so in the VFX CGI world, there's rotoscoping, compositing, and rendering. This, if you look up the article, like Marvel animators are burnt out, that's because they spend so many hours fixing a finger or a hair out of place or whatever, or you have the bones and you want to map the character to it, and it just takes so long and they hate it. These are the people that really love AI because they say, you know, I'm still going to work. You know, the executive producer up at, you know, the top floor of the building is not able to do this by themselves, but I can do it. Camera lighting, sound adjustment, stuff that takes a long time and is tedious. You can have AI just automatically correct it for you. We're seeing a lot of that in Adobe products, same for color correction and grading. Editing's really cool. I've even seen TikTokers who they'll film just tons of footage and then they'll say, edit this in the style, because there's a consistent style of what makes a video go viral on TikTok or a Mr. Beast video. There's just certain cuts and intros and outros. So AI can learn from all those successful videos and help you with yours. Animatics is basically like one fidelity step less than the real CGI. So a good example online, if you YouTube Marvel Infinity War, Endgame, at the end when they have like 50 versus 50 superheroes flying at each other, they have to coordinate all those fights and everything. You can't do that with a static storyboard. So animatics can be drawn really easily in Sora. And then some things we're adding that if synthetic video is a hit, will be sort of irrelevant, but shot list, prop list, location planning. Hollywood is stuck in the 90s. Final Draft is still doesn't have a Google Docs online version. You know, everything's coordinated with paper. They were getting paper pay stubs until COVID forced them to do direct deposit. Like there's so much in the process that could be automated in the cloud and sometimes with AI. And I'm over time, but meet me at the networking event later and I can talk about more. And if you want, you can sign up for free at writeonsaga.com and try it out and email me. I'd love to hear your thoughts. So thank you.
My opera glasses for that.
What's that?
Thanks.
Yeah. Write on Saga. Write as in writing. So any questions?
Quick questions. Probably have time for two.
Hi. So what do you think will be the mold for this type of products?
The moat?
Yeah. What kind of like the differentiations you have with other companies that provide the same service?
Yeah, so being a year or two old, our mode is in all the prompt engineering. So our B story, we're actually used in Hollywood. Producer of Breaking Bad is a fan, and American Psycho, lots of people. Our prompts are way better, so you don't have to learn prompt engineering. The B story, it knows to pull the secondary characters to reinforce the theme. ChatGPT hallucinates. It also borrows from 10 different styles of making films to mash them up, and it's a mess. So we have a very opinionated structure. Obviously, the app itself, like the word processing script writer, is hard to build. The storyboard app, and we think our benefit is we actually integrate all the best models. So we have when we give you a title and we give you 5 ideas, some will be from GPT-4 Turbo, some from Claude, some from all different models. So you can actually pick. Same for the images. We do Stable Diffusion XL, DALL-E 3. So we're going to keep testing and integrating all the best APIs, models, open source, and benefit from their billions of dollars of research in one package that speaks Hollywood's language. People can copy the app. Some have already, but I think the other moat is that I'm an AI product manager. My brother is a Hollywood filmmaker. He deals with scripts every day. I look up our competitors. I try their app. The apps don't work that well. And when I look at their background, oh yeah, our crypto startup failed, and now we're storyboarding is our mission in life, and it's most of them just give up. So I think there's a lot of reasons. The final one you're probably wondering is, will we build our own models? Yes. So we are doing our seed round now, and with that money, we're going to build a script coverage model and some other things. We probably won't ever build a text-to-video model because it costs billions of dollars, access to GPUs. But if we could partner with Pico or Runway or something, that would be cool too.
I think, was it on our call that I said I think the killer app is the AI script supervisor.
Yeah. No.
You just cross the line. You know, the keys were over here. I could notice all these things in the scene.
It's incredible.
Answers the question, "What's my line?"
People would script coverage is a huge industry. People send their script to Hollywood people who aren't professionals, who aren't on a show, and paying tens of thousands of dollars or more just to get them to rewrite this. This isn't good, whatever. Most people can't afford that, and so for $20 a month, they can get our app, write their whole script. My brother wrote a 100-page script on our app in 10 days, and it's greenlit in Hollywood, and they're going to make it. So we want to really, everyone says it, but democratize Hollywood. So you don't have to move to LA, risk everything, end up as a waiter or waitress. We want to just help you make more of your best work faster. Everything users make on this app they own. We'll never release who our users are or what they made. And so we built it for people like my brother who just need help getting more shots on net. He doesn't want to wait another 7 years to write a screenplay and have that not work in another 7 years. Like, you need to fail fast. You need a lot of shots on net. And that's what we think our app helps do.
Let's keep the question short, no doubling up, and go ahead.
I think you already answered it, but you sound like your brother wrote a script that got greenlit. But have you? Is there anything else that's been like already like done in production or been like posted?
There are things being filmed in Hollywood, but as I just mentioned, I don't release the names.
Yeah.
But
so I was like, hey, I use this software, But
yeah, let me put it this way: there are people using this in Hollywood secretly and making it work. And I've been tracking the news and Google alerts. No one has ever written a script in ChatGPT that has sold or made it anywhere in Hollywood. So I think this is, people always say, oh, here's $20, ChatGPT, $20, I'll just buy that. I'll buy Midjourney and patch it together myself. We've tried, it's impossible. So yeah, we really think this is going to be one of the first successful ones.
Thank you.
Hopefully. Last question.
I have a question on the script editing too. So you give the user essentially the opportunity to make edits based on the script that's generated.
Yeah.
But during the process at the beginning, you were able to choose like different character archetypes. I think you listed there was 5.
Yeah.
And then maybe there's 15 different story types.
Yep.
So when I go in there and start editing what I want the characters to say, do I get any feedback about, okay, you're going against this character archetype or story plot line that you actually chose at the beginning? Because if I go in there, I'm not really sure what these archetypes are, but it sounds cool. Titanic means something.
Yeah.
Well,
so to that, it's actually an instructional tool. So we have people in LA teaching film classes, and we gave all the students free access. So every time you look at an archetype and hover over it, watch the demo on YouTube, or try it for free. If you sign up, you'll see an explanation of what is the mastermind villain type, and a paragraph description, and then examples from real life. So it is kind of a teaching tool. And then, when you go to write dialogue by this character, and you can say, there's another button I didn't show, which is just like, I'm stuck, just generate next line, and it'll do one line at a time. even something that small, we fill up the OpenAI context window with the full 125K. So all the pages you've written, characters you define, plots, and everything will pass that and say, considering all this, what's the perfect next line? And so we'll know if the person's personality is dry humor and their whatever. If that doesn't answer your question, feel free to beat me later. I'm not sure if I totally got it, but.
Russell, thank you. Everybody give it up for Russell Palmer.
Woo! Thank you.
And the one thing I would just like to, I think, investors and other folks, and I think just from a business standpoint, one of the greenfields that's accessible right now in AI is creating the workflow and the process. So that's one of the things I'm really excited about for what you're doing. We need the people doing the underlying tools, the generators, but the part that's missing is how do we take it all together step by step and hold the whole process.
Steven Spielberg is not going to get to Midjourney and slash commands and stuff.
I wish that was on mic, but unfortunately. Okay, Maddie Shimura coming on up. We'll give you a little extra time here. Let me see. We got the timekeeper.
How's everyone doing? Let's give it up for another round for Russell and Grace, who will be on the panel with Leonie right after this. Cool. Perfect. Great. So I'm here representing Civitai, or Civid.ai, however you want to say it, which is the home of open source generative AI. Cool. There we go. So my name is Maddie Shimura. I come from a background as a filmmaker, been making short films, documentaries for the past 17 years, especially in the VR and 360 video space, having some of my work featured at Cannes and at Tribeca. Most recently, I worked at Meta on some photogrammetry projects, working with the UNESCO heritage sites and the National Park Service. And recently, I found myself at Civitai leading their AI film and TV initiatives. A little bit of background on Civitai. We are a trailblazer in the image and video space, focusing on open source resources and making that available to the greater creative community. Here are some examples of images from our community, and then we also have the workflows, the checkpoints, the characters for both images and videos, being able to do text to video, video to video, anything that you can really imagine. There aren't too many limits on what you're able to create. So far, we've been seed funded by A16Z almost exactly a year ago, with around 4 million registered users as of this past March. And then we are exploring our Series A by end of year. Currently, our greatest asset is our community. We're really focusing on how we can build out that creator ecosystem and that creator tool set, rather than focusing on being the top image or video generation tool, as there is, as you may have known, a lot of competition in that space. So we've been able to prove that with some of our user retention, with being the 9th most used overall web app in the AI space, with around 5 million monthly active users. And all of us on the team, we're about a team of 20, are creators ourselves, filmmakers, artists, and community managers who really just want to see the ecosystem and the creative community be able to have that accessibility and be able to succeed. So our 4 main pillars of our business are training, generation, community, and safety. On the education and training side, we provide the resources, YouTube tutorials. We are also the largest AI image and video art stream on Twitch, streaming weekly with office hours to help people troubleshoot, because many of these workflows are very technical. They do take some deep dives to get up and running. So we provide tutorials on how to troubleshoot that, and are also able to bring in guest creators from the community. So those people who are contributing to the open source side, being able to spotlight them and their workflows and sharing that back, reinvesting it into the community. On the resources and toolset side, we have around 180,000 different styles for characters and models and environments, hosted all for free on the website. So to really open up the door for people, as well as workflows. And then on the monetized side, we have the training capabilities for making these fine tunes of characters or aesthetics, as well as being able to do image generation. On our community and partnership growth side, we are doing a artist in residence program, as I will showcase some examples from later, as well as creating an ecosystem of AI filmmaking contests, and then exploring original IP through short films and an anthology that we're ramping up, similar to Love, Death, and Robots, with hopefully theatrical screenings and making it to streaming as well. And as a final point, trust and safety is a big part of our brand, making sure that things are moderated and within ethical guidelines. Some statistics about our website. So as I mentioned, we're doing around 2 million generations per day with around 7 commercial partnerships. While we have been focused more on the B2C market, we're building out our B2B capabilities for R&D and for other IP generation purposes as well. Our future looks like diversifying to be more of that Times Square, being tool agnostic and welcoming. If you want to have your Midjourney image, your Playhouse.ai video footage, your Pika footage, being able to post that all in Civitai, being able to share those resources, engage in that dialogue and conversation, and being able to be that hub for all of those different tool sets. In addition, we are launching Project Odyssey to help bridge the gap between traditional filmmakers and AI technologists, who are often portrayed as the media as being head-to-head as this power struggle. The way we see it is that there are two sides of the same coin. At the end of the day, everyone wants to create good stories and tell the stories that they want to be able to make. I'm sure everyone in the audience has once thought, that would make a great film or that would make a great TV show. But as Russell mentioned, there are so many barriers to entry for the Hollywood system that really prevent people. So we're trying to break down some of those barriers by giving people both the platform and the funding to make those films a reality.
Sign up now to the world's very first Project Odyssey AI film competition. With free early access to multiple AI tools, you've got 1 month to come together, dream big, and win prizes. So sign up now to the Project Odyssey AI film competition. Sign up.
There we go. Yeah, so we are just announcing on June 10th. This is an early sneak peek, not embargoed, but we are releasing a company-wide AI film competition. So while there have been other AI film competitions, I think more opportunities for the community to engage and create is better for the entire ecosystem. So we're bringing together many big players in the stable diffusion, open source video generation side and style transfer companies, bringing together all of our audiences to be like the Olympics of AI filmmaking. So thinking about 3D animation, music videos, and other types of narrative shorts and behind the scenes, being able to bring all of our audiences together, have that cross-pollination, and have some friendly competition to see who ends up on top. So more to come, and we will be releasing some of those details more publicly on the 10th. Let's see. And then I will give a little bit of a sneak peek from our Artist in Residence program from some short films we are helping incubate. This first one is by filmmaker Noah Robert Miller, who is working on the rotoscoping style. So you've seen a lot of text to video today, but what we're really focusing on is using real actors, having real sets, being able to build off that traditional filmmaking process. So I'll give a little bit of a sneak peek, and then later on at 6 p.m. you can come and see the full version, but I'll show a little bit now.
Welcome to Station Zero, here at the South Pole. You are now a member of the SRO. Our mission is to study the analytic structure for the betterment of mankind, and you are now a part of that mission, and we are so excited to have you. The structures have been with mankind since the beginning of human history. Every culture on Earth has some recorded interactions with them. Their shape and material makeup separate them with stark contrast to any known natural formations. In 1252, Henry III engaged the explorer Albert Westerland to chart the structures worldwide, which he did with haste. Some 300 English and French explorers set off into the world. The seventh structure was discovered in 14.
That's a little sneak peek, a little of mockumentary style. And then Noah has found a really amazing workflow to, as you saw, to get that lip motion, to get those eye tracking, and keep the character looking like that actual actress. So feel free to talk to me later about how that was made. And then I'll show a snippet of Odd Birds from our artist in residence, Arvid Tappert.
50. Final test of endurance.
So a little bit of a fun kind of claymation style film. We're trying to represent a whole range of things. AI filmmaking is not just sci-fi or dystopian, and we are being able to just beginning to explore what some of these stories that can be told. I'll take a few questions before we get into our panel. If anyone has any questions on,
raise your hand
on that.
So you have a lot of users, and you have frameworks like Forge, and the other ones which manage the GPUs. Are you able to cut a deal to get these GPUs at lower cost when you have such a big user community?
So we are not a GPU provider. We have on-site generation services for image, and then for all of those workflows, you can either put it into Comfy UI, Forge, Automatic 1111, either on your local GPU or through a provider like Think Diffusion.
And let's one last question.
Can you give an estimate of the cost for the first film that, I mean, just in terms of like compute or like credits and all of that?
Compute, it would be hard to say because it is local on his Noah's 4090. But I think probably in terms of the GPU hour cost, it's like a few dollars per GPU hour. So not too much in the grand scheme of things.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool. Great.
Well, you want to bring up your panelists?
Yeah. Awesome. So we will be continuing this conversation and thinking about AI filmmaking with Russell and Grace, who you've met, and also Leonie from Pika Labs. So please come up to the stage and give them a round of applause. Cool. All right. Well, as we begin, we met Grace and Russell, but Leonie, I wanted to give you an opportunity to introduce yourself, talk about your work at Pika. We've heard it mentioned a couple times today, but I'll let you speak more to that.
Yeah, thanks so much for the invitation. Very happy to be here. Yeah, I'm Leonie. I work for Pika. I work on the growth and community side, so involved in product strategy, community events, and a lot of other things as well. Yeah, before that, I was at DEVAR Labs, worked a bit more on the voice part of things, and just moved here for the job a few months ago.
Well, thanks, Leonie. The first question I wanted to pose to the panel is we've talked in a few of our speeches about these barriers to entry. So the traditional Hollywood process, living in LA, going to a reputable film school, knowing someone at one of the studios or lots. How do you think AI really democratizes that process? What does it allow for people who are outside of that system to now be able to do?
Want me to start?
Anyone who wants to take it.
Yeah, well, I would say that my experience has really illustrated. I wasn't necessarily in traditional Hollywood, but I was an outsider who always wanted to make films and storytell. And I think my process and what I talked about demonstrates the power of AI in filmmaking because instead of needing a whole team, I had 5 contractors, and then I had 30 days. I wrote the script in 30 days, and then I produced it in 30 days, and then was able to get it out the door on a small budget. So I think that is the power of AI.
Yeah. So from my perspective, just watching my brother trying to break into Hollywood from Canada for 15 years, people still write on Twitter, "Oh, don't use AI. Just move to LA and meet someone. Hand out your." But if you're not from the US, you can't just move to LA. And so he started in Toronto as a PA, then a third AD, a second. I was a first assistant director, which is pretty good. And being from Canada, our hero James Cameron, we love really happy to see him make it and make movies like Titanic, which changed the world. And what they told him is, "Oh no, you've hit the ceiling now. You're at first assistant director. You don't get promoted to director. The only way you become a director in Hollywood is you need to have a portfolio of films. You need to put them in film competitions or now go viral online. But again, it's to get into the film competitions, you needed to get into USC School of Cinematic Arts, NYU Tisch, maybe like 5 others. It's really hard. It's really expensive. It's just not available to everyone. But there are 8 billion people in the world, and there are great stories in Nigeria and Africa and all over the world. They're stuck in people's heads and will never get out, and we can't enjoy them. And so what we think is generative AI will help small teams of people on small budgets produce things that eventually will be high Hollywood blockbuster quality movies, and then it will be a meritocracy. In the tech world, we have Amazon Web Services in the cloud and open source, and 2 people that are 19 can go make an app like Instagram and change the world. You can't make a movie with 2 people for less than $200,000. We've tried. It's just so hard. It's too many people and equipment and resources required. But if you could use Sora or Pika and generate video scenes for the VFX, and maybe you film the rest on your iPhone, but like it will help you make a movie, build your portfolio, and then like Mr. Beast, if you keep making movies, you'll get better and better, and then eventually it'll get discovered. And guess what? Netflix, I think, offered Mr. Beast a 3-picture deal. So I think you can break into Hollywood with the power of generative AI.
Yeah, not much to add here, actually. I think you can gain a lot of independence as a filmmaker because you don't rely on these big studios anymore to produce a film, even if there might be a quality delta as of now. And I guess it also allows you to experiment more. Like you can try a lot of different things before like digging deep into one specific idea. And I guess that was also way more complex before.
So when these barriers to entry are hopefully removed with AI, where you can bring your idea to life with a screenplay with Saga, make it these animatics, and build out your fully fleshed out film, let's imagine a world where anyone can make a great film by today's standards. What does that look like for us on the consumer side? When anyone can create a great movie, what does that mean for those people at the top of their craft, for us as audiences? What does that ecosystem really look like?
Yeah, I can go first. So I have interviewed a lot of people through Y Combinator's online program. lots of Hollywood executives, and some would say, "Oh no, if anybody could make a movie, everybody would do it." And I'm kind of, well, what's wrong with that? Let them make movies. I mean, when I was growing up in the 90s, there were a certain amount of movie theaters and a certain amount of shelf space on Blockbuster. And so I could see how they would go with winners, or superhero movies have established, decades of audiences built in, so you can't go wrong. Lord of the Rings is a famous book. You're not taking a risk on that. Something like Squid Game, you're taking a huge risk, but the cloud and streaming is now infinite. So there's no limit to the number of new movies that can be made a year. And then people say, oh, well, if there's an explosion of content, most will be junk and we'll never be able to find it. But again, AI can help, right, with preference targeting. So Amazon, I go there, it knows what I probably want to buy. Netflix knows what I probably want to watch. So even if Netflix adds 100 new movies a day, if some kid in rural India or rural Idaho made a cool movie about black holes and knows I'm really interested because I love Interstellar, it'll micro-target it to me. And that's why I think Hollywood with AI can actually grow by 10 times, not replace jobs, but hire more people with the role of filmmaker.
I think a lot of it is about the story and the director, the storyteller, right? And so even as AI is getting better and, the controversy of AI displacing creatives, but really at the essence of it, it's the human story. And so if it's about the filmmaker who wants to tell about a personal experience that they had or something that really emotionally resonated with them and they want to share it with more people, now they have the tools to do that. And then I think being able to build niche audiences who resonate with those stories, I think is going to be the future. So less so on like proven IPs that can have like, $1 billion in the box office, and more so about like the niche filmmakers and the niche creators telling stories that maybe their community or like circle cares about.
First of all, I think just because everybody is able to create a video doesn't mean that everybody will kind of naturally do it. So I think it's super easy for all of us to, I don't know, like start a TikTok account and record a bunch of like dancing videos, but I assume that not everyone here in this room does that just because it's possible. So I think that's one thing to take into account. And besides that, I guess that like contextualization and curation will gain increasing relevance. I think we've seen that with images or like with stories in general, that the place where we see the story or where we kind of approach something matters a lot, and that might become even more important, right? Like if you see something on Civitai that really like sparks your interest, you see it there, and that's a reason why you might appreciate it more, or why you might like start watching a video at the first place versus finding something at a random place that you don't have like trust in. So I think, yeah, maybe trust is a third factor.
Yeah, in my opinion, I think it lowers those barriers to entry, but it also simultaneously raises the bar for the people at the top of their game, for those who want to up-level their craft and be able to, now they don't have to worry about the minutia. And I think about it like Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Because they don't have to spend all that time on those really manual tasks, they can now put that effort and the energy into story, into character development, into those creative areas that they really want to be spending their time, versus green screening something out, animating it frame by frame, and being able to have that balance between both what they want to be able to do so that they don't have to be half creative, half entrepreneurial to finance these films and be able to make these very time-intensive and resource-intensive processes work. Speaking of story, many AI films in the ecosystem on Twitter, on YouTube, are often criticized as being hard to resonate with. I think part of that comes from many AI filmmakers it's their first ever movie. They haven't done short films before. It's their first time using these types of tools. What are ways that we can really put that focus back on impactful narratives so that these amazing visuals can also have great stories, not just one or the other?
I would say maybe an approach could be like story first and technology second. I totally get where these videos come from, because if I was using one of these tools for the very first time, I would also just be like, okay, let's try that, let's try that. And then at the end, you have like a ton of like very intense, very extreme visuals and try to like merge them into a story. Or you just want to take the model to its edges and like see what's actually possible. And if that defines the story, you kind of already have like a storyline that's defined by something else besides the actual story you want to tell. And maybe also even lowering your expectations in terms of the amount of tools you need to use. And maybe it's just like a little bit of AI, and you also use real footage and a bunch of other things to tell a story. I think we are starting to see a lot of these kinds of videos that just don't necessarily use AI only, but blend it with other technologies. I find that way more interesting. And I guess it will just take a bit of time for people to maybe hit the ceiling in terms of excitement, and then like just using it as a tool and not as something to like get super hyped.
Yeah, I started a blog in 2021, and one of the posts, we called it the content touring test, which is like, when are we going to see a movie that doesn't go viral because AI made it and it's just actually good? And I love, don't get me wrong, I love seeing, Nemprez and Dave Clark and all these great people making really cool stuff. They're at the forefront. I have no doubt they're going to be, maybe the new wave of directors. But if you put the T2 remake, if anyone saw it in front of an audience, they even admit like it's not a good movie. Or there's things that go viral, like the Wes Anderson made Star Wars, and it's like a fake movie trailer for something that doesn't exist. The first one I saw, oh, this is amazing. I sent it to everybody. And then by the fifth one, Wes Anderson makes Lord of the Rings. I was kind of, okay. For our startup, we definitely started with a story. It probably has partly to do with the timing. In 2021, there weren't image generators. And so we started with the very first GPT-3 API and worked on text. But it's also because we believe the story is the most important part to your question. It's not a movie if it's a collection of moving images with sounds, or it's a trailer for something that will never exist. Those are just gimmicks, which is fine. People are experimenting. We see avant-garde art, and it's cool. Paul Trillo has some really cool stuff. But none of these I would classify as like a movie yet. And we are making one called Awake that we're hoping to be one of the first 90-minute feature films. Yeah, we just want people to like it, not because of the AI. So.
Yeah, I think for me, that was one of the big things that I was struggling with as I transferred my script into using some of the AI tools. And I think I would be excited to use something like Saga for my scripting, because I put so much effort into the backstory of the characters and the character development and all the narrative. But then when I was using a lot of the AI tools, I had trouble translating any of that over. So we lacked the emotionality, we lacked the character interactions, we lacked a lot of different aspects that we would need to be able to tell the richer backstories.
From what I've seen, those on the AI technologist side are those early adopters pushing the tech and seeing where it can be experimented with. But sometimes the storytelling abilities need work, whereas those on the traditional filmmaking side know how to craft these great characters and story arcs, but are resistant to the technology. So I really think that there needs to be a bridging of that gap. The media, as I mentioned, often portrays it as one side versus the other. Do you think that there's a way for these two groups to come together so that either they can join forces or they can both work together to be able to make these great films? Or do you think it's going to be kind of survival of the fittest?
So yeah, I don't know if anyone's brought up the Scarlett Johansson thing recently, but I love OpenAI. They inspired me to start a company. I'm not here to disparage them, but that really felt like an own goal. in that there's just clear evidence. Sam is in love with the movie Her and wanted the voice and called Scarlett twice, and she said no. And then they led the launch demo with that voice, and every article the next day was Scarlett Johansson versus OpenAI. And I hate seeing these like Hollywood versus AI. I can't read the Hollywood Reporter anymore. Almost every article is clickbait. I dream of a day when it's no longer called an AI film or you're an AI filmmaker, and it's as obvious and simple to use as any CGI or filming on your iPhone, and it's just a tool. And then the movie's good because of the story and the characters, and not just oh wow, AI made this. It's doing great progress. And then I was going to say one more thing, but I sort of lost my train of thought, so I will stop there.
I can jump in. I think like a key to the solution could lie in the fact that we just understand AI as complementary to traditional filmmaking and not as something that replaces traditional filmmaking. And maybe that's also like speaking back to the question you asked before, why are some of the stories we are seeing right now not kind of resonating, or why are they kind of boring? I think it's because they just try to get the same visual output that you know from the cinema, and they don't do anything that's like aesthetically new. And once you find something that was not possible with technologies before, or that was super hard, or for whatever reason hasn't been done yet, and you do that with AI, I think that's when it gets like super exciting, interesting, and also really entertaining. There's one YouTube account, he's called Red Flying Fox, I guess. And he makes these videos, and probably challenging from a copyright perspective, but he was the one who made the video of like the Balenciaga Harry Potter show. I'm not sure if you see that video. And he does a lot of these videos like Harry Potter in whatever kind of context, or Balenciaga in whatever kind of context. And I think that has been hard before, and it's really entertaining to watch that. And I think on the other side of like complementary, Russell also mentioned so many things that are part of like the filmmaking process. And I feel like there are like a lot of things where AI could be just used as an enhancement versus a replacement. But yeah, I think no Pika video has ever been created without a human being. So it needs traditional Hollywood.
I remembered what I was going to say. So I just want, I wish Silicon Valley, the motto for the last while has been move fast and break things, and I hate that. And so one of the reasons I started the company with my brother is we'd have an aspiring artist in our DNA, and so we would have empathy for our users, and we wouldn't make decisions just because we could scan something off the internet and steal it and repurpose it. Maybe we should think about that. I think that the voice example is one thing, and I just wish we see some great examples. I think Showrunner just came out the other day. It looks so cool. I signed up for their San Francisco, but I question in the middle of the strike when they launched create a South Park episode generator. Like, why do we need to copy Spike Jonze's brilliant casting of Scarlett Johansson's voice? Why do we need to copy South Park? Build the technology and then use it to come up with original new ideas. And I think that's what's going to stop pitting artists against technologists, when we can prove we can, we're here to play. We're here to come up with new things. And it's not just about stealing your work and remixing it because we can.
And I'm so glad you brought that up, because for myself, I'm an artist as well as a technologist. So my whole life I've been an artist, and then that's kind of what brought me into technology. But so I kind of see it from both sides. And so to your point, having a lot of empathy for the artist. And so a big philosophy, like something really important to me and why I'm building is as an artist. So like the past few years, I was like making art, making the AI films, etc. But then I was just like, wait, this isn't working, and I have to do something to solve this problem, because artists are getting displaced by AI. And so what I'm thinking about as I'm building Playhouse is how can we actually create more jobs for artists? How can we create more opportunities and revenue for artists in the advent of AI displacing their jobs? Because I was working when I was working on my animated short film before, I had hired the artists, and then I realized I didn't actually need the concept artist anymore, because DALL-E came out. about. And so I literally was in that transition phase of like hiring artists and then like not needing them and then realizing that they would lose their jobs. But then I also saw opportunities because I was able to hire artists from like Sri Lanka as well, where I was just like, wow, I'm giving them new opportunities for them to do something that they would never have the opportunity to do because they're not in Hollywood. And so that's a gap that I want to bridge as well. And so really thinking about that as we're building the tools that will have such a larger impact on creatives.
I think many of us are artists ourselves. We don't want to see people displaced or out of work. I had friends on the SAG and WGA Strike Alliance or who are in film school. I want to see them be able to succeed. But I think that often these companies give platitudes that jobs are going to change, but don't provide those real solutions. Is there a way that these people who are struggling to find work or who may be displaced in VFX or animation, that they can help up-level their craft to not stay relevant, but be able to keep up with the pace of how fast things are moving? Our understanding of AI is far behind how quickly it's moving. Is it a educational course? Is it a new type of learning? What do you think will really help these people be able to tell their stories and break down that resistance to these tools?
Yeah, so one story I love is a self-driving truck company. So driving a truck is the most common job in 49 of the 50 states, and now there are self-driving trucks. And what the company realized is they needed a human in the loop. So some of these truck drivers, they would hire to work from home and oversee a fleet of trucks. And they interviewed the person and they said, I get to see my family, my back problems are gone, I'm not bored out of my mind driving 10 hours a day or whatever it is. I love it. So what I think could happen is, if you're a costume designer or a set location scout or designer, or you do props, learn prompt engineering and help. We still need the human taste. Instead of getting someone to draw it for you, try to do it yourself on Midjourney. So I think a lot of these things will evolve. And then what will happen, we're hoping with our app, is Hollywood loves a slashy. So the dream is to be writer / director / actor / whatever. And people can do that now. If you're the writer, you can learn cinematography in our app. You've seen enough movies. You know what an eye-level close-up is. You just pick it. And then you can be the director and the producer. You can act in your own movies. My brother does. And self-distribution through YouTube or TikTok is going to change everything. So you don't have to go through Sundance and all these film festivals you'll never get into. You can do it like Mr. Beast, put enough videos online, and then either Hollywood comes to you or you just make millions on YouTube. People make millions on YouTube unboxing children's toys, right? So imagine the Gen Z generation, they're doing cute dances and guys are doing stunts like smacking people with a pie and filming it. If we taught them story structure, I think it's just going to help and grow everything.
Yeah, my dream is that if you're scrolling on short form media, instead of each of those being a prank video or a dance, what if each of those could be a short film or a personal story?
Yeah, I would say for a lot of I think what I'm super excited about is just like the individual being able to like carry forward a vision without needing all of the Hollywood resources that traditionally is needed. And so even for people who are working in Hollywood, I would say like, have a vision, right? I personally don't think that a lot of people joined a studio to be like, just like green screening or rotoscoping or doing like mundane tasks every day, right? Like a lot of people I know who joined Hollywood wanted to tell a story and wanted to work their way up. But, now you don't have to work your way up. If you have a story to tell, you can go tell it. You can go share it. You can use any of these tools. And then now you can be like pretty much like a one-person show. And so, like, for example, with what you're saying about the multi-hyphen. So when I was working on my animated film, I was I did all the voice acting. So if you look at the credits, it was just like all the characters was just like me. And then I did all the choreography, I did all the motion capture, I did all the performing, and it was the most fun I've ever had. And I was super excited because I always, as a kid, I always wanted to, you know, be in theater and be in Hollywood. But then now I'm like, oh, I can do the voice performance, I can do the acting, I can do the directing, the writing, everything. And it was actually kind of like a dream come true.
Yeah. And on the strike, I followed the strike very closely because we had just launched our app. And okay, what's the problem? And we're worried some executive at Netflix or Warner Brothers is going to replace us all. All the studios will replace the creatives. Like, the creatives are the most important thing. Why don't you replace the studios? Do it all yourself. Yeah. And one of the things people hate the most as a creative is when the person who controls the money says, oh, I've got some notes for you. You know, why don't you make Batman's costume red, or, you know, all this stupid stuff. And, oh, I guess I got to do it, right? If you can do the full end-to-end by yourself, you have full creative control, and you'll reap all the profits.
I want to add like a quick note on that, because I think that's an interesting observation that probably has been like going on not just since AI. Like, I read an interesting blog post the other day. I think it was not the Hollywood Reporter, but it was basically about how like aspiring creators, or those creators who maybe 5 years ago were like dreaming of Hollywood, dreaming of like making it like to LA, creating something with these big studios, and that was kind of the end goal. And I feel like now a lot of creators who are maybe like on the brink of like making it to there don't even want to do it anymore, because they feel like, I want to own all the money I make, I want to own the IP, I want to like have full control. I'm not really interested in making it to Hollywood. Simultaneously, I think film doesn't equal video. There are a lot of like different content pieces that can be created that are not supposed to be ever shown in any sort of cinema. But I also want to be the devil's advocate for a second, because I believe there's a lot of pressure on people in the space right now. Obviously, you need to be educated and need to educate yourself. I feel like that's kind of the only way it's happening right now. And I see why that's a challenge. And I honestly also find it unfair, because I believe there should be a space for film without AI. There should be a space for art without AI. I read a tweet this morning, and it said basically, any artist who's not considering like AI art is not a serious artist. And that made me so angry, because there should be paintings, there should be sculptures out of wood, stone, or whatever. And I see why it's like a very challenging time for people who might resonate more with that side of creativity.
Just to add on that, so one thing I love is, so there are photography competitions, and they just have a rule that there are certain entries that must be natural, and there are certain that you can touch up with Photoshop. That's fine. I mean, for the next few years, why don't film competitions? If you use AI at all, you still get to be in the competition. You know, we won't be giving you death threats. No, we hate you. It's just okay. Non-AI here, AI here, and we'll see. If the AI movies become better, filmmaking, and it's a market-driven, it's a marketplace. Like, people pay for the stuff they want. If movies made by people with AI end up being better, I think it'd be crazy to do something like the Guild's proposed, which is just ban AI in America. Because I'm from Canada, we'll just use it there. UK, Australia, China, Bollywood, Nollywood, Nigeria. So there's got to be a compromise.
Awesome. Well, I think we might have time for one question. How are we doing on time, Stephen? Cool.
Actually, let me grab this, and you guys share that one. You guys share that one. All right, any questions?
Hey
That's
guys,
really. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. So, I guess one thing that I keep thinking about is like how creators, writers, directors, producers, all of them are ideologically separated from the corporates, and the corporates and the startups are trying to extract or create new value, right, by providing AI to these creatives. But I guess ideologically, the creatives are always going to be outside. They're not going to consider the economic value of things, right? This is not in their ideology generally. Writers are, artists are starving, right? That's like the ideology.
in a lot of ways. And so I wonder if the fundamental problem is that there's just not new ways for artists to make money. Like the destruction of Hollywood, to me, hasn't come fast enough. In fact, streamers haven't come fast enough into the space to destroy the gatekeepers, so that new ways like YouTube, for people to create money, or to make money, is not available, right? So I guess my question is, what do you guys think are new ways that are highly scalable, that millions of new artists can make money? Because I think that's to me is the fundamental dilemma.
I have like 2 thoughts on that. So I think first of all, art is nothing that is supposed to be scalable, because then it's maybe something that's not art anymore. I also disagree with the fact that artists are starving. I mean, there are a lot of artists who are starving, but there are also like a lot of successful artists out there. So I think this ideology maybe doesn't hold true anymore. And I think AI has also empowered a lot of artists. I think People is a good example. Graphic Anadol is, I don't know, like traveling any machine learning conference that exists. So I feel like there was empowerment, but obviously still a challenge. And I would say from like a company perspective, there's huge interest in collaborating with artists. Why? Because usually the people building the models are not the most artistically talented people. They are like geniuses, but they are not artists, right? So they rely on feedback from artists in terms of like the aesthetics or other things. And also we have a very high like interest in collaborating with artists to build a sustainable infrastructure or frameworks that can enable something new. And potentially also the OpenAI Zora launch has been a good example, right? Like what did they do? They didn't like just launch the model. They didn't just share internal videos. They also worked together with a lot of artists to stress test the model, to do research together, and then produce different sorts of videos. Because I think to get the best out of all these models, you need to be creative. So I think maybe over time, the interest in artists itself will rise again.
So yeah, I love your question, and that's something I've been thinking deeply a lot. And I actually am building economic models into Playhouse, and so that's still in progress. But I totally agree. A lot of times, artists don't necessarily think about like the economic models or like how exactly to sustain or like make money from their art. It's not necessarily something that is like at the forefront, right? And I kind of like I know that just because I've been an artist, and so and I also happen to be an entrepreneur, and so that's why I kind of like see both sides, and I'm like, okay, we actually need to like help build new economic models, and so that is something that I'm actively exploring and building out.
Hello. A lot of you guys said that people in the future will be making their own personal story. When I learned about AI about a year ago, I thought, you know what? There's people in developing countries that will eventually be able to make their own movie with a laptop and internet access. At what point in time do you think this will happen, where people can make really high quality movies with just a laptop and the internet and AI?
Well, right now it is still a bit cost prohibitive with GPU computing, but I think, yeah, I'm not sure exactly what the time horizon is, but it could keep reducing over time. But I am really excited for that moment when creatives from around the world can share their stories.
I think within a year. So I'm hearing that Sora will be coming out this summer. It's June now. And with an API, and once they do, we'll bake it into our app. I'm sure our competitors will as well. And yeah, I think a lot of scenes ideally are still going to be filmed with actors on an iPhone, but you can intersperse with things you can shoot with an iPhone in real life. And then by patching them together in Adobe, which is pretty accessible, there's a ton of video apps. You know, to get to a 90 minutes, it's just the same as doing a 10-minute short film. You're just making a bunch of them.
And I think just the demand. So I heard a stat that 1/3 of US teens, like Gen Z, their dream job is to make videos and be an influencer, what we used to call a celebrity or an actor, actress, whatever. And and they watch more videos than ever. Like, I don't know how many hours a day. So I think that it's just going to be so lucrative and so fun. It's such a fun job to make movies, so rewarding. And so I think against the narrative of AI is going to replace jobs, I think it's going to be 10 times bigger in a couple of years.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much to our panel. We might have to wrap it up here. Let's give them all a round of applause and thank them out for coming. For anyone else who still has a question, come see us after or at the production, and we'll talk more with you. Thank you.
Last session on the day. Okay. Yeah. Hey everyone. This is Basil Salahia from Beamers. We're just like a local startup here in Silicon Valley. So we're excited. We're actually launching multiple products this month. So we're super excited. So I would love to have your feedback on. And we're living really in interesting times here. So here I have just like a quick presentation about like how you can animate your visuals. So the idea is like design, immerse, and create like as you like. So Vimmerse is about empowering creators, designers, brands, and businesses to engage with their audiences like never before. So we do this by animating their like images, like still images, into more like captivating videos that can really the emotions will grab us attention and really can engage more with the audiences. So about myself, I'm like ex-Intel, so I did PhD. I spent like 18 years working on immersive videos, and I really breathe and dream about immersive media. So that's kind of like fun. And what I see like really Vimmerse is about, it's kind of we're connecting like the middle layer between like the foundational, the great work like companies like doing in the foundational layer, which is like open source or like third-party companies. We're serving like we do our own like customizations, more like controls over motion or like directions, and then we serve it like to the people like in the application layer, whether they're designers, e-commerce, or creators. So yeah, you can connect with me on LinkedIn, so that would be great. Get your feedback as well. And really, so here's a quick. And it's really like so one of the cool things actually like we're very like business friendly. So we even like launching our API. So building like we serve like the best like state of art AI like commercially available for like businesses at scale, and without really having like to hassle with the compute scalability or like the frequent updates. I think like if you are building like your own platform like with a lot of AI, so whatever you deploy today, like in 2 weeks or 1 month, you are out of the date. So you need like to really rebase and do so many things. Like there's very rapid development pace like with the AI. So we try to really rebase ours, like, and we serve it like always, like you don't have to change anything in your codes, like so you always get like the latest like state of art technologies with even like more and more controls as they are popping up. I think like one also the pain points like we really see with the creators like and designers, they have to really if you have like so many assets, it will take you like a lot of like iterations, like and you need to experiment with the AI, right? So it's not yet like you can get it. You'll be lucky to get it from the first shot. So you have like try it like a couple times until like you really get to direct it to the way you want it. And as a Vimers, actually, like, so we try to expedite the process, like, and that's why we have like a batch mode. You can submit hundreds of images in one click and animate all of them, and that will help you really iterate much faster. So like, make it more productive, saving time, saving costs. That's really the magic here. So let's see if we have like more. Yeah. So there's like solutions. I think like, how many like Canva users we have here? Oh, cool. Yeah, so many. And also, like we're very proud. Like we actually launched like beginning of May, like with Canva. And the app is called Image Animate, and it's really booming there. So many like positive feedback. I would love to get to also try it out and see. And it's very seamlessly integrated. I think like if you are designers and things, like you always like love to be using the tools from within the environment you're familiar the most. You don't want to try like maybe new things, like new creators, platforms, or get adapt to a different environment. So we try to bring like Vimers tools to the environment you love. And that's also like we have this like APIs. It can really be customizable. So we mainly focus on brands and marketing agencies, and we really think like with the technology we have right now, so we can serve like best like product kind of marketing materials. So if that's something you're selling on social media, you get much better materials with what we create. So that's kind of like example. You can like bake some kind of like magic inside the images. All of these are just like still images, and then you really can control anything, like the motion, the direction, the range. So if you're designers, really, you can bake like that kind of like effects and really quickly iterate like those as you like. So here's quick.
Are you ready to bring your photos to life like never before? Here are the steps to create your own immersive videos. Join our vibrant community of over 10,000 creators who are crafting eye-catching creations every month.
So you select like whether like AI motion or Polex motions, you get it right away within like a minute. You can add it to your designs with your own like marketing materials or messaging, and really be able to serve that like directly.
Create immersive videos with Vimers now.
Yeah.
Are you ready to bring your photos?
So one of the cool things, like we're launching like our like also platform. So for people who want to experiment and play with different capabilities. This AI image to image, it's something we're building. It will be rolled like very soon. So I just like want to give you like some kind of like teaser look. So you can do like things like reimagine or like swap different things, or do like in painting, or remove objects or replace objects. So for instance, in this, like if you have like an image like a car here, and I said like I want to reimagine like what this car would look like. So I give you like 3 or 4 different like variants of like what like this would look like from different angles, maybe different colors. And then like you can pick any of those and do like work with the other tools. If you want, for instance, like add certain effects, like I want to set fire on the car, then basically we'll give you like these different options, and then you can decide like the intensity of that like fire over there. And those like you're breaking it in the images, and then you can animate all these claims like with the AI motion later on. And yeah, so you can do everything. Like you can add fog, like rain, any kind of like effects, and really play with that like magic. And we have this like new tool, which is if I see if I can animate like the other one. Oh, yeah. So we have like tool that can actually like you can say like replace like a car by a truck, or replace like kind of like the background with the forest kind of like image, and then it will work really well. So that's kind of like magic, like very easy like AI editing thing that can really transform or up level like the images before you even start like animating it. So this is what the console or creators platform looks like. So it has like mainly like 3 main like panels. Like you have the image panels up there. You can upload like your own images, and or you can do like text to image. This is really using the like latest like state of art like text to image models. And we also have the animation panels down there, so you really can control like the motion range, the length, the loops, like how fast like you want the motions to be. And there's two types of like motions, like whether like AI motion or parallax motion. So with AI motion, it's really like you can control whether like you do it like text to image or video or image, text to video or image to video, or any combination of those. Like, so with the prompts, you really can control like, I want people like smiling or moving left or like jumping in the air. So, and it would do that for you. And the parallax, it's more like kind of like deterministic motions, kind of like you can really decide like where exactly you want the camera to be moving within the scene. And that's also would work like very well for like products images as well. You get all the results as a videos, and then you can download those MP4 GIF, use them anywhere you want. So, yeah, we have a booth actually out there, so I really can show you that in action, and you'll really enjoy it. So, we go to the next Okay, so I think this is like a great kind of thing, and really it's all about like expedite or help you like iterate faster. And you always like, even with the AI motions, you can also get like up to like 4 samples in one shot, and you can also do like multiple motions in one shot as well, right? That kind of like help you like experiment and really decide on the motions we want. So it's
This is not fantasy. This is not fantasy.
Yeah, so that was like example of like fashion or like clothing marketing. So I just brought this because you can assume the same thing you can do it with the films like directing, right? So you can control any motions. You can also let the prompts. You can tell the people like moving in certain directions, and then the AI would do that for you. Sometimes you don't get it from the first round, but with the multiple samples and batches, you can really iterate very fast. Here's another example where you actually are using, take like 3 different shots for the same like model and just like run to the AI, see what it gives us. And that's not running. If someone can click on the lady here, the next one. So it should like be animated. Yeah. It's not happening. Oh, so there's a video here down there. So just click on it. Play. Okay. So back. Yes. Thank you. Yeah, it's just like interesting, like fun things you can do. So you guys, like, this is the QR code. So if you want to sign up like today, so you get like 1,000 credit. This is like enough to create like 50 video for free, and just like experiment and play with that. We also have like a guest mode, like if you want also like keep using it like for free. So anything you apply just like on the guest mode, it will be shared with everyone. So if you want some privacy, you have your account, or you can just like keep playing with the guest, like and see what you get with. So I think like yeah, please like reach out. So we'd love to hear your feedback. We're launching, we're iterating any features, anything like you see. Would love to hear your thoughts on. And we're really here to help, right? So like pricing is super cheap, so there's nothing like should be stopping you like really from trying Beamers. So yeah, where's it? Okay, so we have also Shopify app. Really, with the Shopify, you can also sell more and iterate more like with your businesses. So I'll skip that, and then you just like if you can play that video as well. That's just the final one. Yes. Okay. So let's just like run this last one here, and then oh no, if you go back. Yes. Thank you.
Are you ready to bring your photos to life in ways you've never seen before? Create immersive videos. Join over 10,000 creators in our vibrant community, consistently producing impressive works each month. Create immersive videos with Vimmerse now.
So basically, you don't have to share. You're working so hard to put like this like great like image. Or if you really did this like one thing that takes one more minute, like it will really have this multiplier effects on social media, right? So you can put like your own like messaging, marketing, and just like post it there. That will give you like far more like reach and effective messaging. So with that, thank you everyone. So we'll be immersed, like just reach out and let's we'll see how to help. So questions?
Yeah, let's get some questions in here.
Yeah, welcome.
Super tiny question.
Yes.
I noticed you have your integration with Shopify.
Yeah.
What are your plans with WooCommerce?
Yeah, so we're all about like streaming. So with Shopify, it's very integrated. So like you can access all your assets like images from within the app itself. You can animate them, decide like what kind of motions, and once you're happy with that, you can sync it directly to your store and show it directly in action. Right? You don't need even to come to our website to upload anything. So everything is just natively there. It can expand to any kind of like e-commerce platform. So you can imagine like if you are a marketplace or online store and you have like so many items just like images, that's kind of like becomes like an outdated kind of thing. Like images are great, but it's lacking this kind of more engagement, right? So imagine what you can do turning all of these thousands of products in one shot. That's kind of like with the magic. Like so you never want to do this like one by one. So that's kind of what we provide for you like as viewers. And that's what transform your entire business. So that's yeah, the hope, and we'll say like really have a new shopping experience. So yeah, love it.
Seems really cool. I'm playing around with the tool. Do you guys have any on-device or real-time models?
So everything is being like sent to the cloud and rendered there, and then we serve back like the videos. But we do have like real-time like player as well, that you can actually interact with it in 3D on your like end device. I can show you like some cool demos like over there on the booth. But what with the parallax motion basically, we do depth estimation. We figure out like the foreground objects, do some embedding for the background, occlusion relationships. We keep like the true 3D information, and this is then we animate the objects. So maintain all the physics, maintain all like the accuracy of like the models, and animate with that. So that can be done in real time. And the AI, it's kind of like more compute intensive. Like that might take like a minute until like you get like the results. But we give you like this like multiple samples, so you can iterate faster, right? So that's kind of like what helps like speed up like the process, and with more controls, like whether like image plus prompt, that would really help like in guiding like and get like better experiences.
Any more questions? Otherwise, I think it might be time to party.
Yeah, let's
What do
party.
you think? Okay. So thank you very much, everybody. Basil, thank you for coming and
thank you. Yeah, it's
not
a
only
pleasure.
contributing and having a table out here. And it's been an amazing day. I think people are pretty full. So we're going to have Maddie, if you're still in the house, we're going to be screening some curated films. We have